42. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Perry Anderson. It is now clear that the Portuguese Empire is coming to an end. In its final days, it may be timely to examine the history and structure of this empire, both for their own interest and for the importance they have for any general account of imperialism. Good factual accounts of the Portuguese Empire, past and present, already exist and will no doubt continue to appear. The study below is intended rather to suggest a theoretical model which can integrate the available material into a coherent and significant whole. It begins, necessarily, with the briefest of accounts of contemporary Portugal itself, as center of determination of its colonies. There follows a resume history of the empire, and then a structural analysis of Portuguese imperialism as it exists today. A final section deals with the insurrection in Angola. Portugal, economy *. Lying on the western seaboard on the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal is some 350 miles long and 100 miles wide. The north is mountainous, most of the center and the south consists of high plateaus which prolong the central Spanish meseta down to the Atlantic. The climate is Mediterranean, with a rainfall of 29 inches and an average temperature that varies between 70 degrees and 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The population, 1960, is 9,100,000. A breakdown of the economically active proportion of this shows. Statistical sources, Annuario Estadístico 1958, UN, OEEC, Economist Intelligence Unit. 84. Agriculture, forestry, fishing. 1,569,000. Manufacturing. 592,000. Personal and general services. 489,000. Trade and insurance. 227,000. Building and public works. 155,000. Civil servants. 115,000. Transport. 107,000. Mining. 25,000. Public service industries. 10,000. Rest. 6,000. Total. 3,186,000 of whom women. 725,000, 1950 census figures. The primary sector, agriculture, fishing, forestry, thus absorbs about 50% of Portugal's manpower. Industry accounts for only 24%. The tertiary, white-collar, sector employs the remaining 26%. As a pattern, this is unique in Western Europe. The only other country with a workforce distributed in anything like this way is Spain, which, however, has a much more considerable industrial sector. A comparison with the two other physically smallest colonial powers, Belgium and Holland, is instructive. In 1957, Belgium, with a population almost exactly the same as Portugal's, 9 million, had an agricultural sector of 11%, an industrial sector of no less than 49%, and a tertiary sector of 37%. In Holland in 1957 the figures showed an even more sophisticated pattern, 19%, 30%, 41%. The contrast reveals the Portuguese economy as backward in the extreme. The picture becomes sharper as it takes on more detail. Agriculture occupies the vast bulk of the workforce, yet it is subsistence farming at such low levels of technique, that it accounts for only 1/4 of the national product. The soil is particularly poor, lacking phosphates and potash. Fertilizer techniques are rudimentary. It is officially estimated that production could be raised by at least 50% given adequate fertilization. Mechanization is minimal. There were 6,000 tractors in all Portugal in 1958. Erosion, due to unreliable rainfall and lack of preventive measures, is widespread. As a result, despite the overwhelming place of agriculture in national life, Portugal has a permanent cereal deficit. 150,000 metric tons of corn were imported annually in the period 1953-55. In 1960, wheat imports alone cost 227 million escudos. There is almost no heavy industry. Deposits of coal and iron ore are relatively small. 490,000 tons of coal was produced in 1960 and 280,000 tons of iron ore. There is now one steel works in the country, at Seixal near Lisbon, with an initial planned capacity of 200,000 tons a year and target capacity of 500,000 tons, but with a slowly rising level of demand, this is expected merely to hold the volume of steel imports at its present level. Electrical production has increased in recent years, and in 1960 reached 3,250 million kilowatts. But this is still the lowest per capita output in Western Europe. Total energy consumption was some 355 kilos of coal, equivalent, per capita in 1959. OEEC estimates place this as about 15 to the OEEC average index of 100. Such underdeveloped countries as Panama, 478 kilos, Lebanon, 567 kilos, or the Malayan Federation, 558 kilos, consumed more. Textiles are the dominant light industry. They employ 1/3 of the total manufacturing workforce and provide 1/5 of all export earnings. The basis of much of this industry is artificial, as it is heavily dependent on forcibly depressed cotton prices in the colonies, and drastically protected markets in the same territories. In 1960, 82.7% of Portugal's raw cotton imports came from her colonies, and 35.8% of her cotton manufactures were exported back to the same areas. Without this administratively enforced supply and demand, the Portuguese textile industry, which is inefficient and uncompetitive, would dwindle rapidly. Cork, of which Portugal is the world's largest producer, is the other major export industry, 1/6 all foreign earnings in 1960. But about half these earnings come from raw cork, which, as a primary product, is subject to considerable fluctuations in world prices, and is at the minute suffering from excess supply. Next in size come fish products, mainly sardines, and wine. The 1960 figures were as follows: exports, million escudos, textiles, 1,980 cork, 1,468 manufactured, 772 unmanufactured, 696 canned fish, 1,057 wine, 687 timber and manufacture, 465 resin and products, 420 wolfram, 106 olive oil, 6,265 total exports, 9,354 for domestic consumption. There are small industries producing leather goods, metal products, chemicals, soap, paper, glassware, ceramics, electrical goods, and pharmaceuticals. The major import items, in contrast, are heavy industrial goods, machinery, finished steel, classic consumer durables, motor vehicles, radio sets, sewing machines, foodstuffs, wheat, sugar, potatoes, cod, and fuels, petroleum, coal. Imports, million escudos, 1960 industrial machinery, 1,425 iron and steel, 1,403 raw cotton, 1,041 motor vehicles, 882 crude oil, 820 refined oil products, 525 man-made fibers, 301. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. 86. Wheat. 226. Ships. 222. Iron and steel products. 200. Radio and television receivers. 187. Antibiotics and medicaments. 251. Plastics. 235. 7,902. Total imports. 15,636. With the single exception of cotton for the textile industry, the classic colonial absorption of raw materials for re-export as manufactured products does not occur. The balance is exactly opposite: quasi-raw material exports, cork, wine, etc. involving minimal technological intervention, manufactured imports. The pattern is the very reverse of an imperial economy. A semi-subsistence agriculture, an insignificant producer's goods industry, an extremely limited consumer sector, overwhelming export reliance on processed primary products. Portugal, an imperial power, has the economy of an underdeveloped country. The corollary is a standard of living that is the lowest in Western Europe, and one of the lowest in the world, $210 a year, less than Greece or Mexico. Society. Social structures reflect and reinforce the retardation of the economy. More than two-thirds of the population live in communities of less than 2,000 people. The peasantry is thus by far the most numerous class. This class suffers under two opposite, but equally oppressive tenurial regimes. The south is dominated by the vast latifundia of a feudal aristocracy, the north by myriads of tiny peasant holdings. The disproportions of wealth have few comparisons anywhere in the world. 90% of the farms in the north are minuscule plots averaging 2.4 acres of field crops. In the south the average size is 2,500 times as large, 5,878 acres. Of all Portuguese farms, 94.9% are less than 24 acres in size, 0.3% are over 494 acres. Yet the first account for only 28.7% of the country's total cultivated area, the second for 39%. In the north, through generations of divided inheritances, the innumerable small holdings are steadily becoming ever smaller and less viable. Even within this system landlordism is rampant. A recent observer reported that it is not unknown for a 5-acre farm to be owned by no less than 15 different landlords. The immense southern latifundia are devoted to extensive cultivation and livestock breeding. In the north, the small peasant proprietor has no capital to improve his yield. In the south the absentee latifundista, as in much of Latin America, is content with his aggregate profit, and will not invest to raise productivity. The net result is chronic unemployment in the countryside, and the cereal deficit. The average agricultural wage is 5/7d a day for men, and 3/1d for women. The urban working class is little better off. The average wage in the cities is 6/7d a day, some £2 a week. There is no question of striking for higher wages, shorter hours, or better conditions. Unions are illegal. With a stagnant economy and creeping prices, monopolies, inflated administrative and commercial sectors, real wages dropped by 1/3 between 1939 and 1958. Per capita consumption of meat is 1/4 of that in France, and scarcely more than that in Egypt. Consumption of sugar compares with Ceylon or Pakistan. Calorie intake, 2,410, is lower than in such underdeveloped countries as Greece, Paraguay, or Egypt. Housing conditions match diet, even by official Portuguese standards. 11,000 families in Lisbon alone, population 790,000, live in dwellings unfit for human habitation. In 1950, only 14.5% of all Portuguese houses had running water in the houses, 34.2% in Spain, 28.7% in Greece, only 19.5% had electricity, Spain 80%, and 7.8% baths. Health inevitably reflects the conditions of food and shelter. The infant mortality rate is the highest in Europe, 88.6 per 1,000 population, and higher than some colonial and ex-colonial territories, 67.5 in Senegal. Tuberculosis is more frequent than anywhere else in Europe, 51 deaths per 100,000 population. Portugal has only had an actual Ministry of Health since 1958. Education fares no better, 40.4% of the population over 7 years of age is illiterate, the most damning single figure of all. The emigration statistics are a verdict on the system. Between 1954 and 1957 net average emigration was 31,760 persons a year, about 65% went to Brazil or Venezuela, 1/3 of the net national increase of population over that period. The sovereigns of this misery are a tiny, compact oligarchy of families which entirely dominate the economy through a set of complementary personal and institutional controls. On the one hand, a series of interlocking directorships link banks, industries, and insurance houses. On the other, an all-embracing network of cartels overlays the whole economy and ensures monopoly profit levels from it. These structures underline Portugal's backwardness as a colonial metropolis. They show striking analogies to pre-war Egypt, where a traditional, socially exclusive intermarrying elite of a similar kind dominated the economy from power positions in banking and finance houses, debilitating economic growth by financial and real estate speculation. The archetype of the Portuguese cartels, the Companhia União Fabril, CUF, occupies a comparable position to the famous Misra group in the Ancien regime in Egypt. CUF has a monopoly of the Portuguese metallurgical industry. It controls the majority of dockyards and shipping firms, and has a massive share of export houses and colonial enterprises. Through its subsidiary, Gouveia, CUF all but owns Portuguese Guinea. It has a monopoly of all wholesale and retail commerce, the rice and peanut industries, and all transport. Within Portugal itself, its ancillaries include medicinal drugs, cement, tobacco, tin, cellulose, air transport, electrical industry, banking, soap, beer, matches, livestock, cinema, real estate and insurance. At the same time, foreign capital penetration in Portugal, particularly British, is probably more advanced than in any other. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. 88. European country. The industrial and commercial centre of Oporto is dominated by Anglo-Scottish families resident there for generations: Clarks, Coutts, Sandeman, de la Fosse. The Anglo-Portuguese Telephone Company has a monopoly of the country's telephone system. The urban bus and train services are all British-owned. Strong representation in banking is ensured by the Bank of London and South America. About half of the insurance companies, 40 out of 86 in 1953, are foreign-owned, with British concerns again predominant, 26 British firms to 6 French, 4 Spanish, 2 Swiss, 1 German, and 1 Italian. The British have strong interests in shipbuilding and electrical goods, English Electric, the German in pharmaceuticals, Meyer, and engineering, Mansmann, Krupp. There is a U.S. monopoly in the marketing of cork. Political regime. The logic of economic archaism, brutal exploitation, and omnipresent foreign capital is a political regime of permanent violence. Only a massive machinery of repression could keep the whole intolerable structure in place. The Salazar dictatorship is precisely this. Born in 1926 out of an army revolt, it was, like its Spanish and Latin American homologues, the creation of a military and ecclesiastical alliance. The beneficiaries of the regime are the feudal landowners of the latifundia and the oligarchy which controls the cartels. Church and army in turn are institutional formations of these groups. The social character of the Salazar regime is thus unambiguous, but its identity is not simply to be absorbed into its class of origin and its range of beneficiaries. In its 35 years of existence, the political apparatus of Salazarism has, by now a classic sociological process, worked itself to a certain extent free from its social base, gaining a margin of autonomy vis-à-vis the groups which brought it to power and whose interests it factually serves. It has developed an extensive paramilitary and ideological armature of its own. There are at least 5 different armed political and police corps: the Secret Police, PIDE, the Riot Police, PSP, the Republican Guard, GNR, and the Volunteer Legião Portuguesa, a green-shirt shock and vigilante organization. There is also an armed customs police, Guardia Fiscal. The Legião has some 87,000 members and is an important military and political reserve force for the regime. The GNR in 1958 numbered some 7,675 men, and is capable of deploying fully armored and motorized units instantly against strikes or demonstrations. Parallel to these bodies is the civilian organization of the regime, the União Nacional, Portugal's single political party. Founded in 1930, this has never been very important in the constellation of power within the regime, and is today confined mainly to an ideological and publicity role. The Portuguese regime is commonly described as fascist, and the apparatus of repression and exploitation outlined above clearly meets this classification. The ideology of Salazarism corporativism gives the term a precise historical reference. Corporativism conceives the nation as a series of conflicting interest groups, between whom the state should act as arbiter, organizing all groups into corporations, and mediating impartially between them. Employers are organized into gremios, workers into sindicatos. The legislature is divided into a National Assembly, all 120 seats, elected on a severely restricted suffrage, are held by the União Nacional, and a corporative assembly, representing the different corporations. Corporativism was, of course, the official ideology of the Italian Fascist Party, and its imitation in Portugal defines Salazar's regime as fascist in a pure sense of the term. At the same time, it remains in Portugal a somewhat half-hearted affair. The regime has never made any real attempt at a systematic propagation or even exposition of the theory. Corporativism in Portugal is a larvae ideology, with little political importance. The reason lies doubtless in the role of Catholicism in Portugal. Fascism is an emergency operation, a last, desperate attempt to prolong or resurrect by force a social order which once functioned as if naturally and automatically, without the open intervention of violence, but which is now irretrievably broken. It develops an articulated ideology to the exact extent that traditional centers of authority have weakened or declined. In Portugal, deprived of the experience of either Reformation or Industrial Revolution, Catholicism is virulent and unchallenged, more so than in any other European country, even Spain. A developed fascist ideology is therefore unnecessary. In Italy, the influence and power of the Church, although still massive, was also widely contested and discredited in the 20s. Fascism in Italy was correspondingly more ideological. In the maelstrom of Germany in the 30s, where all traditional authority had broken down, fascism took a highly articulated and systematic ideological form. What is true of political theories is probably equally true of political machines. The facade nature of the União Nacional, the decentered position of the Legião Portuguesa are the obverse of the overwhelming role of the army in Portugal, just as the relative positions of the Falange, the fascist or the Nazi parties have varied inversely to the role of the army in Spain, Italy, and Germany. In 1958 1 out of every 3 cabinet ministers in Portugal was a member of the armed forces, including the crucial ministries of the interior and the overseas territories. The President of the Republic is always a general. Military expenditure in 1960 absorbed 1/5 of the budget, 2,219.4 million escudos of a total expenditure of 10,488 million escudos, and was scheduled to take up well over a quarter in 1961, an estimate made well before the Angolan insurrection. Elite recruitment of the officer corps is explicit. No colored Portuguese citizen can become an officer. No officer can marry any woman without either a university degree or a £875 dowry. All officers must marry in church. Salazar's regime has been able to rely largely on traditional institutional formations for its apparatus of coercion and mystification. It has also developed independent structures of its own, particularly in its exercise of police repression, and enjoys a limited, but definite margin of autonomy from its institutional supports and their social ground. This is of immediate political importance, as will emerge later. To sum up, Portugal, formerly the third largest imperial. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. 90. Power in the world today, is itself an underdeveloped country. A largely pre-industrial infrastructure, feudal ownership patterns, military paramountcy, a torpid fascism. This is the metropolitan complex which determines the specific system of Portuguese overseas domination, ultra-colonialism that is, at once the most primitive and the most extreme modality of colonialism. It is in terms of these two elements that an analysis of the Portuguese Empire can be made. Reflex colonization. The anomaly of Portuguese imperialism has to be seen in the perspective of its history. How did Portugal ever come to possess its vast African colonies? Their origins lie at the very opening of European overseas expansion in the 15th century. Asia. Portugal, favored by a geographical position along the Atlantic seaboard and just off the extreme western edge of North Africa, began sending ships southwards along the African Atlantic coast at the beginning of the 15th century. Cape Bohador was passed in 1434, Senegal reached in 1444, the Cape Verde Islands colonized in 1456. In 1485 Diego Cao reached the mouth of the Congo. In 1487 Diaz sailed beyond the Cape of Good Hope. And in 1498 da Gama landed in India. What was the economic content of this expansion? Two stages need to be distinguished. In the first half of the century, Portuguese expeditions to West Africa aimed primarily at the acquisition of Guinean gold. Caravels left loaded with tin and brassware, linen, trinkets, coral, and later beads on the east coast of Africa, and bartered these for gold and slaves. The gold thus accumulated probably helped to substitute for the increasingly scarce Sudanese source which had up till about 1440 financed deficit European trade in the Levant. Once da Gama had landed in India, the whole basis of Portuguese commercial expansion changed. The object was now spices, pepper, nutmegs, cinnamon, cloves, not gold. Direct access to India allowed the Portuguese to eliminate the Arab and Levantine middlemen who had controlled the European export market to that date from Cairo and Alexandria. The profits from the spice trade were initially colossal. Da Gama's shipment of pepper, not a large one, paid for his voyage 60 times over. The spices were bought with Guinean gold and the German silver for which it was sold in Europe. After the first voyages, pepper prices slumped in Europe, but were later stabilized at 30 cruzados a quintal, while their procurement price in India remained at about 2 cruzados. Venice, the former entrepot of the spice trade in Europe, suffered a severe crisis and joined with Arab Red Sea traders in attempting to oust the Portuguese from their Indian vantage points by force. But in 1509, a combined Venetian-Arab-Indian fleet was destroyed by Almeida off Diu, and Portuguese control of Middle Eastern shipping was assured. Rapid expansion followed. Goa was seized in 1510, and soon dominated the Indian coast. Malacca, in the Malay Straits, was taken in 1511 and the main source area for the spices, the Indonesian islands of Amboina, Ternate and Tidore in 1514. In 1515, Ormuz in the Persian Gulf was captured. In 1519 Colombo fell. By the middle of the 16th century, the Portuguese exercised control over the whole Indian Ocean from East Africa to Indonesia, and the Persian Gulf to Burma. The structure of this empire was absolutely distinctive. It consisted simply of a vast arc of naval bases strung out at immense intervals round the Indian Ocean, Sofala, Mozambique and Mombasa in East Africa, Ormuz and Muscat in the Persian Gulf, Diu, Daimao, Bassein, Chal, Goa, Cochin in India, Colombo in Ceylon, Malacca in the Malay Straits, Amboina, Ternate, Tidore and Solar in Indonesia. Later Macau extended Portuguese penetration to the South China Sea. These bases commanded both sources, Indonesian islands, Ceylon and sea routes, and effectively secured Portuguese commercial dominance over the whole ocean. Wealth flowed into Portugal on an immense, unprecedented scale. Albuquerque estimated the annual profits to the crown alone at 1 million cruzados a year. Lisbon became the most spectacularly opulent town in Europe. In the first half of the 16th century a climax of imperial luxury was reached, which marked the zenith of the first wave of European overseas expansion. This Portuguese empire of the 16th century was the creation of a specific type of imperialism, an imperialism of exchange. Its pattern was the barter or purchase of one type of, usually primary, commodity for another. Pepper from the Malabar coast, cinnamon from Ceylon, cloves, mace and nutmeg from the Indonesian islands, were initially bought on the Indian coast, mainly with German silver from the Augsburg mines. The original accumulation of capital came from the influx of Guinean gold in the first half of the 15th century. This was then ploughed back into the spice expeditions, with an enormously increased yield. As the Portuguese grip on the Indian Ocean littorals extended, much of the supply areas for these spices came under their control, and they could then be shipped home directly. Finally, when naval supremacy was firmly established, the Portuguese came to make larger and larger profits from the Asian interport trade, which they controlled through a system of licenses, unlicensed local traders being liable to arrest and confiscation. In this way, much of the spices came to be paid for in Coromandel cloth from the Indian coast, Arabian horses, African gold and ivory. Chinese and Japanese bullion were carried the relatively short and safe distances from one oriental entrepot to another, Ormuz to Goa, Cochin to Colombo, Macau to Nagasaki, etc. Ultimately, the actual majority of Portuguese revenues in the east came from this carrying trade, but much of it stayed in the east, whereas the carracks which got back to Lisbon were predominantly loaded with spices, silks, and textiles. Portuguese Oriental trade was imperialism as well as exchange, because of its enforcement by technologically superior means of Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. 92. Violence, bombardment of Calicut, burning of Mombasa, seizure of Socotra, sacking of Goa, etc. The basis of Portuguese successes in the Indian Ocean in the 16th century is much argued over. Two crucial factors were Portugal's own position in European geopolitics at the time, and the state of the various empires which confronted the Portuguese when they rounded Africa at the turn of the 16th century. Besides the purely geographical assets of her outlying position on the Atlantic seaboard, Portugal enjoyed the related advantage of comparative isolation from the European power political struggle, thus allowing an all-out concentration on overseas expansion which no other European country could match. At the same time, none of the major states against which Portuguese expansion in the Indian Ocean was launched, was politically very strong at that moment. The Mamluk Empire in Egypt was about to succumb to the Ottoman Turks. Southern India was dominated by 5 Muslim sultanates and the Hindu kingdom of Vijayanagar, all frequently at war with each other. The Javanese Empire of Majapahit was in collapse and decline, Ming China was in an isolationist phase, Japan was in anarchy. Thus, when the Portuguese appeared in the Indian Ocean and beyond, there was very little armed shipping there to resist them. In their overall level of culture, the Eastern empires were easily as advanced as the Portuguese aggressor, if not more so. This was true even of the small Arab city-states on the east coast of Africa. As Duffy says, by all accounts, it was a world comparable, if not superior, in material culture to Portugal in 1500. Portuguese success was not even due to a superior naval technology. Pilots and navigating instruments in the Indian-African traffic were as good as anything the Portuguese had. Chinese and Indonesian warjunks were more formidable than Portuguese warships. Where decisive superiority did lie was in artillery. The Chinese had possessed cannon for centuries, but they were inefficient compared with European models. Other Asian artillery was still less effective. Portuguese paramountcy in the east was based ultimately on heavier firepower. The logic of this type of expansion was to move beyond control of exchange to control of actual extraction. The transition from one stage to the other implied a more systematic use of violence. Instead of the establishment of factories and forts along a littoral, it meant the conquest of extensive hinterlands. With the seizure of the Spice Islands, the Portuguese in the 16th century had already formally taken this step, but spices are such a concentrated crop. By the 18th century, the totality of the world's cloves crop was grown, by Dutch restrictive practice, on the island of Amboina, that the normal consequences of the change were never effected in the Portuguese Asian Empire. Key administrators, Almeida, Real, consciously resisted any tendency to extend Portuguese enclaves inland. Da Gama even advised the abandonment of Ormuz, Malacca, and all the Indian forts except Goa and Cochin. James Duffy, Portuguese Africa, Cambridge, 1959. The decisive difference between either of these types of imperialism and the classic transformer imperialism of the 19th century is clear. The one exploited its colonial possessions both for raw material supplies and as consumer markets for goods produced at home, often manufactured from processed primary products from the same area. The other simply enforced an advantageous exchange of primary products, or, at best, seized control of their extraction. The crucial difference lies in the role of technology in each. In 19th century imperialism, technological superiority is generalized. Structuring and defining every aspect of colonial reality, it is at once the motor and the meaning of the totality of the economic and social relationships at stake. By contrast, in the earlier type of imperialism, technological superiority is confined to the essentially external medium of violence, leaving the strictly economic processes unadvanced and unchanged. The difference is underlined by the domestic impact of the wave of Portuguese commercial expansion at the beginning of the 16th century. While Oriental revenues soared, the metropolitan economy stagnated and declined. In the words of the textbook account, they, the Portuguese, did not produce anything at home, in agriculture or manufacture. In the midst of what seemed a perpetual carnival, the nation was begging its bread. The king sent to Flanders for ships of corn. After the famine of 1503-4 came the plague of 1505. The immense wealth of Lisbon was useless. In 1521, the pressure of hunger was so great that poor people, wandering in bands through Lisbon, fell dead and remained unburied. Corn continued to be bought abroad. Portugal began importing wheat and barley from France and North Africa as well as from Flanders. Salt meat, cheese, butter, and fish had to be bought abroad. Elementary manufactures like cloth, metalwork, and furniture were imported. The external debt in Flanders became so high that by 1543 interest rates in Antwerp had risen to 50%. By 1544 the royal debt was 2 million cruzados. By 1552 it was 3 million, by 1560 it was so large that the interest rate on it was repudiated. Slaves were imported from the Guinean coast for manual labor while Portuguese emigrated to western Spain to find employment. Pogroms broke out against the Jewish population. In 1538 sumptuary laws, a classic phenomenon of inflation and extreme social disintegration, made their appearance. Contemporary foreign observers were emphatic that the Spice Empire had demoralized domestic industry and agriculture. They believed it did this by its magnetic effect on manpower, its high rate of casualties, as many as 50% of a crew often died from disease, and as carracks became more and more heavily loaded, capsizing and shipwreck increased, and the cultural effects of its quick money climate. It is possible the actual economic decline in Portugal has been exaggerated in this period for the purposes of subsequent morality. But the central fact is clear: the opening phase of Portuguese overseas expansion was based on a flagrantly fainéant metropolitan economy. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. *J.B. Trend, Portugal, London, 1957. 94. To America. Towards the middle of the 16th century, sugar plantations were started on the sparse Portuguese settlements in northeastern Brazil. Production expanded, and by the end of the century was making a major contribution to the domestic economy. From 1580 to 1640 Portugal was incorporated in the Spanish kingdom and thus drawn into war with England and Holland. Dutch attacks on Portuguese positions in the east began almost immediately. In 1602 the Dutch East India Company was founded, Amboina fell in 1605, Ternate and Tidor in 1607, Ormuz in 1622. Expulsion from Japan came in 1639, Malacca was taken in 1641, Ceylon and the Malabar coast in 1655–63, when peace was finally made. By the early 17th century, the Spice Empire was lost. At this critical juncture, Brazilian sugar saved Portuguese prosperity and preserved its structure almost intact. In 1612, 8 of the 11 Brazilian captaincies were together exporting some 7,000 to 8,500 tons of sugar a year. The market value of this crop was enormous. As early as 1627 it was calculated at 400,000 cruzados a year. The Portuguese Empire was not merely transferred from a basis of one primary product to another. In both cases, the product concerned was the most lucrative single commodity of the century, spices in the 16th, and sugar in the 17th century. Sugar was the most important bulk export from the tropical world to Europe in the 17th century, and Brazilian sugar dominated world supply. The Brazilian plantations completed the conversion of the Portuguese Empire's basic mode of exploitation from exchange to extraction, and attracted the first real wave of colonization. Technological innovation began to impinge on the economic process. Sugar was an imported crop, and it was processed in refineries on the spot. Large areas of northeastern Brazil were penetrated and cleared, although development was still mainly concentrated close to the littoral. But in all major respects, little was changed. Sugar simply replaced spices, and the orientation of Portuguese imperialism shifted from Asia to South America. The home economy grew no stronger. Indeed, the leading authority on colonial Brazil can write, "It is not too much to say that the existence of Portugal as an independent nation depended mainly on the resources which she derived from the Brazil trade." At the end of the 17th century, French and British West Indian sugar production was beginning to overtake Brazilian output. At this second moment of crisis, the imperial economy was rescued and relayed once again. In 1694 gold was discovered in Brazil. In 1718 further deposits were found inland. In 1728 diamonds were discovered in the original gold-bearing area. The revenue from this new colonial wealth equaled or exceeded the profits from sugar. For 100 years, the mines of Minas Gerais and Cuiabá assured the continuity of Portugal's imperial prosperity. But despite marginal reinvestments in Portugal, it also preserved the continuity of Portuguese economic infantilism. Cr. Boxer, Salvador de Essa and the Struggle for Brazil and Angola, London, 1952. In Brazil, the habits of monoculture were carried over unchanged, or were even reinforced, by the substitution of mines for plantations. In Minas Gerais there was actually a formal prohibition of any occupations that might have diverted manpower from the gold industry. In Portugal, the Methuen Treaty with England was signed in 1703, and Portugal's underdevelopment received explicit juridical status. An adumbration of 19th-century colonial devices, the treaty placed Portugal in the position of a permanent economic dependent. In exchange for the preferential entry of Portuguese wine to Britain, free entry was granted to British cloth, thus effectively stifling Portugal's projected woolen industry and restricting its export economy to processed primary products. At a time when Brazilian bullion was furnishing huge patal revenues in Lisbon, the anomaly of Portuguese imperialism was never clearer. Cereal production sank as viniculture spread, in a pattern which has become classic of Algeria in the 20th century. The English trade ran at a deficit of £1 million a year, and the difference was covered in gold. In 1822 Brazil declared its independence. Portugal, deprived of its empire, relapsed into poverty, stagnation, and debt. The 19th century left the country suddenly reduced to its real proportions, and arrested there. Africa then, as the century was coming to an end, the Portuguese Empire was revived and transformed once again. Its final metamorphosis came in Africa. In 1505, on his voyage to India, Almeida had set up a factory at Sofala on the east coast, and a fortress at Kilwa. 2 years later a fortress and factory were built on Mozambique Island. In 1531 Sina was founded, in 1544 Clemaine. The purpose of these enclaves was to act as supply and protection ports for the traffic to India and Indonesia. They were technically administered from the Goan Viceroyalty. At the same time, the Portuguese hoped to discover important sources of silver and gold in the African interior, Limited amounts were finding their way down to the coast from Manica and Machana at this period, raising great expectations. But neither metal was ever found in substantial quantities, and Portuguese penetration of the hinterland, motivated almost exclusively by the search for them, was limited and ephemeral. By the end of the 17th century only the Zambezi Valley as far as Tete had been occupied, and even there the settlements were few and shadowy. The total Portuguese population on the whole coast probably did not exceed 1,000. With the collapse of the spice trade and the Asian Empire, the rationale of Portuguese presence on the east coast had gone, and the whole area disintegrated and declined. There was a withdrawal from the farther posts in the interior, and on the coast Sofala became deserted. The historian of Portuguese Africa writes, in the 1810s the extent of Portuguese coastal occupation was the same as in 1600 and consisted of forts and trading posts from Ebo to Lourenço Marque. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. 96. Reports of travelers and governors record the apathy, disease, and neglect in these coastal towns. Neither in the south nor in the north had the Portuguese penetrated appreciably into the interior. To the contrary, their coastal outposts sustained periodic attacks from bordering tribes. Meanwhile on the west coast, around Luanda, founded 1576, and the mouth of the Congo River, development had been very different. Silver and slaves were the two objectives of the Portuguese penetration of Angola. In 1604 Cambambe, reputed to be the center of the silver country, was reached and no mines were found. From then on, the Portuguese settlements on the coast functioned almost entirely as embarkation posts for the slave trade. The Brazilian plantation economy of the 17th century demanded a vast influx of manpower. The Portuguese west coast existed to supply it. With the exception of the fishing port of Benguela in the south, no other economic activity was seriously pursued in Angola for 2 centuries. From 1580–1680, about 1 million slaves were exported from Angola, and another 500,000 from the Congo area, making an annual average of 15,000, of which over half, 8,500, went to Brazil. From 1680–1836 the total estimated figure is 2 million slaves for Luanda and Benguela alone, plus another probable 1 million in the illicit trade and from the Congo. Annual shipments reached 20,000 to 30,000 in the last 10 years of the trade's legal existence. Meanwhile by 1800, slaves were also Mozambique's major export item, and as the west coast supply tapered off, the east coast traffic rapidly expanded. From 1780–1800 the flow was about 10,000 a year, and for the 50 years after that it went up to 15,000–25,000. In the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries, Angola was the major supply area for labor on the Brazilian plantations and mines. Its role in the Brazilian economy was absolutely indispensable. A slogan of the 17th century was "Without sugar there is no Brazil, and without Angola there is no sugar." A total of about 4 million to 5 million slaves were imported to Brazil during the whole colonial period, 1500–1820. The symbolic relationship between the two areas was underlined when Brazil, on achieving independence in 1822, attempted to detach Angola from Portugal, and establish a transoceanic federation with Angola and Mozambique. The extent and type of Portuguese presence in Angola was thus determined almost exclusively by its slave economy. Some penetration of the interior was necessary for the purchase or seizure of slaves, so that the geographical expanse of Portuguese-controlled territory was larger than on the east coast. By the end of the 17th century, it was estimated that some 50,000 square miles were controlled, at least in the sense that there was freedom of movement for Portuguese within the area. Portuguese presence was concentrated mainly in the enclaves of Luanda and Benguela on the coast. In the interior, it was maintained through a system of small fortresses scattered at isolated points in the back country: Masangano, Muxima, Pungo Andongo, Cambambe, and Mbaka. None of these *Duffy, OPCIT was more than some 150–200 miles from the coast. The total area of even vestigial Portuguese presence was not more than 1/10 of the size of present-day Angola, 481,000 square miles. In terms of population, a census of the 1830s gave only 1,832 whites in the whole area of Portuguese occupation. Of these, 1,500 were concentrated in Luanda, leaving some 300 for whole of the rest of Angola. In 1845 Benguela had just 38 white inhabitants. 9 years later, in 1854, Livingstone calculated that there were some 830 whites in Luanda, and only about 1,000 in all Angola. Thus, in the middle of the 19th century, it is safe to say that there were never more than about 3,000 Portuguese nationals, and perhaps twice that number of mulattoes, in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. For 4 centuries, Portuguese Africa had an almost purely ancillary existence. Its value was extrinsic, as a supply area for the great central complexes of Portuguese imperial power in India and South America. The East Coast functioned as a transit and depot zone for Indian shipping, the West Coast as a labor reservoir for Brazil. When India and the Indies were lost, the East Coast disintegrated. When the slave trade was suppressed, the West Coast sunk into neglect and decline. By the middle of the 19th century, the African settlements were almost the only extant remnants of the Portuguese Empire, and they had survived largely because of their unimportance. An ominous remark of Livingstone's had criticized Portugal's decay in Angola as early as 1854. Had the province been in the possession of England, it would have been yielding as much or more of the raw material for the manufacturers as an equal extent of territory in the cotton-growing states of America. Suddenly, late in the 19th century, these were converted into the massive colonial territories of Angola and Mozambique. In the circumstances of this change lies the root explanation of the structure of the Portuguese colonies today. The conquest and division of Africa by the West European powers occurred essentially in the last 2 decades of the century. In 1880, European occupation was limited to the following areas: Algeria, to the Saharan border, Senegal, including areas of the present Mali and Mauritania, and Gabon, coastal strip, French Gambia, Sierra Leone, coastal strip, Gold Coast, coastal strip, Lagos, coastal strip in western Nigeria, British Angola, coastal strip, Mozambique, coastal strip, Portuguese. There were also the Cape Colony, Natal, Transvaal and the Orange Free State. By 1895 the entire continent was divided up, with the exception of the Sahara, the Sudan, Morocco, Tripoli, and Ethiopia. The thrust behind this vast expansion was industrial. The new type of imperialism had emerged, the full and final expression of technological supremacy and frustrated productivity. The new type of exploitation required the absorption of an unprecedented volume and range of raw materials by the colonizing power, and the Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. 98. Export of a substantial proportion of these to the colonized territories in the form of cheap manufactured goods, mainly clothing. The 3 most industrialized countries of Europe, England, France, and Germany between them accounted for almost exactly 80% of the total territorial acquisitions in Africa in the second half of the 19th century. Their conquests were based on an extreme economic and, with the exception of France, demographic dynamism. The most expressive institution of this imperialism was the chartered company. Political and geographic initiative was seized by powerful private concerns before state intervention itself took place. The companies assumed semi-sovereign political status, administering huge areas of Africa with their own budgets, laws, police, diplomacy, etc. In West Africa, the United Africa Company, 1879, and its successors the National African Company, 1881, and the Royal Niger Company, 1886, effectively occupied and ruled large parts of Nigeria. In East Africa the German East African Company, 1885, administered Tanganyika, and the British East Africa Company, 1887, Kenya. In Central Africa, the phenomenon took its most extreme form of all, with the regime of King Leopold's International Association of the Congo, 1882. In southern Africa, the British South Africa Company seized most of the Rhodesias and Nyasaland, while the Deutsche Kolonialgesellschaft took over southwest Africa. From 1893 the Filonardi Company controlled Italian Somalia. The company's role was small only in French expansion, where a more military and dirigiste tradition asserted itself. These mixed forms private concerns exercising public powers were exact institutional notations of the new imperialism. The impetus behind the scramble for Africa came from the driving economies of Western Europe. Its spearheads were logically the great marauding companies. The expansion was spontaneous, an elemental explosion and overflow of economic forces, not a planned political artifact. Once in motion, political and strategic considerations came into play, state policy intervened, and the company protectorates became colonies. But state action came afterwards, as a consummation of the process, not its impulsion. There were, in fact, several occasions when the state refused to follow a company in an acquisitive maneuver. In 1881, for instance, the British government refused the protectorate of the Sultan of Zanzibar's mainland dominions, the option of which had been secured for it by Sir William Mackinnon, the future president of the British East Africa Company. To what extent did the development of the Portuguese colonies adhere to this pattern? Portuguese presence in Africa antedated that of any other European power. Her settlements were the oldest European enclaves in the continent. Yet Portuguese entry into the competition for Africa was almost the last. The timing and circumstances of its opening are revealing. For 60 years, from the 1820s onwards, England had refused to recognize Portugal's claim to the territory between Ambras and the River Congo, the historic but now unoccupied area of the Bakongo Kingdom. Then, in 1882–1883, English policy suddenly changed, and became receptive to Portuguese claims. The reason was the swift and effective penetration of equatorial Africa by de Brazza, for the French government, and Stanley, for King Leopold, which threatened to lock off the whole of Central Africa, in particular the Congo Basin, from British interests. To block this development, England in 1884 attempted to recognize Portuguese sovereignty over both banks of the Congo as far as Noki, in return for freedom of navigation on the river, customs preferences, and a dual Anglo-Portuguese commission to control the river traffic. German, French, and domestic English opposition prevented the ratification of the treaty, and precipitated the Berlin Conference of 1885, at which Portugal was ceded the south, but lost the north bank of the Congo. Portugal's major bid for territorial aggrandizement came in the next year. Treaties were signed with France and Germany which recognized the right of sovereignty and civilization in the territories which separate the Portuguese possessions of Angola and Mozambique, without prejudice to the rights which other powers may have acquired there. The Portuguese ambition was for a coast-to-coast empire stretching uninterruptedly from Luanda to Lourenço-Marques. This plan directly threatened two entrenched British interests, Rhodes in South Africa, and the missionaries in the Shire district of Nyasaland. Rhodes was attempting to push up north across the Limpopo after the annexation of Bechuanaland, and the missionaries were concerned to strengthen their hold on the Lake Nyasa region. The British government delivered a note to Lisbon in 1887 rejecting the Portuguese transcontinental claims on the grounds that the areas in question were not effectively occupied by Portugal in the terms of the General Act of the Berlin Conference, which was indeed the case. Portugal reacted by belatedly sending expeditions to establish Portuguese sovereignty in Mashonaland and Nyasaland and by proclaiming the creation of a new district of Mozambique which would have included most of the north of southern Rhodesia and thus cut off British-occupied Mashonaland from British-occupied Nyasaland. In late 1889, a Portuguese force under Serpa Pinto began moving into Macololand with the ostensible purpose of surveying land for a railway line, in fact to effect a junction with a force moving eastwards from Angola. In November the column clashed with British protected tribesmen on the Shire River. The British government promptly sent an ultimatum to Portugal, demanding withdrawal from the Shire area and Mashan Island. Faced with the threat of force, warships from Zanzibar were moving towards Mozambique. Portuguese imperial diplomacy collapsed. The government resigned, and in June 1891, a treaty was signed which confined Portuguese jurisdiction more or less to the present limits of Mozambique, a line some 600 miles east of the farthest eventual limit of Angola. Simultaneously, a major financial crisis broke out in Portugal. Even after the diplomatic settlements, the implementation of the Berlin General Act's effective occupation had still to be completed. The diplomatic disaster of 1891 aroused an intense nationalist reaction in Portugal, and for the first time, a coordinated end. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. 100. Deliberate attempt was made to subdue by military force the African populations nominally under Portuguese control. From 1895 to 1896 a campaign under Antonio Enes and Mousinho de Albuquerque reduced Gozaland in southern Mozambique. In 1897, Coutinho occupied the coastal area north of Climane. In 1902-04, the Zambezia Company pacified the area from Tete to the Nyassa land frontier. In 1906 the northern sector opposite Mocambique Island was subdued. In a series of campaigns from 1908-12 the Yao tribes off Lake Nyassa were brought under control. In Angola military occupation took even longer. In 1901-2 the Bale-Undu country in north-central Angola was conquered. From 1907-10 the Dembos area only some 100 miles back of Luanda was attacked and occupied. To the south, the Chuan Hamas inflicted a heavy defeat on the Portuguese in 1904 and campaigns to subdue them lasted right into 1915. In 1917 it was still necessary to send a force to pacify Moxico in southeastern Angola. Only in fact towards the end of the First World War were Angola and Mozambique fully and finally brought under Portuguese control. The specific characteristics of the Portuguese colonialism of the last 2 decades of the 19th century are clearly visible even from the resumed narrative just given. In the first place, Portuguese colonial diplomacy was initially set in motion from the outside, by the actions and decisions of other European powers. The Congo negotiations of 1884–85, which marked the entry of Portugal into the arena of African partition, were the result of British apprehensions of French and Belgian penetrations of equatorial Africa. Portugal thus only entered the mesh of events at 2 removes from their starting point. France and King Leopold threatened English positions, England counter-maneuvered by manipulating Portugal. England clearly regarded Portugal as so weak as to be virtually supplantable by herself in the key areas she was recognizing to Portugal. The Portuguese offensive of 1886–90 was a direct result of the humiliation of Berlin in 1885. The nationalism of the military and professional intelligentsia demanded a massive territorial riposte to the treatment Portugal had met with at the conference and the evaluation of her status that it implied. Not only the motivation, but the strategy of the attempt was dictated by the Berlin experience. England had proved an ineffective patron there, Germany a successful opponent, so the de Castro-Gomes cabinet of 1886 attempted to achieve the rose-colored map, the transcontinental colony, by getting German support, hence the Treaty with Germany of 1886, which made considerable territorial concessions to Germany in southern Angola and northern Mozambique. The approval meant no concrete backing for Portugal against British opposition, so that the treaty was only a paper weapon. Yet it was the keystone of the Portuguese plan for the coast-to-coast colony. The unreal quality of the offensive is thus evident from the start. Subsequent measures such as the simple proclamation of a new district of Mozambique, incorporating large areas of the present southern Rhodesia, were of a similar kind. When military action was finally taken, some 4 years after the treaties of 1886, it only got a few miles into Nyassa land before it was stopped. Portugal's bid for a transcontinental empire was a bluff which deceived only itself. When faced with a real challenge, it collapsed instantly and ignominiously. Set in the larger context of the European seizure of Africa in the last 2 decades of the 19th century, the Portuguese maneuvers of 1886–90 acquire a redoubled significance. A glance at the chronology of European advance in Africa, see above, shows that the bulk of colonial acquisitions had been made by 1885, Tunisia, Egypt, Somaliland, much of French West Africa, Togo, Niger Coast, Cameroon, French Congo, Congo Free State, Southwest Africa, Bechuanaland, Tanganyika. Major seizures were still to come, but in the compressed time span of the scramble it is striking how late the attempted Portuguese expansion into Central Africa came. Following the formation of the Geographical Society in Lisbon in 1875, several exploring expeditions had, it is true, been sent out to reinforce Portuguese claims in Central Africa. The most notable were the continental crossings of Serpa Pinto, 1877–1879, and Capello and Ivans, 1884. In themselves, these expeditions were successful, but Portuguese inability to consolidate them with any effective system of military or political control, and the absence of pioneering company enterprise made them only prestige affairs ultimately. A serious attempt to secure recognition of territorial claims came only after 1884, and then both the specific circumstance, the Congo crisis, the bid for the Anglo-Mozambique corridor, and the general timing strongly suggest that the Portuguese role in the seizure of Africa was determined by the prior roles of the other, industrial European powers, and not by any internal logic. A final consideration confirms this conclusion. The major vector of the new imperialism, the chartered company, was almost non-existent in Portuguese Africa at this time. There were no real equivalents of the British South Africa Company, the German East Africa Company or the Royal Company of the Niger. Concessionary companies did exist in Mozambique from 1891 onwards, the Mozambique Company, 1891, the Nisa Company, 1891–93, the Zambezia Company, which between them controlled 2/3 of Mozambique by 1900. But two distinctive features marked these companies off from their English or German counterparts. Firstly, they were deliberately imitative, inspired by foreign examples and modeled consciously in their image. Secondly, not merely their model, but their actual capital was mainly foreign. The initial issued capital of the Mozambique Company was $5 million, of which a large proportion was subscribed in England, Germany, and South Africa. The capital for the Nisa Company was predominantly British. Shares in the Zambezia Company were bought in England, France, Germany, and South Africa. The Portuguese economy was scarcely touched by the commercial and industrial expansion of Western Europe in the 19th century. Portugal's relative and absolute share of international trade is damning. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. 102. Portion of international trade, Mulhall's Directory of Statistics, pound millions sterling 1,850 1,860 1,870 1,880 1,889 Great Britain 169 375 547 698 740 Holland and Belgium 61 86 136 237 310 Germany 95 167 227 339 311 Portugal 5 8 10 14 18 Italy 38 52 66 91 94 The backwardness of the private sector is mirrored in the size of the national budget, which reveals a parallel inability to meet the costs of the administrative and military infrastructures of colonial expansion. Government expenditure by heads, sample year 1887, pound sterling government debt military total naval Great Britain 30,200,000 27,900,000 31,900,000 90 million Germany 82,300,000 16,700,000 31,130,000 France 41,052,800,000 31,400,000 125 million Italy 34,700,000, 20,700,000, 14,200,000, 69,600,000. Portugal 4,000,000, 3,601,000, 1,400,000, 9,001,888. Portugal had the highest ratio of national debt to national income, 27.5% quoted for any European country, a figure exceeded only by Turkey, with 30%. The specific nature of the Portuguese African colonies at the turn of the 20th century is unmistakable. The normal colonies of the 19th century were the outcome of industrial expansion by the metropolitan power. They were sprung from a domestic base of massive capital accumulation and advanced technology, which had created an unprecedented need for raw materials and markets. As such, they were natural extensions of the metropolitan economy, and functioned according to a uniform, rationalized pattern. The Portuguese colonies were wholly different in origin. In essence, they were stagnant survivals of 16th-century slave and trading posts, suddenly extended into the hinterland under the threat of rival European annexation. If the grandiose dream of a trans-African empire came to nothing, the maneuvers of 1886–91 did secure, if only by falling short of the greater target, the present frontiers of Angola and Mozambique, both of them far beyond the lines of any Portuguese presence at the time. Thus the stimulus to conquest did not come for any industrial élan, it was not internal and natural but external and artificial. It can accurately be called reflex colonization. The Portuguese economy was archaic and bankrupt, a hollow and rotten shell. It was utterly unable to effect or even begin the conversion from an extractive to a transformer imperialism. This fact is the root determinant of the structure of the Portuguese colonies today. It provides the master explanation both of the individual sectors of the Portuguese colonial system, and of their integration into the ensemble. To be concluded. Portugal and the end of ultracolonialism 2. Perry Anderson. A preliminary remark on method should be made. The account which follows does not attempt to give an exhaustive description of the whole Portuguese colonial system. The method chosen is rather to select various key sectors which appear to be privileged expressions of the whole, and to show their rigorous coherence. An initial criterion guided the selection of the areas examined. They are those where a marked differential is evident between the Portuguese example and the normal colonial pattern. It is through the specific characteristics of Portuguese colonialism that a model of the whole will be suggested. Forced labor. The most notorious single feature of the Portuguese African colonies is their systematic use of forced labor. It is this which immediately identifies the Portuguese variant of colonialism as against all others. Official statistics and statutes are sparser and more misleading in this area than in any other. A great deal of the evidence of the use of forced labor inevitably comes from foreign observers. However, these, together with occasional involuntary official admissions and the open rationale of exploitation, combine to form a picture which is, within limits, precise and consistent. Labor in the Portuguese colonies outside the African subsistence economy is divided into 4 categories: correctional, obligatory, contract and voluntary. 1. Correctional labor. This is a legal penalty inflicted on Africans who infringe the criminal or labor codes. It is also imposed in Mozambique for failure to pay the native head tax. In Angola the penalty is obligatory labor. 2. Obligatory labor. This may be imposed by the government for public works, when voluntary workers are insufficient. The only groups formally exempted from it are those under 14 or over 60, the sick and the invalid, Africans already in employment, recognized chiefs, workers on their first 6 months home after contract work, sepoys, who are often in charge of the labor brigades, and women. Obligatory labor is used mainly on port installations, railroads, sanitation works, and road building and maintenance. All witnesses agree that despite the formal regulations, the use of women and children on local road details is absolutely general in the colonies. Basil Davidson, visiting Angola in 1954, wrote, "Rural roads are invariably built and maintained by the unpaid conscripted labor of the people of the area through which the road passes. These people have to furnish not only their labor but also their own food, and often enough their own tools. Since many men are absent on forced labor elsewhere, the local chief or herdman in whose hands responsibility for the road is left will frequently call up women and quite small children. That is why one sees women with babies on their backs, and pregnant women, and quite small girls, scraping at roads with primitive hoes and carrying cupfuls of earth in little bark containers on their heads, while their headman or his responsible sits nearby moodily hugging his knees. Gwendolyn Carter, who was in Angola in 1959, wrote in almost identical terms. The unpaved roads on which I drove were a great deal worse than any I had used in 3,000-mile auto trip in the Congo. Nevertheless, there are plenty of road works going on in Angola, but almost entirely by women and children. In several places, I saw African women with road tools in their hands hacking away at rough bits in the surface and filling in holes. Once I saw an African overseer with his badges of office, a club and a whip, largely for show but occasionally used. 3. Contract labor. This is the most economically important form of forced labor in the Portuguese colonies, and the one which has been primarily intended by the term in most recent discussions of it. Any African who cannot prove that he has been employed for at least 6 months of the previous year is liable to compulsory labor for the state or private employers. In Mozambique, a government circular, 566/57, of 1947 laid down the conditions for proof that an African was not idle, and so liable to contract labor. I. Self-employed in a profession, commerce, or industry. 2. Permanent employment by the state, administrative corps, or private persons. 3. At least 6 months employment by the above. 4. Employment within the last 6 months in the Union of South Africa or the Rhodesias under a legal contract. V. Cattle raising with at least 50 head of cattle. 6. Registration as an agricultor africano. 7. First year of reserve status after completion of military service. In Angola, a report by the Governor-General to the Minister of the Overseas Provinces in 1953 stated, in accordance with the established regulations, every able-bodied male indigena must be able to prove that he is living on the proceeds of his own work, and it is Basil Davidson, The African Awakening, London, 1955. Gwendolyn Carter, Independence for Africa, London, 1960. Portugal and the End of Ultra-Colonialism. Understood that he is not doing so and that therefore work must be found for him in the case of a. Those who have not put themselves in a position to pay the taxes due to the state, b. Those who do not appear capable of obtaining for themselves the means which are indispensable for the feeding, clothing, and housing of themselves and their families, c. Those who do not live in sanitary houses. Both sets of definitions are framed in such a way as to include potentially almost the entire male African population of the two colonies. The vagueness of the Angolan regulations are flagrant. The Mozambique definitions are equally, if less evidently, vicious. 5 out of the 7 proofs of non-idleness, NOSI-V, involve prior integration into the colonial economic and administrative system. The force of the regulations thus falls on the last 2 categories, agriculture and livestock breeding in the African rural economy. The definitions in these expose a literal 95% or more of the peasantry to forced labor. There are only some 600,000 head of African-owned cattle in Mozambique, hence, even with a maximum distribution of 50 head per herd, only 12,000 Africans could be protected by this rubric. In fact, of course, the number is much smaller. Equally, the number of Africans who receive the state certificate of Agricultor Africano is tiny, as only those who possess plows and other farm machinery have any effective chance of being granted one. Marvin Harris concludes. It can be said with absolute certainty, therefore, that less than 5% of the native, able-bodied males in southern Mozambique are legally entitled to remain within the confines of their homesteads. If this is the extent of the liability for contract labor, what is contract labor itself? It is used indifferently by the state or by private concerns. The administration issues licenses for recruitment to agents or to companies direct. These licenses are of two kinds, with facilities or without facilities. With the first, the agent contracts without actual administrative help. With the second, the local administrative official sponsors and materially assists the recruiter, technically only providing him with names and addresses, but in practice often using intimidation and coercion to secure the quota for which the recruiter has a license, in return for substantial bribes. All witnesses agree on the universal corruption engendered by the system. The system works more or less like this. An up-country planter informs the government that he will be needing so many men, and these are provided for him by the local chef de posto, or district officer. Native recruiters go out into the villages, and collect the necessary number of men, who are then turned over to the planter. But the planter, to be sure of getting all the recruits he needs, usually has to pay off 10 times the contract laborer's wages for 6 months. Nothing more vicious can be imagined. Asterisk. The complement of corruption is violence. The chefo de posto, in receipt of his bribe, instructs the village headman, a creature of the John Gunter, Inside Africa, London, 1955. 90. Administration to round up the required quota from his village, which the headman does by force if necessary. If the village seems slow about meeting its quota, the police may be sent to secure the requisite number. Even married men are sometimes hauled out of their home at night and sent away for 9 months to a year's work on a particular project. Moreover, one term of such work is not sufficient to prevent another one later. Asterisk. There is no question of resistance on the headman's part. Chieftains who are inefficient in their propaganda, i.e. for recruitment, are vulnerable to prosecution for collecting taxes and fines. This is a widespread but illegal practice which the administrators tolerate in order to gain the maximum cooperation from the tribal authorities in the procurement of forced labor. In the case of the large companies or plantation, the company simply certifies the government of its needs. The government calculates the total number of Africans available at that time and allots the company a quota in terms of it, passing the word down to the chef de posto all over the country to round the men up. In 1954, the chief of the Native Affairs Department told Basil Davidson that the government allowed a theoretical average of 33 contract workers for every 100 hectares, 220 acres, of plantation. Wages vary according to area and employer, but never rise above token levels. Barnes in 1928 reckoned that rural wages in Angola were about 2 to 3 escudos a day, 7 D to 9D. Davidson in 1954, estimating price increases at 300% in the intervening period, reported that pay on the plantations was about 4 escudos a day, L/D. In Mozambique, forced laborers receive the minimum legal wage of the area they work in, which ranges from L/3D a day in the Sul de Save to less than 6D. In the remote northern areas of Vila Cabral and Macans. For voluntary labor. Voluntary workers contract directly with their employers, instead of being recruited via the administration. The main practical difference between voluntary and contract labor is that the first is usually carried out in the region where the worker lives. The wages for voluntary labor can be even lower than for contracted labor, see Davidson pages 210-216. In Mozambique, Harris thinks that the threat of contract labor is such as to force workers into voluntary labor under more or less indistinguishable conditions, with the one advantage that they work at home. It can be said with near certainty that about all of the African male workers employed by European agricultural enterprises are shibalos, i.e. forced laborers. In 1953, official figures showed that the average agricultural wage in Mozambique was less than 5 escudos a day, L/3D. It is a fact well known among the European planters that Africans will not voluntarily accept such wages when alternative forms of wage employment in Mozambique's cities and in the neighboring territories pay 2 to 3 times as much under better working conditions. * Marvin Harris, Portugal's African Wards, American Committee on Africa, 1958. Portugal and the End of Ultra-Colonialism. In addition to these forms of indenture, Portuguese Africa is characterized by still another two types of forced labor. 5. Forced cultivation. In northern Mozambique, the main crop is cotton. 12 Portuguese companies have monopoly concessions over the whole area within this territory. Africans are given seed by the companies, assigned acreage quotas by the administration, and must cultivate cotton on their land. When the crop is picked, they must sell it to the companies at fixed prices, pegged well below free market levels. Within concessionary territory, no other wage labor of any kind is permitted. The whole process is coercive, the African has no choice at any stage. The land forcibly converted to cotton cultivation is subtracted from the subsistence economy. The result is frequently famine. Such a phenomenal rise, i.e. in cotton production, had an immediate boomerang effect of reducing almost equally phenomenally the natural native crops. Ground nuts, maize, manioc, kaffir corn, and beans all reached almost famine production figures in the north of the colony. The Catholic Bishop of Beira in a recent book wrote, "I know a region which used to be a granary for lands afflicted with hunger." After the cotton campaign was begun there, the fertile fields ceased to supply food for the neighboring population, and the people of the region itself also began to feel hunger. There belongs to my diocese a region in which for 6 months the black spectre of hunger reaped the lives of the inhabitants. The crop itself is bought at derisory prices. In 1956, 519,000 African sellers were paid an average of £4 a person for a year's crop. The Bishop of Beira reported that in some districts the African is paid 50 to 90 escudos, 14/D to 22/6D, for cotton from land on which he could grow foodstuffs worth 46 to 80 times as much, 2,000 to 4,000 escudos, £2 tens to £5. He concludes, what difference is there between the activities of these natives and those who work as contracted laborers on the farms? None. Or better yet, a difference does exist. The contract laborers receive clothing, food, and board. Here, nothing of this is supplied. Whether the farm produces or does not produce, the contract laborer receives a salary. Here they receive the price of the cotton if the seeding is successful, and in case it isn't, as occurs in bad years for this kind of crop, they receive nothing. 6. Migrant labor. In 1909, the Mozambique Transvaal Convention was signed, and it was renewed in 1928, 1934, 1936, and 1940. In its present form it provides for an annual import of a maximum of 100,000 Mozambique Africans to the Transvaal gold mines, in return for which 47.5% of all seaborne import traffic to the Johannesburg area must pass through Lourenco Mark, and some 340,000 cases of citrus fruit from the Union must be exported through it. The Portuguese government is paid about £1.18 for each recruit, and is given half of the recruit's wages for repayment to him on his return. No contract can be for longer than 18 consecutive months, and repatriation is automatic. A subsidiary of the Transvaal Chamber of Mines, the Witwatersrand Native Labour Association, WNLA, has a monopoly of recruitment south of the 22nd parallel in * Marvin Harris, OPCIT. 92. Mozambique. As the mine wages, low as they are higher than the pay for contract labor in Mozambique, there is no difficulty about recruitment. When the hunt for ship aloes is intensified in a particular district, the recruiting posts of the WNLA, which are strategically placed throughout southern Mozambique, are suddenly deluged with Africans anxious to sign mine contracts. Since even the low wages paid by the mines are several-fold greater than the prevailing agricultural wage within Mozambique, the indigene regards emigration as his best defense against the Chivolo system. The situation of the Mozambique African is so desperate that there is a considerable volume of clandestine emigration to the Rand, in addition to the legal flow of some 75,000 a year. In 1954 there were 173,433 registered Mozambique Africans alone in the Transvaal. There are quite certainly a great many unregistered as well. The Mozambique recruits on the Rand form the hardcore of the mine's labor force. They are both the most regular and the most docile source of supply. The clandestine emigrants outside the mines, some 60,000, are equally welcome to South African employers. Fear of repatriation makes them amenable to exceptionally low wages by South African standards. North of the 22nd parallel and south of the Zambesi, Mozambique labor is recruited for southern Rhodesia. The numbers are as great. In 1954 178,870 recruits were working in southern Rhodesia. Finally, another 6,000 or so are shipped off to work on the plantations of South Ohm. Allowing for a total of 50,000 clandestine emigrants from the province, some 400,000 Mozambique Africans would be working outside the province, or two-thirds of the total male workforce in southern Mozambique. Marcelo Caetano, then a high official in the Salazar regime, estimated the number at some 500,000 in 1954. In Angola, about 15,000 to 20,000 Africans are legally recruited for labor in northern Rhodesia and southwest Africa a year. Illegal emigration, particularly to the Congo, has probably been much higher. Contracted labor outside the Portuguese colonies is more attractive to Africans than inside them. But both the conditions of migrant labor and the pressure behind it, reveal it as differing only in degree, not in structure, from forced labor under Portuguese conditions. The wages are still brutally low, 3/ a day for an underground miner, 2/3d. For a surface worker, lower in fact than they were 60 years ago. Casualties are heavy. Over 80,000 Mozambique Africans have died on the Rand in the last 60 years, the mortality rate was 67.6 per 1,000 in the first decade. Duffy says flatly, the Mozambique South African Convention is an international projection of contract labor, and the judgment is valid for migrant labor from Portuguese Africa generally. The human oppression involved in Portuguese forced labor is of a brutality and intensity that has no parallel anywhere else on the continent. It is the absolute, literal nadir of African misery. The James Duffy, Portuguese Africa, Harvard, 1959. Portugal and the End of Ultra-Colonialism. Evidence is incontrovertible, more Africans emigrate, legally or illegally, from the Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique than from any other areas in the whole of Africa. Official calculations, Marcelo Caetano, estimate 500,000 for each territory. The real total is probably higher. There are Angolan emigrants in the ex-French Congo, the ex-Belgian Congo, in northern Rhodesia, in southwest Africa. There are Mozambique emigrants in Transvaal, Natal, southern Rhodesia, Nyasaland and Tanganyika. There are emigrants from Portuguese Guinea in Guinea and Senegal. The population density of Nyasaland itself may be partly due to an excessive hidden influx of Africans from Mozambique. A table of emigration compiled for selected South, Central, and East African territories from 1950–1954 shows that emigration from Mozambique alone almost equaled the total of all the other territories combined, numbers in thousands. Sudan, to Uganda. 2.6 Uganda, to Tanganyika, Zanzibar. 1.3 Kenya, to Uganda, Tanganyika, Zanzibar. 19.1 Tanganyika, to Zanzibar, Nyasaland. 29.0 Rwanda-Urundi, to Congo, Tanganyika, Star. 27.4 Congo, to Uganda. 4.2 Northern Rhodesia, to Congo, Tanganyika, S. Rhodesia, Union of South Africa. 52.6 Nyasaland, to Tanganyika, Zanzibar, S. Rhodesia, Union of South Africa. 109.7 Southern Rhodesia, to Union of South Africa. 30.0 Bechuanaland, to N. Rhodesia, S. Rhodesia, Union of South Africa. 19.0 294.9 Mozambique, to Zanzibar, Tanganyika, Nyasaland, S. Rhodesia, Union of South Africa. 238.9 The 1947 report of Henrique Galvio on the condition of Angola is probably overdrawn in places, but it remains the classic verdict on the human society created by forced labor. The population flees en masse and deserts the land and its homes, and the territories become empty. It is clandestine emigration which, ever more rapidly, drains away the peoples of Guinea, Mozambique, and Angola, which in Angola is responsible for the grave demographic anemia one notes in this colony. There stay at home only the old and infirm, the women and children and incapable. The physical decadence of the native population is a reality which cannot pass unobserved even by the most casual observer. Infant mortality reaches a figure of 60%, and a death rate as high as 40% is not rare among workers themselves. Figures are mute, static. They don't shout, they don't tell of pain. One needs to go and see for oneself, one needs to encourage those who want to see. They. 94. Government has become the main recruiter and distributor of native labor, to a point where settlers call on the Department of Native Affairs with written demands for supply of labor, which they hand in without embarrassment. The term supply, fournisseur, is used indifferently of goods or men. The idea that the native is simply a beast of burden still prevails. The indifference for the physical and moral health of their laborers is evident. In some respects the situation is more grave than that created by pure slavery. Under slavery the bought man, acquired as a head of cattle, was regarded as an asset by his master. He was interested in keeping him healthy and strong and agile in the same way as he would look after his horse or his bull. Today, the native is not bought, he is simply rented from the government, though he may have the status of a free man. His master could hardly care less if he falls ill or dies as long as he goes on working while he lives. When he becomes unable to work or when he dies, the master can always ask to be supplied with another laborer. Only the dead are really exempt from forced labor. Forced labor has at one time or another been used by almost all colonial regimes in Africa. It was particularly flagrant in French Equatorial Africa, Cameroon, Ubangi, Chad, up to 1945, in the form of forced commodity quotas of cotton. Madagascar in the 20s and 30s was as bad. It was widespread in Italian Ethiopia. It still exists in South Africa in the form of penal labor for infringement of past laws. Pay is 90 a day. But in most cases it was either of only marginal significance in the economy as a whole, administrative drafts for road and hydraulic works in the Congo, the tobacco plantations in the Union, or represented an initial and transitional phase of economic development in the territory. Portuguese Africa is unique both in the continuity and the scale of its use of forced labor. Continuity: slavery was legally abolished throughout the Portuguese Empire in 1869. The first labor code, of 1878, authorized the coercive contracting of Africans who were judged vagrants. Thus almost no change ensued on formal abolition. Practically, free labor did not exist in the colonies. The employer felt less obligation to the contracted laborer than he had formerly to his slaves. The servaque, the contracted laborers, were maintained at subsistence level. In 1898 a royal committee on Portuguese Africa stated that the state, not only as a sovereign of semi-barbaric populations, but also as a depository of social authority, should have no scruples in obliging and, if necessary, forcing, italics in the original, these rude Negroes in Africa, these ignorant pariahs in Asia, these half-savages in Oceania to work, that is, to better themselves by work, to acquire through work the happiest means of existence, to civilize themselves through work. In 1914 a new labor code was issued, whose first article read, "Every sound native in the Portuguese colonies is subject under this law to the moral and legal obligation of providing Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. By means of work, his sustenance, and of progressively bettering his social condition." In 1906, forced labor on the South Ome cocoa plantation was exposed by Nevinson in his book A Modern Slavery, and the scandal was international. In 1909 the Quaker cocoa manufacturer, Cadbury, confirmed Nevinson's findings in labor in Portuguese West Africa. In 1925 the American sociologist Edward Ross published a detailed report on forced labor in Angola. Since the war the accounts of Davidson, Gunter, and Harris, see above, have made it clear that the essential system, informed by the principles of the 1898 report, remains unchanged to this day. Scale: forced labor remains the flywheel of the country's whole economy, wrote Davidson in 1954. The image is exact, if anything it understates. Davidson claims that in 1954, the files of the Native Affairs Department in Luanda, which he was shown, revealed the following proportion of forced to voluntary labor: contract labor 379,000, voluntary labor 400,000, total 779,000. He was later attacked for this by a spokesman for the Portuguese administration, who quoted official released figures as 142,674 contract laborers in Angola in 1953 and 99,771 in 1954. But there is no reason to disbelieve Davidson. While there are many for mistrusting government statistics, the latest official figure for 1958 was 130,141 contratados. In the absence of other evidence, his figures may be taken as accurate. In Mozambique, the figures are more accessible and definite. 519,000 cotton conscripts, 100,000 contracted agricultural workers, 400,000 migrant contracted workers. 1,019,000 total. The total labor force is about 2,094,000, 1954 figures for Mozambique, including migrant workers. However, the structural significance of forced labor completely overshadows its statistical importance. The existence of pure forced labor on this scale has a permanent deforming effect on all other types of labor. The process is clearest in the case of voluntary labor. As has been seen, the practical difference between voluntary and contract work is reduced to a matter of location. In some cases, voluntary work is even paid less than forced labor. The threat of forcible displacement is enough to ensure acceptance of inhuman wages and conditions on the spot. In the same way, migrant labor in the Portuguese colonies becomes a refracted mode of forced labor itself. The recruits to the RAND are not simply responding to ordinary economic incentives. Their migration is an active flight from a specific oppression, the contract system. In its origins, the RAND labor influx was a press gang affair. Now probably there is little need for Basil Davidson, OPCIT. 96. Directly coercive recruiting. Not merely because conditions in the mines have improved, but because coercion has already been exercised, migrant labor is its effect at one remove. In Portuguese Africa, forced labor is the secret of the most innocent employment, the basis of the best paid occupation. The violence it introduces into society is a contagion. Immediately or mediately, actually or latently, it settles on everything and deforms it. In the end, violence tends to coincide with the very notion of social relations themselves. The Angolan Revolution was to reveal how far this tendency had become reality. Portuguese overseas domination has been defined as ultra-colonialism, that is, both the most extreme and the most primitive modality of colonialism. Forced labor in the Portuguese colonies is the most extreme form of exploitation existent anywhere in Africa. Its human regime is a degradation beyond anything that any other colonialism has produced. But at the same time, forced labor, the edifice, an emblem of Portuguese colonialism, provides the clearest evidence of its retardation. Any colonial power in occupation of an underdeveloped territory is faced with an initial problem when it moves to valorize the economic resources of its colony. How is it to mobilize enough manpower to get an efficient apparatus of exploitation working? It is almost invariably confronted with a rural subsistence economy. How is it to siphon off enough labor to start an exchange sector? Almost all the colonial powers began by using some form of coercion. It was the easiest and cheapest solution. Forced labor furnished the primitive accumulation of European colonialism in Africa, in the rubber forests of the Congo Basin, in the cotton delta of the Sherry Lagoon, on the sisal plantations of Tanganyika. A surplus was extracted from peasants wrenched by force from their subsistence farming. At this stage, the degree of capitalization was very small, and allowed for no margin of incentives to be offered the African at all. As capitalization proceeded, the situation changed. Three factors combined to effect a conversion, which is still only partial, to an incentive-driven labor force. The first was political and external, the role of trade unions, social democrat and socialist parties in the metropolitan countries. Amelioration of the labor regime at home to some extent influenced revisions overseas. This was not a major factor. In many instances powerful labor movements in Europe did absolutely nothing to alter the statutes of colonial regimes. The Congo and Indonesia are glaring examples. The crucial levers of change were of a quite different kind. In the first place, the logic of a transformer imperialism, as has already been said, see Part I, is the creation of a consumer market in the imperial dependency. 4. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. This, a minimum monetary income for the African population is necessary. At the same time, increasing capitalization and improved technology effect a massive rationalization of the whole mode of exploitation of the colony's resources. Profits and productivity soar. But the indispensable complement of an advanced technology is a sophisticated workforce. The more complex a machine process, the more skilled and fit the operative must be. No advanced industrial process can be run on malnutrition and illiteracy. At this point, the whole style of the imperialism changes, terror gives way to paternalism. The Union Minière regime in Katanga, with its capital-intensive techniques and extensive welfare policies, is the only developed example of this type of imperial control in Africa. But it is the logic of any industrializing colonialism except in cases where there is a considerable white labor force, when the African proletariat can be permanently held at a low level of skills. The one major apparent exception in fact significantly confirms the rule. South Africa, the most industrialized single area in the continent, still makes extensive use of what is tantamount to forced labor. Africans are confined to reserves which cannot support them at even subsistence level, and are only allowed out on signature of a contract for the gold mines, for which there is a monopoly recruiting agency. However, it is precisely the economic irrationality of the South African gold industry which makes this necessary. Rand ore is of such low grade and by now lies so deep that in normal conditions its extraction would be nowhere near economically viable. About 160,000 tons of ore have to be processed to wring out a ton of gold. Mines with richer and more accessible deposits than this have simply been abandoned in Australia or the USA, where the labor force has some collective bargaining power. There is only one reason why in these circumstances South Africa can maintain the largest gold industry in the world, an enormous apparatus of terror, which ensures a subsistence workforce. Even so, a vast influx of migrant labor, about 200,000 in all, from the far less developed surrounding territories is necessary as a supplement to the flow from the reserves. In this sense South Africa is a, relatively, industrialized peninsula relying on a huge underdeveloped hinterland to preserve an anachronistic economy. The exception it apparently poses in fact strikingly confirms the rule that economically rationalized colonial exploitation tends towards paternalism. Portuguese use of forced labor can now be seen in context. It is the ramshackle instrument of a colonial power which has never been able to realize a transformer relation to its dependencies or even to its own economy. Portugal has never had the resources to export serious amounts of fixed capital to its colonies. There has never been a real technological investment of the colonial terrain. And so economic development has never reached a point where incentives can come into play. Hence the mass use of forced labor. In a situation where the exchange economy is itself so primitive that it holds no attractive power for the peasant, undisguised coercion must be used to smash the subsistence sector. Hence the Chivolo system and its attendant. 98. Devices: first, vagrancy clauses, then the classic head tax to force the peasant into the monetary sector. As in South Africa, whole areas of economic activity are fundamentally irrational, and are only sustained and made profitable by the use of forced labor. The whole cotton industry of northern Mozambique, the colony's main export crop, is a precarious creation in a basically unsuitable climatic and pedological environment. More than this, the whole use of forced labor itself incarnates the irrationality of the economic system at large, the very irrationality which, in a pure vicious circle, is responsible for its existence in the first place. Forced labor is an attempted solution to the problem of labor shortage. In Angola, at least, this would have existed even for an industrially equipped colonialism, because of the ravages of the slave trade, which had depopulated the area of some 4 million people by the time it came to an end. However, Portuguese forced labor, designed to solve a shortage of labor, inevitably ends by intensifying it. The work regime imposed on the Africans is so oppressive that a massive and continual exodus from the colonies is provoked, thus aggravating the demographic anemia which was partly responsible for the process in the first place. The logical conclusion of the whole system is the acceptance and even encouragement of the phenomenon under official auspices, amounting to its conversion from emigration to administratively organized export. As in the 17th century, the economy is left unchanged and even weakened, for the sake of the receipts brought in by the export of labor. Without gold there is no South Africa, and without Mozambique there is no gold, would almost be a fitting reformulation of the old adage * by an astonishing anachronism. Mozambique's relation to the South African economy of today is in many ways almost a facsimile of Angola's relation to the Brazilian economy 3 centuries ago. Forced labor, then, is the crux of the Portuguese colonial system, the phenomenon which most immediately and unerringly reveals its specific nature, its twin hallmarks of extremism and archaism. It can now be seen how the other dimensions of Portuguese colonialism conform to the pattern which it sets. 2. Settlement. The efficient exploitation of a colony obviously demands not only available and utilizable African labor, but effective white presence and control. A second major index of the character of Portuguese colonialism is the extent and type of its colonization. It has been seen now up to the last decade of the 19th century, Portuguese settlements in Africa were small and stagnant. At the turn of the 1870s there were probably altogether about 3,000 Portuguese south of the equator. Significantly, the first considerable contingent of settlers to any Portuguese African colony in the classic period of imperial seizure were not Portuguese at all. They were * without sugar there is no Brazil and without Angola there is no sugar. See Part INLR 15. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Boers, the Thirstland trekkers, a group which left the Mafeking area in 1875 to escape British control, and trekked north through Bechuanaland and southwest Africa, reaching Portuguese territory in 1880. There were 300 survivors of this journey, 600 had started out, the largest band of settlers seen in Angola up to that time. It will be remembered that the whole white population of Angola had been calculated at only 1,025 years before, by Livingstone. The Boer settlement at Humpata provoked the Lisbon government to make great efforts to counter this foreign initiative. Impoverished, generally ignorant families were recruited in all parts of the metropolis to be sent off at the government's expense to southern Angola to insulate the Boer community. This dirigiste and administratively financed colonization set an important precedent. Its immediate outcome was not very successful, however. Average Portuguese emigration to Africa was about 400 persons a year for the 1850s through to the 1890s. In the 1890s it rose to about 1,502,000 a year. About 1900 the government abandoned the emigration policy. At that date, the Portuguese population of Angola stood at about 9,000, the bulk of whom were military and administrative personnel. The figure was probably much the same for Mozambique. The early years of the 20th century showed a slow improvement. By about 1930, the white and mestizo populations of Angola and Mozambique were: Angola, 1927, Mozambique, 1928, white. 42,843 17,800 mestizo. 8,350. 42,843 26,150 total population. 3,500,000. Government-sponsored colonization schemes continued all this time, but were markedly less successful in consolidating Portuguese presence than the unsponsored inflow of bureaucratic and entrepreneurial personnel. However, overall emigration figures began to show a major increase from the 1940s onwards, and in the last 10 years the flow has become wide and rapid, particularly to Angola, 1940, 1950, 1960 Angola. 44,000, 79,000, 200,000 Mozambique. 27,500, 48,000, 80,000. Assuming that climatic conditions are the main single determinant of white settlement, Portuguese colonization now compares adequately with other areas where the relative effort involved in white adaptation is similar. The Alto Plano of Angola, the B and Huila plateaus, lies some 3,000 to 5,000 feet above sea level, well above malarial and sufficiently above Tsetsa zones, has an annual mean temperature centering on 18 degrees to 20 degrees, and a rainfall of some 1,000 millimeters. Mozambique is much less favored. In the main it lies much lower, 1 to 1,000 feet, its humidity is much greater, and the general Duffy, OPCIT. 100. Climatic type is closer to tropical Africa. A comparison with other Central and Southern African territories confirms that settler density in both colonies is relatively heavy. Selected Central and Southern African territories ratio of white to African population: South Africa 1, 3 Bechuana land 1, 77 SW. Africa 1, 6 Congo 1, 130 Angola 1, 20 Nyassa land 1, 280 N Rhodesia 1, 30 Tanganyika 1, 450 Kenya 1, 70 Rwanda Urundi 1, 600 Mozambique 1, 75 Uganda 1, 640. At first sight then, Portuguese colonization appears to have been normal and effective. However, the extent of this immigration in itself conveys almost nothing of its type. For various considerations indicate that, despite its volume, Portuguese colonization of the African territories is not by any means necessarily similar in kind, and thus in significance, to white immigration elsewhere in southern and central Africa. Emigration is a classically ambiguous phenomenon. It may indicate exactly opposite extremes of social tonus, superabundance and dynamism, or stagnation and anemia. Its meaning clearly depends on whether it is the only alternative in an utterly untenable situation or a maximum alternative in a situation which allows several viable options. In the first case it is flight, in the other conquest. Normally, of course, it is a mixture of the two. The relative weight of each element, however, is usually clear enough. Irish emigration, in the second half of the 19th century, ran to an overall average of 59,000 a year, from a population of about 4.12 million between 1861 and 1921, a period punctuated by repeated famine. In the same period, English emigration averaged around 35,000, from a population which rose from 28 million to 44 million, during which time real wages rose well over 100%. The disproportion in scale only emphasizes the dissimilarity in cause. In this perspective, Portuguese colonial emigration emerges in a clearly different light from, say, British and South African emigration to southern Rhodesia, the latter in particular representing an almost pure case of maximum emigration, which has been running at a comparable level in the last decade. Between 1939 and 1958, metropolitan real wages dropped by 1/3 in Portugal. In the same period, the average wage of the British industrial worker rose by 2/3. The character of the two immigrations is thus sharply distinct. The difference is underlined by a second aspect of Portuguese colonization which sets it off from all other white settlements in Africa. This is the existence of large-scale unemployment in the European population itself. Few official figures of any kind are released on this, but the phenomenon is attested to by virtually all competent observers recently in the colonies. It is particularly acute in Angola. The correspondent of Le Monde in Angola in early 1960 reported that there were 20,000 white unemployed in the country, official St. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Mates gave 7,000. An observer correspondent in 1961 estimated a figure of 10,000 for Luanda alone. The total white population of Luanda is probably about 50,000. White unemployment on this scale is unique in Africa. All the possible explanations for it once again indicate a basic discrepancy between Portuguese and normal imperialism. On the one hand, white unemployment in the colonies might be interpreted as an extreme symptom of the fugitive emigration already discussed. The centrifugal pressures of the metropolitan situation may be so strong as to overwhelm all economic rationality, driving its victims blindly from one situation of unemployment or underemployment onto another. At the same time, the phenomenon suggests that the level of capitalization of the colonial terrain is still very low, producing only limited job opportunities within a simple and rigid employment structure. A final consideration is complementary: the degree of cultural accumulation. A low level of equipment almost certainly correlates to a lack of skills. The Portuguese unemployed in the colonial cities may well be unemployable at any level higher than the unskilled manual labor to which the African is relegated, and which in the colonial situation is unthinkable for the European. Caught between an impossible metropolitan situation, an incomplete colonial economy and an African proletariat, the poor Portuguese immigrant helplessly swells the ranks of a lumpen coloniat characterized by the most virulent of racialisms. The peculiar character of the Portuguese colonial immigrant is highlighted by the official colonization schemes, which form an appropriate conclusion to any account of white settlement in Portuguese Africa. In Angola and Mozambique, a number of wholly administratively created settlement projects have been set in motion. These colonization schemes are systematized and planned down to the minutest detail by the Lisbon government, which defrays their cost from the Colonial Development Plan. In post-war African colonial history, there is no parallel to them. The nearest point of comparison are the Italian settlement programs in Libya and Ethiopia in the 1920s and 30s. The projects amount to the administrative transplantation of entire peasant communities from the home country to the colony, and the reconstruction there of a habitat as nearly as possible identical, down to the smallest detail, with the village they have left behind. In the model area of Sela on the Huila Plateau in Angola, some 375 families or 2,000 persons have since 1953 been brought in to form a total of around 12,000 cultivable acres, an average holding of 30 acres per family. In addition, each family is given about 100 acres of grazing land. At Guiga in Mozambique, some 4,500 to 5,000 families have been settled in the Limpopo Valley and given 2 acres of irrigated land per working person, up to a total of 10 acres per family, and some 60 acres each of non-irrigated land for grazing purposes. The colonists are provided with houses, gardens, orchards, livestock, seed, and agricultural implements. At Sela, the first village was called after Salazar's 102 birthplace Vimiro. All African labor is officially forbidden on these meticulous recreations of rural Portugal. The slogan which inspires them runs, "To each man his hoe." These extraordinary creations reveal more vividly than anything else the peculiarities of Portuguese colonization in Africa in the 20th century. The normal process of colonialism in an underdeveloped country involves the transformation of an indigenous subsistence peasantry into a dispossessed rural or urban proletariat, contained within an articulated economic complex manned at all points of control by whites of various levels of skills. But Portugal has never had either the capital equipment to install, or the skilled manpower to staff, such a complex. Hence it has resorted to the almost incredible device of creating alongside, or rather in place of, the African peasantry, a colonial European peasantry. The eviction of the one by the other involves almost no agronomic advance at all, it merely relieves population pressure in the home country. Once again, the pattern of ultra-colonialism asserts itself. A surplus which cannot be extracted by technological investment is wrung by main force. Or rather, an attempt is made to wring it. All the indications are that the colonization schemes, epitomes of the contradictions of a pre-industrial colonialism, are a massive financial waste. The cost of these expatriate villages is astronomical. the Times correspondent who visited the Sela settlement in mid-1960 reported that the average cost of settlement was £2,500 a person, if the administrative and service personnel supported by the villages, about 1,500 persons, was included, and was about £4,500 for each actual member of the farming community, whether economically active or not. The same correspondent, commenting on the Portuguese community in Angola as a whole, added, "The whites, who number about 170,000 are mostly peasants little more skilled than the 4,200,000 Africans in the country." The farming he judged to be of a very low standard indeed, so low that families were drifting off the land to swell the urban employed, while those who remained inevitably began despite official prohibitions to exploit native labor. Administrators there are turning a blind eye to the employment of Africans by Portuguese farmers. The colonization schemes, attempting to transplant the Portuguese countryside physically to Africa, are obviously of ideological inspiration. Their place in the system of Portuguese imperial mystique will be examined in a later section. For the moment, the relevant point is that the form this bureaucratic initiative has taken is once again a manifest expression of the root debility of Portuguese colonialism. The phenomena of white unemployment and a white peasantry are in full logical continuity with the phenomenon of black forced labor. 3 missions. All the European powers, even the most de-Christianized, have sponsored massive and continuous Christian missionary activity in their colonies. The reason is easy to see. The conversion of the native population represents, even if only symbolically, its incorporation. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism into the mental and cultural universe of the white. It thus has the value, even to the most atheist and anti-clerical colonial administration, of initiating the process of disciplinary adaptation to European cultural norms. Besides this objective significance, conversion also has an important psychological function within the white community itself. Confronted with the frightening, fathomless alterity of the African population, its opaque and menacing presence outside the familiar, regulated universe of white society, an immense fear often seizes the settler. He suddenly experiences the vast, protective vault of European culture as incomplete, and trembles at the darkness beyond. One in a situation of extreme insecurity, organized religion, intent on converting the African, reassures. Christianity in colonial areas is a domestication of the indigenous population. Objectively, it breaks the African into European thought and mores. Subjectively, it frees the European of his terrors of the African by including him within the same canon as himself. At the same time, it has a crucial additional merit for any colonizer. It represents an ideal arrested threshold of acculturation for the native. A colonial system needs a subject population with a certain minimal level of Europeanization, for the purposes of order and exploitation. On the other hand, too great an assimilation of European culture and techniques would directly threaten the inequality on which the entire colonial order rests. The Christian religion offers almost the perfect device for securing the fruits of the first, without incurring the dangers of the second. Religion is at once the least utilizable but the most formally resumptive single sector of European culture. It is also one of the most simplifiable. Hence its unique value as an instrument of rigorously limited and controlled acculturation. The native acquires enough elements of white culture to be disciplined and obedient, but not enough to become competent and initiating. 2. By exposing the African to what is formally a central, but in fact a peripheral and profoundly inefficacious area of white culture, colonialism is able to secure the precarious miracle of the arrested threshold. For how long, will be examined later. 1. This is no literary fancy. As stolid a witness as Marjorie Parham confesses. Many years ago, when waiting in Aden for a ship to take me across to Somaliland, then still a pretty wild place, I suddenly had a feeling that I could not leave the relative civilization of Aden and plunge into that unknown land across the sea. It was not ordinary physical fear, certainly not sexual fear. It was the fear that myself, this white, English, self-loved, cultivated self, would in some way be lost, overwhelmed. Among tens of thousands of other beings, not necessarily inferior but utterly alien and uncomprehending. The nightmare feeling passed. Wreath Lecture 4, 1961. 2. For a poignant example of awareness by an indigenous population of this function of conversion, see Peter Worsley, The Trumpet Shall Sound, London, 1957. He quotes an anthropologist: "The education given by the mission is largely an adjunct of its primary aim to secure converts to the Christian faith. The instruction received aims little higher than a sufficient literacy to increase the pupil's understanding of the scriptures," and adds, "Melanesians became so convinced that real education was being withheld from them that they placed special emphasis in their cult programs upon obtaining the secret which the white man was concealing. This secret was sometimes declared to be the first page of the Bibles they gave the Icelanders." The same profoundly expressive myth of the incomplete Bible was current in the Kimbanguist movement in the Congo. Cf. Anderson, Messianic Movements in the Lower Congo, Uppsala, 1952. 104. Portuguese missionary activity in Africa began at the very opening of European penetration, in the 15th century. In a unique episode, an attempt was made to Christianize a major African people, the Bakongo, by treating on apparently equal terms with its ruler, and converting him to the faith. In 1491, the supreme Bakongo ruler was baptized and became King Jao. His son Afonso succeeded him about 1505 and ruled the Congo Basin for over 30 years as a Christian monarch. Christianization, however, remained limited to court circles. Portuguese colonists rapidly dominated royal policy, and the slave trade began its ravages. Under these conditions, it was not long before Christian influence disappeared. The white population died, fled, or was absorbed. The Congo chiefs became more and more despotic and the unity of the kingdom crumbled. São Salvador, the Bakongo capital, was a deserted city in 1690, its 12 churches, its walls and fortresses in ruins. Farther south, in Angola proper, missionary activity was for a long period dominated, significantly, by non-Portuguese, Italian Capuchins. From about 1650 to 1750 or later, some 400 friars labored to convert the African population in the hinterland behind Luanda. Their efforts were wholly ephemeral, but the scale and energy of their attempt compares dramatically with the specifically Portuguese Catholic program. When the Capuchins had gone, religious activity in Angola rapidly came to a standstill. By 1850 there were only 5 priests in all Angola. In desperation, the Portuguese government appealed to the Capuchins to return, only to meet with refusal. Finally, another foreign clerical organization, this time the French Fathers of the Saint-Esprit, had to be called in by the Vatican. In the second half of the 19th century these fathers penetrated southern Angola, establishing missions and seminaries there. In Mozambique, missionary activity was carried on mainly by Portuguese Dominicans. Despite intensive campaigns, proselytization was, as always when unsupported by a coherent military and economic machine, wholly ineffective and ephemeral. In 1825 there were just 10 priests in the whole colony, and of these 7 were Goans. By the middle of the century in some years there was not a single missionary in the interior and only 3 or 4 along the coast. The situation improved towards the end of the century, but this period also brought an influx of foreign missionaries, German friars, French Montfort and Salesian fathers, Italian Consolate friars. The Salazar regime, under the official rubric of faith, family, toil, is intensely and avowedly Catholic. It has already been seen how Catholicism plays an absolutely pivotal role in the ideological and power political structure of the regime. See Part 1. It may be added that Portugal is usually considered the single most saturatedly Catholic country in Europe. In these circumstances it is not surprising that the official religion of the home country receives state blessing overseas. Article 140 of the Portuguese Constitution states, Portuguese Catholic missions overseas and those establishments preparing personnel for that service shall be protected and aided. Duffy, OPCIT. Portugal and the End of Ultra-Colonialism. by the state as institutions of instruction and assistance and instruments of civilization. With a totally and reportedly devoutly Catholic home country, an authoritarian and nationalist political regime, and official backing for Catholic and national proselytization, all the conditions for massive conversion in this century seem to be united. In these circumstances one would expect a particularly complete and impressive absorption of the African population into the fold of the Church. The published figures for Christianization are almost certainly overcalculated, but they alone are a shock in view of the conditions just outlined. According to the 1950 census they run as follows: Catholic Protestant Angola 1,500,000 540,000 Mozambique 210,000 60,000. In each case, a third of the Christian community is heretical, despite the non-existence of any Protestant minority in Portugal whatsoever. The Protestant missionaries are, of course, foreigners. The main denominations represented are the British Baptists, the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, the United Church of Canada, the American Methodist Episcopal Church, and the Brethren. However, even the figures above conceal more than they reveal. If one looks at the number of priests from each confession in the colonies, the comparison is even more startling. Angola, 1957, Mozambique, 1957, Catholic. 387 310 Protestant. 300 200. It is clear from this that Protestant ministry to the converted is probably far more thorough and continuous than is the case in the Catholic community. The links between clergy and laity are thus almost certainly much closer. This impression is confirmed by data on the contribution of the Protestant missions to such African education as exists in the Portuguese colonies. In a situation where secondary education is almost unknown, the impact of these missions on primary and rudimentary, i.e. sub-primary, schooling is, at least in Angola, of some importance. Angola 1954 Primary schools teachers students government 139 293 10,979 Catholic 24 Protestant 42 286,454 Private 132. Again, the figures are probably deceptive. The quality of instruction in the Protestant schools appears to be markedly higher than in their Catholic counterparts, so much so, that a quasi-elite of Protestant-educated Africans seems to have been created. When the War of National Liberation broke out in early 1961, Portuguese repression struck with special and conscious ruthlessness against this group. 106. Suspected of providing the leadership for the revolution. Both Roberto and Pinnock, leaders of the UPA, were educated in British Baptist missionary schools in the Congo province of Angola. Once again, the contradictions of Portuguese colonialism are evident. The mostly intensely and bigotedly Catholic colonial power has been powerless to prevent the usurpation of Catholic spiritual authority over a large proportion of the colonial population. The placid process of Christianization has been changed into a stealthy instigation of disaffection. For in as officially and explicitly a Catholic milieu as the Salazarist Portuguese colonies, Protestantism assumes an explosive potential far beyond its normal significance. It is a breach in a system which anywhere in the world offers itself as total and exclusive, but which in Angola or Mozambique, as in Portugal itself, carries in addition the official imprimatur of the state. It has been seen how, in the absence of a developed political ideology, Catholicism plays an absolutely crucial role in the maintenance of the Salazarist regime. When a regime ties itself as tightly to the Church as this, the political consequences of allowing unorthodox religion to gain ground in the subject population are bound in the long run to be disastrous. The more acute Portuguese settlers have seen this clearly enough. The arrested threshold is not easy to maintain even in areas where there is denominational unity between the colonial administration and the missions. Individual missionaries are not always impervious to the nature of colonial rule, while their doctrine can have certain obvious latent dangers for the administration in its impact on African consciousness. More important, the process of education itself has its own momentum, and cannot always be arbitrarily halted. But in the Portuguese colonies, the contradiction between a Catholic colonialism and Protestant Christianization has in certain key areas, notably the Bakongo populated provinces of Angola, overthrown the device altogether, and in doing so seriously weakened the whole structure of colonial authority there. The paradox of a self-emblazoned Catholic power unable to effect competent proselytization of its own colonial population, and yielding ground to Protestant missionary activism, is striking. Only in East Africa, Uganda and Tanganyika has anything comparable occurred. In these territories, the Catholic population now outnumbers the Protestant, despite a hitherto Protestant administration. However, two major differences between British and Portuguese colonialism make this less surprising than the situation in Angola and Mozambique. In the first place, the British administration has never had anything like such an intimate or pivotal relationship with the Church of England as the Portuguese government has with the Catholic Church. The official status of the Church of England is in comparison a purely paper affair. In the second place, Britain as a metropolitan country has a relatively small but active and influential Catholic minority, whereas Portuguese Protestantism is unknown. Given these differences, the anomaly of sizable Protestant populations in the Portuguese colonies remains. At the same time, the Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism phenomenon is in keeping with the general contours of Portuguese colonialism as they have emerged so far. Missionary activism is a symptom of a wider elan. From the time when da Gama at the dawn of European imperialism said "I seek Christians and spices," it has always been one dimension of the total colonial enterprise, and as such suggestive of all the others. Portugal's impotence to ensure uniform Catholicism is the same impotence as its inability to build an incentive-driven colonial economy, or to provide an appropriate settler influx. But in this case the outcome, foreign substitution, is different, and portentous. The precedent it sets will be repeated elsewhere. For ideology, theory and practice, the overseas territories of Portugal are given the generic name provinces. They are an integral part of the Portuguese state. Articles 134 and 135 of the Constitution. Officially, Guinea, Timor or Mozambique are Portuguese provinces, identical in nature and statute to Trás-os-Montes or Alentejo, common areas of a single, indivisible national community. In the Portuguese view, there are no colonial territories subject to the metropolitan community. There is a single national community covering a territory which is juridically one despite geographical separation. But if all the geographical units comprising this multi-continental Portugal have the same status, their inhabitants do not. The special statute governing the mainland African provinces is the Decree Law No. 39.666. According to its provisions, indigenas, natives, are persons of Negro race or their descendants, who do not yet have the education and the individual and social customs necessary for the complete enforcement of the private and public law applicable to Portuguese citizens. The system of law applicable to those defined in this way, the indigenato, is sweeping. Article 23 of the Decree Law excludes all natives from any rights vis-a-vis non-native political institutions, i.e. the caricature of voting and common rights possessed by the white population. Article 9 restricts freedom of movement. Article 32 states that work is an indispensable element for the natives' progress and permits administrative enforcement of it. Article 26 specifies that obligatory labor can be enforced for fiscal default. Africans everywhere may be born native, but assimilation can set them free. Assimilation is the means whereby the uncivilized, i.e. native, can join the ranks of the officially classified civilized. The criteria of civilization are the following: ability to speak Portuguese, income sufficient to support the candidate and his family, good character and possession of those qualities necessary for the exercise of the private and public rights of the Portuguese citizen, non-evasion of military service, and at least 18 years of age. Any African who has passed these tests can enjoy the severely limited rights of the white Portuguese. The presence of criteria such as quotations in this section are drawn mainly from Salazar, Doctrine and Action, London, 1939, James Duffy, Portuguese Africa, Harvard, 1959, Inquiry on Anti-Colonialism, Lisbon, 1957. 108. Good character make it clear that, in any given case, assimilation depends on the colonial administration's good pleasure. More fundamental, however, in determining the content of the formal theory of assimilation, is the educational level at which the African population is maintained. The number of those receiving education of any sort in the two major colonies of Portuguese Africa was in 1956 as follows: Angola, Mozambique, total population 4,200,000, 6 million number in school 85,284,000. These figures include the white population as well. Even after the necessary deductions for this, the extent of the education available for Africans is still not adequately conveyed. In 1954, there were 183,092 pupils in Mozambique rudimentary schools, reserved almost exclusively for Africans. Of these, just 3,595 took the final examination, after 3 years, allowing the pupil to continue his education at third-year level in a primary school. Of these, 2,774 passed. In 1955 there were 212,428 pupils in Catholic rudimentary schools. Of these, exactly 2,761 were able to continue their education in primary school. In Angola in 1954, there were 25,361 pupils in rudimentary schools, while 1,712 took the final examination, and 959 passed. The numbers dwindle still further in secondary education. In 1954 in all Mozambique there were 120 Africans in commercial, industrial, or normal secondary schools. In Angola there were 141. In the elite Liceu, the preparatory school for university level, there were 5 Africans and 800 white students. No African has ever completed the whole Liceu course. Higher education is more or less entirely inaccessible. Virtually the only Africans from the Portuguese colonies who have had higher education have acquired it in extra-Portuguese universities. The outcome is that 99% of the African population is officially reckoned to be illiterate. 1950 census. Unsurprisingly, then, the number of the assimilated is negligible. African population Angola, Mozambique, Guinea uncivilized 4,598, 5,646,957, 502,457 civilized 30,089, 25,149, 1,498 percentage 0.74%, 0.44%, 0.29%. Even these figures exaggerate. Since the wives and children of assimilados can claim assimilation semi-automatically, without meeting the educational requirements or being in a position to exercise even the limited rights of the status in any real sense, a truer estimate of the number of African assimilados would be about 10,000 for Angola, 0.24%, 8,000 for Mozambique, 0.13%, and some 500 or so for Guinea, 0.1%. This order of calculation is corroborated by the fact that 15,338, over half, of African assimilados were illiterate at the last count. Integral to the whole theory of the overseas provinces and assimilation is the claim that in Portuguese Africa there is no Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Practice of racial discrimination in any sense. The distinctions between native and non-native are proclaimed to be cultural, not racial. The proof is the device of assimilation, by which the African, in passing certain purely cultural tests, is thereafter treated on an exactly equal footing with his white compatriot. The very conception of a polyethnic Portugal extending across oceans and continents in a single, indivisible unity is announced as the polar opposite of apartheid theories of racialism. The reality brutally and publicly negates this mythology. In the realm of theory, the very definition of a native is explicitly and unambiguously racialist, persons of Negro race or their descendants. No white settler has to prove that he is of good character or has employment, to qualify for citizenship. In fact, white unemployment is, as has been seen, widespread. If cultural indices were really to be invoked, the outcome would be embarrassing for the white population, a quarter of it is illiterate. Economically, the disparity between white and African wage scales matches the most virulent patterns of apartheid. As for social practice, discrimination of the most flagrant and classic kind is attested by all observers. Hospitals have black and white wards, restaurants announce admission reserved, hotels have all white staffs. A bus ride in Lourenço costs a quarter of an African daily wage, a cinema ticket more than a day's wage. White commercial, social and entertainment centers are sealed off by their price levels. Rents impose separate white and African townships. In Lourenço, there is a permanent curfew for Africans after 9 o'clock in the evening, the image of alien military occupation itself. In both Angola and Mozambique the cadernado, which must be held by all natives, operates as a passbook. Permission must be granted by the administration for the holder to move from one area to another. In principle and in practice, the system of control is thus almost exactly the same as in South Africa. Finally, an insistent theme of Portuguese colonial ideology is the celebration of mixed unions between black and white, as the distinctive and decisive pattern of Portuguese presence in Africa. The example of Brazil is much invoked as evidence of the unique color tolerance of the Lusitanian character. Miscegenation is officially hailed as the benign consummation of Portuguese panracialism. The Portuguese, led by healthy instinct, mixed with the various populations of the world and contributed highly to racial fusion. It was from the free exercise of this impulse, that leads him to consider men as his equals and makes him love women of all colors, that was born the great Brazilian nation which surprises the world by unique harmony of human living. A similar miracle occurs in some overseas provinces and is on the verge of taking place in others. What is the extent of the miracle in Portuguese Africa? According to the 1950 census, there were 25,000 mesticos in Angola, and the same number in Mozambique. The real figure is probably somewhat higher, though not greatly so. The official mestico popula, 110. Is thus just 0.4% of the total population in Mozambique and 0.6% of the total population in Angola. The comparative proportion of the colored population in the Union of South Africa is 8.5%. Allowing for the much larger white settlement in South Africa, the ratio of mesticos to white population is, Mozambique 1:3, Angola 1:8, Africa 1:11. Anglo-Afrikaner colonialism legally prohibits miscegenation, Portuguese colonialism officially celebrates it. The practical outcome of the one is not very dissimilar from the other. The falsity of Portuguese claims of special tolerance is evident. The point is underlined when a historical perspective is introduced. In the middle of the 19th century, the mulatto population of Angola and Mozambique was probably about double the white population, 6,000 to 3,000. In the late 1920s there were an estimated 25,000 mesticos in Angola. 30 years later the number is the same. It is obvious that mixed unions have become rarer and rarer down to the present day. The latest available statistics reveal damningly the extent of Portuguese interracialism. Angola 1958, civilized persons, men-women number of marriages white 154 white mulatto 20 mulatto white 4 mulatto 23 mulatto negro 3 negro mulatto 1 negro 20 negro white 1. Total 226. In other words, there was exactly one marriage between a Negro and a white in Angola. The overall situation is comparable, if not to South Africa, then to Mississippi or Alabama. The nature of the theory. Portuguese colonial ideology, like its counterparts elsewhere on the continent, is a systematic falsification of reality. As such, it is of little more interest than any other imperial mystique. However, it is at the same time, a highly distinctive ideology. As has been seen, while social and economic practice in Portuguese Africa and the Union is overwhelmingly similar, the theories which describe and justify it, formally denounce each other. If apartheid is the most extreme avowed racialism since Nazism, Portuguese colonial theory prides itself on its systematic repudiation and condemnation of all racialism. Uniquely, Salazar's colonial mystique primarily defines itself in opposition to all other colonialisms. Within the complex of Portuguese imperialism, what is the significance of this colonial Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism ideology, which begins by attacking colonialism itself? The legal and bureaucratic formulae quoted above give no adequate image of the style and rationale of Portuguese colonial ideology. For this, one must turn to the explicitly philosophical expositions of imperial policy. The first principle of the ideology is, of course, the assertion of an absolute unity and identity between the constituent parts of a supracontinental Portugal. As early as 1933, Salazar proclaimed at the adoption of the new colonial statute, "To ourselves we constitute a diversity in unity, a common field of labor, the conditions of which are subject to the interests of all concerned. To other countries we are simply a unit, a single country the same throughout." Lower echelon apologists allow themselves more exalted formulations. Empire means authority, and there is no authority where power is divided and diluted. It is the duty of the new state to re-establish the force of power. With it will be revived all the power concepts of the past. One of these power concepts was the unity of territory and of the Grail, as though there were no seas or races separating the constituent elements of the national whole. The Portuguese citizen, in a mood of constant national exaltation, of extensive and intensive moral vibrance, can contemplate the miracle of his pan-continental destiny. Our sovereignty as a small European state spreads prodigiously over 3 continents and is summed up in the magnificent certainty that we are the third colonial power in the world. One state, one race, one faith, and one civilization. This primordial principle established, Salazar's ideologists proceed to their second great theme, the spiritual supremacy of the Portuguese Empire. They invoke the ancestral memory of an astonishing gallery of discoverers and builders, who, moved by a sacred impulse, carried to the ends of the world our ships, our dominion, and our faith. Although passing homage is paid to the foundation in remote lands of centers of production and profit, the poetry of Portuguese labor in far and hidden places, it is emphasized that Portuguese imperialism, far from being a matter of economic exploitation, was one of spiritual donation, a propulsive movement of religious doctrine that consciously wishes to unite humanity under the same banner of peace, justice, and love. In this movement of the Holy Church, Portugal's role was prime. It was on us, the Portuguese, that fell the prodigious job of fulfilling the most important part of this mission, that of cruising every sea and establishing contact with the majority of mankind. Salazar himself refers to those inferior races whose inclusion under the influences of Christianity is one of the greatest and most daring achievements of Portuguese colonization. But his spokesmen have been swift to correct the tone. The same ideas emerge transformed. The Portuguese, like no other people, made their enterprises of exploration and conquest a transcendent campaign, a sharing of spiritual values. The national civilizing mission thus sets Portuguese expansion off from all others, the action of the Portuguese. 112. Cannot be confused with the movements of the capitalist colonizing nations, which introduced a type of human relations based on racial segregation, in which the superior dominating race is contrasted with the inferior dominated race. Free from the otherwise characteristic evils of exploitation, oppression of a vanquished people, systematic devastation, Portuguese colonialism is additionally blessed by the unique amiability of the national character. The Portuguese do not need to affirm themselves by denying; on the contrary, led by a feeling of fraternity, they affirm themselves through love. The Portuguese man is, above all, profoundly humane and kind-hearted, without being weak. It follows that Portuguese expansion overseas has, therefore, a meaning of high transcendence in the history of mankind. This meaning lies in its action of universalization, the opening of contact and communication between all the inhabitants of the earth, and their unification within one religious communion. Starting out from a monogenetic point, human expansion had attained the maximum dispersion, pulverization, and differentiation, and now moved to a monotheist ideal, it endeavors to return to its supreme unity. In the words of the present Minister for the Overseas Provinces, Adriano Moreira, this is missionary colonialism, it is the universalist mission which for centuries, Portuguese man, has been carrying on, and which can never be mistaken for colonization put in terms of mere material interests and racial segregation. What is the significance of this bizarre cosmology? Its unreality is so blatant and complete that most observers have dismissed it with indignation or a shrug as the typical propaganda of a dictatorship. But to see it simply as this is to limit an understanding of the whole phenomenon of Portuguese colonialism. Its ideology is almost as revealing of Portuguese imperialism as its economy or demography. The function of the mythology is the classic one of justification and falsification. But its meaning exceeds its function, for it represents at the same time a response to real elements in historical experience. In both senses of the word, it betrays reality. No missionary colonialism has, of course, ever existed in humane contrast to vital space colonialism. The two have always been one. But in drawing distinctions like these, Portuguese apologists are expressing, in a way both mystified and mystifying, a sense of the singularity of Portuguese imperialism which is grounded in fact. As has been seen, Portuguese imperialism is not the classic capitalist imperialism. This is not because of moral advance, but because of economic and social retardation. Portuguese colonialism is a failure to achieve the normal imperial pattern, not an option which surpasses it. In the distorting mirror of ideology, the singularity dissolves and reforms in a shape that is transformed out of all recognition. The denunciation of profit refracts a lack of capital, in an almost comparable way, the tolerance of color obliquely reflects a shortage of women. Miscegenation is by no means a universal characteristic of Portuguese imperialism. It has played a considerable role in some areas and at some times, Brazil, and almost none in Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Others, contemporary Angola or Mozambique. Color bar and discriminatory practices have similarly varied enormously with time and place, from relative mildness to the most savage ferocity. However, when the myth of Portuguese lack of racialism has been exploded by historical evidence, the question remains, why has the segregationist Salazar regime tried to justify itself by invoking a non-existent color tolerance, instead of, say, as in South Africa, proclaiming and exulting in its racialism? Firstly, it is true that certain periods of Portuguese imperial history have been marked by fairly extensive miscegenation, more so than other selected national histories. This is, again, particularly true of Brazil. Secondly, it is clear that the universal pretensions of the Catholic Church have always relatively militated against open and systematic racialism, which would undermine the conversion potential of the Church. In contrast, most Protestant churches are avowedly national and particularist, Dutch Reformed Church, Church of England, Church of Scotland, etc., and so provide a much easier terrain for the untrammeled expression of racialism. Catholicism, however, did not merely impede the development of an ideology of racialism in Portuguese Africa, it fortuitously prepared the basis for the present-day mystique of interracialism. For besides its universalism, the Church also has another relevant trait: sexual and egalitarian. Portuguese soldiers and settlers were far less likely to take wives with them than their English or Dutch opposites. The Catholic wife, confined and cowed within the most menial domestic role, was a far cry from the iron-faced pioneering matron of the outback or the veldt. Colonial and frontier conditions of course increased Calvinist feminine autonomy. The first vote is granted to women in Utah, Wyoming, New Zealand, etc. The fate of the Catholic wife was a far cry from this. She was simply left at home. The figures for mid-19th century Portuguese Africa are telling. In the 1830s, when there were reckoned to be some 1,832 whites in Angola, only 150 of these were women. As for the East Coast, travelers in Mozambique in the 19th century constantly comment on the scarcity of white women. The estimated population of Portuguese women in Lourenço Marque in 1887 was 2. In these conditions, settlers naturally took to African women, and miscegenation occurred on a considerable scale. Subsequent rationalizations have vested these unions with a philosophical significance which was entirely absent at the time. They were, in the words of the historian of Portuguese Africa, erotic expediency. The rationalizations have, significantly, only begun when the unions themselves have ceased to occur at all. The materials for an a posteriori ideology were thus fortuitously supplied by the specific cultural patterns of early imperial Portugal, in particular its unswerving adherence to the Catholic Church and its quasi-medieval statute for women. Today, both of these factors are transformed, the role of religion has somewhat receded in the colonial territories, and wives now accompany white immigrants. Consequently, miscegenation and religious racial integration have almost 114 disappeared. There are no longer mixed marriages, nor African prelates. The last Portuguese African bishop was ordained in the early 16th century. Their disappearance is the condition of the appearance of the ideology. It subsists on misinterpreted memories. Portuguese colonial ideology, then, reflects real differences in colonial history, but distorts them out of recognition. The materials for the distortion are secondary and transitory aspects of the national imperialism. But the most revealing feature of the ideology lies in the unique way it assembles these materials to create its own image of Portuguese colonialism. As is evident, the whole style of Lisbon apologetic is quite unlike anything that any other colonial power has produced. It is uniquely ineffable and gratuitous. Most observers, however, have merely noticed the verbal debauch and limited their comment to that. But the style of language very clearly indicates a coherent and recognizable mode of thought. Portuguese colonial ideology is, more than any other, an exercise in pure magic. It is an immense effort to abolish concrete ethnic, linguistic, geographical, economic, and social differences within a single, mystic unity. The means used to achieve this end is the classic instrument of magic, incantation. The subject, unable to effect any operations in the real world, renounces his effort and instead changes himself, by incantation. The verbal luxuriance is an end in itself. It is an intoxication to which the subject delivers himself. As the exaltation of the periods mounts, the world progressively dissolves and a new, entranced vision is formed. A swooning verbal profusion has substituted itself for reality. Within it, any logical operations are henceforth possible, the world becomes pure malleability. This is the procedure of magic par excellence. More precisely, it is the procedure of a fundamentally pre-rational, pre-industrial mode of thought. The whole vocabulary, even the syntax of Portuguese colonialism, appears to predate Galileo. Even the colonial ideology, then, reveals the stamp of primitivism. At the same time, the extremism of these conceptions needs no stressing, they take the partial elements of assimilation which occur in many colonial ideologies, Algerie Française, Netherlands Indonesia Union, to a principle of absolute identity. The fanaticism that can follow is clear. In its twin aspects, the mystique is a microcosm of the system as a whole. A final remark remains to be made. It is striking that the Salazar regime, which has produced so little in the way of a systematic or distinctive philosophy at home, should have evolved an extensive and idiosyncratic ideology of empire. The contrast reinforces a point suggested earlier, that the empire, for Portugal, has for centuries been a central determinant and fulcrum of change within the metropolitan area itself. Today Portugal is in a position of economic dependence on its colonies. In this sense alone, one would expect the empire to figure largely in official mystique. But there is another reason why this is so, it is the sole raison d'être of an otherwise entirely stagnant regime, which has failed to effect almost any transformation whatever in Portugal itself. It is the justification. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. The compensation of 35 years of ignominy and neglect. Official spokesmen themselves make no secret of the importance of the empire to them. Commander Sarmento Rodrigues, then Minister for Colonies, announced to the Portuguese National Assembly in 1950. Portugal is not a European continental nation, but a maritime and missionary power. The overseas expansion, started by the Portuguese 500 years ago, is the strongest reason for the existence of the nation. Marcelo Caetano, in the 30s, had put it even more bluntly: Africa is more than a land to be exploited. Africa is for us a moral justification and a raison d'etre as a power. Without it we would be a small nation, with it, we are a great country. V. Covered condominium. It now only remains to give some idea of the role of foreign capital in the Portuguese Empire. The brief account which follows is not intended to be more than suggestive. There is no adequate factual material for a comprehensive study of foreign investment in Portugal and its empire. As so often in this field, no aggregate figures can be arrived at with any real degree of accuracy. Research is essentially reduced to enumeration. However, within limits, even this elementary method can point to relatively unambiguous conclusions. Thus perhaps the best way of introducing the subject is quite simply to list the major development projects initiated in either Portugal or her colonies in the last year before the Angolan War, that is, from January 1960 to May 1961. The panorama of foreign capital activity is impressive. I. Montego Steel Unit Damag, W. Germany Main Contract AEI and Babcock/Wilcox, Britain Minor Contract worth £0.5 millions. 2. Matola Oil Refinery, Mozambique, Procon, Britain and USA. 3. Dondo Aluminium Plant, Angola, Pecini, France, to hold 40% of capital, provide technical knowledge, etc. Cost is expected to be $20 millions. 4. Distribution network for gas, fuel oil, and steam in the Seixal Steel Mill Phoenix Rheinruhr International, Düsseldorf, W. Germany, Contractura Moderna Limited, value of contract 17.3 million escudos. V. Tagus Bridge Project United States Steel Corporation, USA, Morrison Company Inc. USA, Tudor Engineering Company, USA, D.B. Steinman, USA. The contract is worth 1,764 million escudos. Finances will come entirely from external credit to be provided by Export-Import Bank, USA, and Seligman ETCIE of Paris. 6. Seixal Steel Mill to be semi-state-owned and operated through Siderurgia Nacional. The construction work is being performed by a consortium of German and Belgian firms. Siderurgia. Source: Economist Intelligence Unit Economic Review of Portugal and Her Provinces, NOS 3237. 116. Nacional has been authorized to increase its capital from 550 million to 750 million escudos. 7. Titanium Pigment Factory, since, Sociedade Mineira Santa Fe, Fabrique de Produtos Químicos de Thon et de Mulhouse, and Saint-Gobain CIE, both France. The French companies are expected to supply over 300 million escudos for the project. 8. Oporto Synthetic Resins Factory Companhia Industrial de Resina Sintética, half of whose 20 million escudos capital is to be Japanese. 9. Factory for manufacture of compressors/drills, etc. Ingersoll Rand, USA. X. The Instituto Pasteur, Pharmaceuticals and Retail Chemists, formerly part of the CUF Combine, has been bought up by the Wyeth concern, USA, which is linked to American Home Products. The price is approximately £300,000. 11. Sociedade Industrial de Cellulose, SOCEL, has ordered a plant for manufacture of soda, and equipment for a new paper mill south of the Tagus. This will cost 28 million escudos and is to be supplied by a Swedish manufacturer. 12. União de Transportadores para Importação e Comercio has come to an agreement with AEC, Britain, for assembly and progressive manufacture of AEC buses and trucks in Portugal. 13. English Electric established a local branch under the name of English Electrica de Portugal. This will secure the important agency arrangements of this combine in Portugal. 14. Angola Mining Project's total value of development plans for expansion of manganese and iron ore production is approximately £16.2 million. Companies concerned are Companhia Mineira de Lobito, Lagos Irmão, Krups of Essen and Hodge Agard and Schultz, Denmark. These last two firms have secured a government contract worth over £8 million for the railway equipment and other transportation for the scheme. 15. Constantia pulp mill equipment and engineering supplied by three British firms, AEI, Babcock and Wilcox and Boving & Co. Foreign capital, in the classic form of the concessionary monopoly, was represented in the colonies from the late 19th century onwards. The government granted concessions to companies financed on foreign bourses, backed by foreign banks, and run by foreign managers. It has persisted in this form of economic exploitation down to this day, despite growing requests from Portuguese businessmen that the government should itself underwrite the costs. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. And risks of capitalization to limit the power of foreigners. Thus vast areas of, in particular, the Angolan economy, have been made over to foreign concerns. Even the most rapid survey makes this clear. The most recently published export figures for Angola, January-Nov 1960, run as follows with corresponding 1959 figures in brackets. Coffee 1.116 million escudos, 1.125 million escudos, sisal 332, 252, maize 149, 1.125, cotton 124, 74, diamonds 484, 548, iron ore 136, 75. Thus it is from industrial crops, and in the first instance coffee, that the Angolan economy derives most of its wealth. Some 90% of the production of coffee, sisal, and maize is exported. The conventional picture presents this sector as Portuguese-controlled either through the concessionary companies like the Companhia Agrícola de Angola, CADA, which controls over 80% of the coffee production Oregon directly by Portuguese settlers established on their estate farms, fazendas. The reality is more complex. CADA, with a declared capital of $7.775.000, 1958, showed profits of $1,441,195 in the same year. Its majority shareholder is the French Banque Rallad ETCIE, which is also the prime holder in the minor agricultural companies, the Companhia Agrícola do Casango and the Companhia Angolana de Agricultura. Cotton is entirely cultivated by Africans, who sell at fixed prices to the monopoly companies, which then pass on a cut to the administration. The major companies are the Société Générale de Belgique, represented by the Companhia Geral dos Algodos, the Banque Belge d'Afrique, the Compagnie Cotonnière Congolaise, the Luanha Société Agricole et Industrielle. This firm also controls Angola's growing palm oil industry. Maize, similarly produced by Africans, passes through a series of Portuguese middlemen before being marketed. But here too, it is commercial companies like the Luanha Société and CADA who are finally interested. In the various agricultural produce divisions then, non-Portuguese banks and firms often turn out to be the largest block shareholders, even when aggregate majorities are still Portuguese. But it is mining and industry that preeminently form the preserve of the capital-intensive and sophisticated foreign concerns. The following table shows industrial production January-June 1959/60. Industrial production, metric tons. 1959-1960 mining, copper. 9,949,580 diamonds. 493,680 493,300, carat, iron ore. 136,310 326,250 manganese. 18,420 11,740. 118. Food, etc., sugar. 7,750 16,330. Alcohol. 8,620 10,240, hectoliters. Beer. 39,220 38,390. Other, cement. 70,960 75,830 tobacco. 490 540 textiles. 1801,470, 000 meters. Taking these sectors in turn, there is ubiquitous evidence of non-Portuguese participation. Mining contracts with government operative 1.1.1953 contract dates firm legislative acts reserve area Companhia de Dia prospecting and 1,025,700 square km Mentes de Angola 1921/22 extraction of diamond 1937 diamonds. CIA de Bituminosis 1944 asphalts, Bitu 31,130 square km de Angola. 1950 Menus coals. Behind Luanda and 5,790 square km behind Amboim. Empresa de Cabra de 1944 All minerals x 59,000 sq.kml 4 degree Angola. 1950 Sept diamonds, E/15 degrees east and petrol, oils, Bitu 8 degrees 30 minutes south extend minus and gas DED 1952 to Ineos hydrocar elude 13 degrees 10 minutes east bones. And 7 degrees 10 minutes south. CIA Mineira do Lobito. 1949 All minerals x 49,000 square km sept as above. 14 degrees 30 minutes and 10 degrees 30 minutes east 12 degrees and 14 degrees south. These two companies between them handle Angolan copper. CIA de Combustivice 1952 Liquid and Gas NW Corner of do Lobito, Carborang, Ias Hydrocar Angola and Abones, especially petrol. Shallow area reaching sea at Novo Redondo Andes. Of Ambras. The giant among these companies is, of course, the famous Diamond. Formed in 1917 as the Portuguese branch of the Anglo-American Diamond Corporation Limited, it gained its exclusive concession in 1921. It is exempt from taxes, pays no import duties on its mine machinery and no export duties on diamonds, and has at its exclusive disposal the African workforce of the Lunda area. Duffy, OPCIT. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. The initial capital, some $2,540,90, was divided between a 40% majority holding in American hands, another 40% among various English and Belgian concerns, and 5% only for the Angola government. The parties were, the Anglo-American Corporation, S. Africa Limited, the Oppenheimer Group, the Morgan Bank, De Beers, Guggenheim, T.F. Ryan, Fourminier, the Union Minière du Haut-Katanga, the Guarantee Trust Bank, and the Société Générale de Belgique. Subsequently, capital has been raised to some $11 million, and the Angola government now holds 11.5%. During the period 1953-57, the government received $16,870,000 in dividends and bonuses. Diamond's net profit in the following year was 75,454,337 escudos, £2,193,179. The petrol concessionary, the Lobito Fuel Oil Company, Carborang, is 70% owned by the Belgian Petrofina Company, Compagnie Financière Beige de Pétrole, who also provide technical assistance. Licensed in 1952, Carborang was granted powers by the Governor-General in October 1957, to set up the Companhia de Petróleos de Angola with a capital of $25,500,000, 45% to be held by Petrofina, linked to Royal Dutch, $1,750,000 to be held by the Government of Angola, and the rest to be shared between 4 Portuguese banks, although one of them, the Banco Banaí, is in fact a subsidiary of the Belgian Société Générale. There is a similar division of interest in the Companhia Concessionária de Petróleos de Angola, whose 16,500 shares are split between Carborang, 11.76%, and the banking trinity, Banco de Angola, Banco Banaí, and the Banco Espírito Santo e Comercial de Lisboa. Belgium is not the only country interested in Angola's petroleum resources, however. In June 1958, the Cabinda Gulf Oil Company, backed by the Gulf Oil Company, the Chase National Bank and the National City Bank of New York, secured an exclusive contract for 3 years prospecting and 50 years exploitation of the Cabinda enclave, in return for a ground rent and guaranteed expenditure of $3 million in the first 3 years. The profitability of these concessions is immense. Carburang's capital in 1958 was only $1,925,000, yet profits were $1,138,620. The 2 copper companies mentioned in the table are in fact mainly Portuguese in ownership. Manganese production on the other hand is wholly in the hands of Messrs. Luis A. Therese Berman, who have associated with them 2 other concessionary companies, Les Et Frères and Sociedade Comercial J. Fernandez. Aluminium is the natural domain of Pecini, which operates through Aluminio Portugues. Billiton Maatschappij, Holland, has the bauxite monopoly. Iron ore finds the Companhia Mineira do Lobito working alongside such partners as Krupps of Essen. Mining, then, is very largely in foreign hands or under foreign management. Diamonds, petrol and oil, manganese, bauxite, aluminium and iron ore are wholly or partially exploited by foreign corporations. The development agencies themselves are major companies such as the Hydro-Technical Corporation of New York, the Aero Service Corporation, Bethlehem Steel and Carbide Inc. 120. Sugar, and its derivative, alcohol, is rapidly expanding, and a sugar factory with a capacity of some 40,000 tons per annum is being built at Luanda. There is European capital participation in all the sugar companies Companhia do Açúcar de Angola, Companhia Agrícola do Caciquel and the Sociedade do Comércio e Construções. In 1958, the Companhia Agrícola do Caciquel had a capital of $6,125,000, and paid out just under $1 million in profits. Its majority shareholder is Bartolomeu and Co. The cement industry, at present entirely devoted to the home market, is foreign invested through the Companhia de Cimentos de Angola. Textang in Luanda manages the very small textile industry, though it is known to have been set up with Belgian and Dutch capital. No precise figures are available. The vegetable oil industry is jointly controlled by Industrias Angolanas de Óleos Vegetais, Induva, which is closely associated with CUF, and the French-dominated CATA. The only trans-Angolan railroad is the Benguela Railway, which follows the route of the old slave traders down to the coast. It was founded in 1902 by Sir Robert Williams on a 99-year lease with an initial capital of £3 million. Only 10% of the shares were held by the Portuguese government. The dominant investor is the British concern, Tanganyika Concessions, which has invested in it a total of around $30 million. The railroad has been vastly profitable to its stockholders, and in normal times is a reliable source of customs revenue for the administration. Emphasis has been laid upon the Angolan situation partly because it is in Angola that revolution has taken place, partly because its economic complexes are much larger than those of the other provinces. However, Portugal's other major African colony shows a somewhat similar structure. Mozambique's main export earnings in 1959 and 1960 run as follows. Main export commodities, Mozambique. 1959-1960 Mill tons escudos cotton. 22,974 353.7 31,239 481.2 sugar. 86,667 222.3 87,080 213.8 cashew nuts. 43,637 121.8 46,699 161.7 copra. 35,797 201.3 34,703 170.6 t. 7,518 144.0 7,608 140.9 sisal. 21,509 115.0 20,323 132.7. Total, with others, 424,948, 1,747, 417,706, 1,859. The pattern of exploitation is similar. British capital owns 2 of the 3 large sugar concessions, the third is Portuguese, include Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Ing the famous Sina estates. In 1948 the petroleum concession was granted to the Mozambique Gulf Oil Company. Coal mining, centered on Motais, is predominantly Belgian capitalized. 60% of the capital of the Compagnie de Charbons de Mozambique is held by the Société Minière et Géologique Belgique, 30% is held by the Mozambique Company, the remaining 10% by the government. Of the 3 banks of Mozambique only one, the Banco Nacional Ultramarino, is Portuguese, the other 2 are Barclays DSO, and the Standard Bank of South Africa. Of the 23 insurance companies, 9 are non-Portuguese. Till 1942 all insurance undertaken in the province was in foreign hands. Then tax and other regulations led many foreign companies, including British ones, to withdraw from the field. Despite this retreat, 80% of life insurance is still in the hands of foreign companies. Vaughan, HMSO 1951. The new Lourenço Marque oil refinery is being constructed by the Sociedade Nacional de Refinação de Petróleo, Sonarup, a Franco-Portuguese syndicate. The construction work went to Procon, a British firm with a large American interest. The government of the Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland is also being given an interest in order that a link section may be built to join the new refinery going up at Salisbury. Portuguese, British, German, and Swiss capital is invested in sisal plantations, while copra is mainly Portuguese with some Swiss and a little French capital. The massive role of foreign capital in the exploitation of Portugal's colonial resources is unmistakable. The concessions operate through special bilateral negotiations with the Portuguese authorities. Mixed companies are formed with a modicum of Portuguese capital and a maximum of Portuguese day-to-day management. Foreign-financed firms obligatorily make block shareholdings over to the government as a condition of their license. Metropolitan or provincial registration, under Portuguese titles, is usual. Yet beneath these formalities the power of foreign capital amounts to what might be termed a covered condominium. The condominium is latent in Angola and Mozambique. The de facto power of foreign big capital makes it the peer of the administration. But the corporations confine themselves to their own sphere, they do not exercise their power politically. They have no need to. The concessionary companies enjoy huge profits from their privileged vantage points in the colonial economy. The Salazarist state ensures the bureaucratic and military conditions of profitability, and is paid in return. The corporations provide the capital the administration lacks, the administration provides the order the corporations need. The profits are shared. The arrangement is eminently satisfactory to both sides. The companies have no need to intervene in policy making as such. In this sense, the condominium has never crystallized. As long as the interests of the companies and the administration coincide, there is no reason. The diversity of foreign interests, American, British, German, French, Belgian, Swiss, Dutch, Japanese, etc. obviously allows the regime a margin of maneuver in its economic diplomacy with them. But only up to a point. A crisis can realize the unity of competing foreign interests in an imperial situation almost instantly. The Boxer Rebellion in China is instructive in this respect. 122. Why it should do so. However, as the Portuguese regime becomes increasingly threatened, the companies can be expected to adopt different policies. Already, there is a tension inherent in the situation of technologically capable, internationally affiliated capital operating in a milieu of violence and archaism. The rational and progressive potential of corporate capital is limited and frustrated. The tension can be seen in the grievances of Portuguese settlers and administrators against Diamong, which, reflecting its kinship to the Formanir mines across the border in South Kasai, has tended to form an enclave of, still derisory, paternalism in northeastern Angola. The company is accused of creating a state within a state and sapping the native When the regime enters its final days, foreign capital will try to detach itself from Portugal, and to conjugate condominium into neocolonialism under conditions of independence. The covered condominium concludes the system of Portuguese colonialism. It reveals the same debility as the existence of white unemployed, the same impotence as the use of forced labor, the same dependence for which the ideology tries to compensate, the same paralysis as the failure of Catholicism. The facets of ultracolonialism form a unified system, a single social and historical phenomenon, one anachronism and one oppression. The place of foreign capital in Portuguese colonialism is unique. No other colonial system has ever permitted such a dispossession from within. And yet this astonishing anomaly is the final, logical outcome of the reflex colonization of the 19th century. Launched on its imperial course by ideology rather than industry resorting to blind force for exploitation in the absence of technology, Portuguese colonialism has ended in a humiliating compact with the very foreigners against whom it was born as a riposte. 70 years after the Berlin Conference and the rose-colored map, Anglo-American, Krupp, and Pecini prosper in the territory conquered by Cauceiro and de Paiva to rival England, Germany and France. The impossible adventure of ultracolonialism ends, with irony and inevitability, in its own exact negation. A final section will deal with the Angolan insurrection. Portugal and the end of ultracolonialism. Portugal and the end of ultracolonialism 3. Perry Anderson. National liberation. Mass forced labor, de facto pass laws, omnipresent foreign capital, an incendiary white lumpen proletariat, a superstructure of magic, an economic and social machine turning in a void, driven by pure terror. This was the system of Portuguese imperialism at the opening of 1961, the most primitive, the most defective and the most savagely exploitative colonial regime in Africa. Insulated from the world outside, functioning on force alone, it believed itself timeless, immune to the disorders sweeping the rest of European Africa. Like the Belgians in the Congo, the Portuguese in Angola and Mozambique thought they had abrogated history. In fact, while Lisbon and Luanda and Lourenço Marque lay sunk in silence, history was gaining momentum and political geography was closing in on the isolated enclaves of Portuguese Africa. The wave of African liberation, achieving its first successes in Egypt in 1952, at Bandung in 1955, in Ghana in 1957, became tidal in the last 5 years of the decade. Colonial power disintegrated in area after area, bringing the frontiers of freedom ever closer to Angola and Mozambique. The significance of this continental advance for the Africans of the Portuguese colonies was twofold. In the first place, it enormously accelerated their political awakening. The victories of African movements to the north made the possibility of independence for the first time visible and real. At the same time, these victories provided the indispensable material and geographical base from which movements of national liberation could be launched. There had never been any question of legal trade union or party activity in the Portuguese colonies. All political activity of any kind was forbidden to Africans, and the prohibition was enforced by a ruthless apparatus of repression. Any African suspected of dissidence was arrested, and often deported to prison camps in the Cape Verde Islands or the remote interior. Protests were met with massacres. In June 1960, when the villages of Icala and Bengo met to demonstrate peacefully against the arrest and deportation of Agostinho Neto, the eminent Angolan poet and intellectual, they were shot down and their villages burnt to the ground. In these conditions, the difficulties of organizing resistance from within the colonies alone were enormous. The emergence of independent African countries nearby transformed the situation. It meant financial and organizational support, material equipment, and freedom of movement. When the former Belgian Congo became independent on June 30, 1960, a final and decisive factor came into play, a contiguous border in very rough country, across which political and military operations could be organized. The accession of the Congo to independence in mid-1960 was undoubtedly the precipitate which catalyzed the Angolan revolt 6 months later. Nationalist headquarters could move to a point only some 85 miles from Angola territory, in a major city, fully equipped with modern materiel and integrated into a global communications system. The terrain from Leopoldville southwards as far as Malonge in Angola is, except for a small coastal zone, ideal guerrilla country, mangrove swamps along the Congo estuary, forest savanna mosaic in the Bembe Triangle, moist forest from Carmona down to the Kwanza River, and savanna country to the west and east, highlands around Kandala and Nambu and Ngongo. The country on the both sides of the border is occupied by the Bakongo peoples, making the terrain even more favorable for military action. All the factors which made possible the classic armed action of the FLN in Algeria were thus assembled: a continental context of decolonization, a contiguous border with an at least formally friendly independent country, ethnic unity across the border, and rough country with continuous cover for guerrilla units. These were the crucial preconditions of a successful insurrection, and by the spring of 1961 they were all present. The causes of the revolt were simply the conditions of its success. Portuguese colonialism was always an intolerable and hated system, ready at any moment to be sprung into the air by the sufferings and passions it suppressed. But the material possibility for a successful revolt had never existed before. When it came, the revolt broke out almost immediately. 2. Insurrection. On February 4, 1961, a series of synchronized attacks suddenly struck at military and police points in Luanda. Groups of Africans attacked the military prison, the police barracks and the civil prison, others ambushed isolated units on the outskirts of the town. Fierce fighting followed before the assaults were beaten off. 7 Portuguese police and soldiers were killed, and, officially, 14 Africans, 53 were wounded and 100 arrested. The next day there was a public funeral for the Portuguese killed. A lynch mob of whites ran riot in the presence of the Governor-General, crying "Mata todos, kill them all," and attacking every African in sight. Young whites made raids into the African quarters and sporadic firing continued throughout the night. At least 24 Africans and 3 whites were killed. Guardian, July 2, 61. In the ensuing days more nationalist attacks were made on prisons and police posts in and around Luanda. 86. Bringing African casualties to about 100. The Musque and São Paulo quarters, the African townships, were cordoned off and patrolled by armored cars and paratroops, while 17-pounder artillery pieces were mounted on high ground round the areas and trained on them. Johannesburg Star, 15.2.61. A few days later the New York Times headlined its story from Luanda: Angola relaxes as clashes cease, 18.2.61. On March 10, the Security Council voted to discuss the Angolan situation. A resolution was moved by Liberia, the UAR, and Ceylon, condemning Portuguese repression in Angola. On March 15, a vote was taken and the motion defeated, 5 votes for, none against, and 6 abstentions. The countries abstaining were Turkey, Ecuador, Chile, France, Britain, and Formosa. The USA, in a widely noted policy volte-face, voted for the motion with its sponsors and the Soviet Union. The decision to reverse the traditional State Department policy of Atlantic solidarity on colonial issues was taken so late and in such extreme haste that there was no time for the U.S. to warn its client states at the UN of the change. As the New York Times commented 2 days later, Turkey, Chile, Ecuador, and nationalist China were left stranded on the colonial side of the issue and may not have known until Adlai E. Stevenson took the floor near the end of the discussion. 17.2.61. The new administration's vote was widely interpreted as a decisive break with the past, and the public token of a new African policy. On the morning of March 15, the day of the Security Council vote, the national insurrection broke out. Armed units struck at town after town in northern Angola, across a vast area 3 times the size of Portugal itself. The attacks were swift, simultaneous, and caught the Portuguese completely by surprise. 150 casualties were reported. On March 18, the official Portuguese news agency, Lusitania, reported that the following towns had been attacked: Maquila do Zombo, Carmona, Congo Province, Quitexi, and Quibaxi, Cuanza Norte Province, Nova Capemba, and Nambuangongo, Luanda Province. A glance at the map reveals the scale and coordination of the uprising. The Tunisian paper, Afrique Action, published weeks later an account of the operational planning behind it which, in the light of Tunisian-Angolan contacts, is probably the most authoritative available. 12 units of 20 men each, armed with automatic weapons, infiltrated across the border at different points from March 10 onwards. Gathering support en route, they struck simultaneously at communications and urban targets, selected to maximize the disruption of Portuguese presence in the north. The speed and scale of the offensive paralyzed Portuguese resistance. The initial success of the strike of March 15 was overwhelming. Within days virtually the whole of northern Angola was in nationalist hands. Desperately, the Portuguese administration mounted an airlift for the mass evacuation of Portuguese settlers south to Luanda. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Madimba, Embridge, Mavoio, Quimba, São Salvador, Columbato, Damba, were encircled and attacked by the nationalists. By March 21 the New York Times reported there were 3,580 refugees in Luanda. Admiral Lopes Alves, Minister for Overseas Provinces, left Lisbon for Angola the next day, while rioting Portuguese threw the U.S. consul's car into the sea at Luanda. New towns and villages were sighted daily in Lusitania dispatches from the combat zone to the north. Confident communiques from Luanda, the security forces have the situation well in hand. March 28, made no difference to the flow of refugees south, many of them now en route for Lisbon. Local industrial, commercial and agricultural associations, the Property Owners Association of Luanda, etc., cabled Lisbon frantically for a £25 million grant to restore the economic situation, for military rule throughout Angola, and for the transfer of the Ministry of Overseas Province to Luanda. On April 1, the Vicar General of Luanda, Canon Manuel Mendes das Neves, was arrested for organizing terrorism. A wave of plots and arrests were announced all over Angola, well behind the battle zones: Luanda Island, June 4, 61, Bokoyo near Benguela, July 4, 51, Luanda, November 4, 61, Quibala, 17.4.61, Novo Redondo, 18.4.61, 21.4.61, Silva Porto, 22.4.61, Vila Nova do Celas, 26.4.51, Benguela, 26.4.61, Porto Amboim, 22.5.61. The Portuguese were attempting to secure their rear by a campaign of mass terror against all potential resistance in the south. Foreign missionaries later reported that a systematic search of the major towns was carried out, in which any educated Africans were dragged out of their homes and shot. In Lisbon a drastic cabinet reshuffle resulted in the dismissal of the ministers for the overseas provinces, formally retirement for reasons of ill health, defense, army and the General Chief of Staff. 14.4.61, in Angola the reservists were called up. The next day another wave of attacks swept northern Angola. Hokua, Quitexi, Cuango, and an invasion of Cabinda was launched. The Lisbon Diário de Notícias reported on April 16 that the terrorist activities in the province of Angola have entered on a new phase. The use of automatic weapons and radio has now begun. National operations were reaching a new climax. On April 15 the Telegraph reported thousands attacked the village of Hokua in what was described as the heaviest frontal assault since trouble first flared in the African territory 2 months ago. Bu, Sakandika, Quilafuda, Mukaba, Bembe, Bungo, and Puri were evacuated, and Portuguese were falling back everywhere. On April 20, Lusitania officially announced that the terrorists controlled vast unoccupied territories in Angola. The New York Times reported that African rebels are reported to have seized a vast corridor stretching to the Congo Republic, through which hundreds of reinforcements were crossing the border every day. The pro-Portuguese Sunday Times dispatch from Luanda on April 23 read, "Even senior government officials express doubts that the Europeans can conquer the ferocious rebel bands ravaging the northern areas." The rebel area was 5 times the size of Wales and, according to the government, 88 runs from the border to the Luanda-Malonge railways. The Telegraph of the next day stated, a vast area of Angola, 3 times the size of Portugal itself and containing the whole coffee-growing region on which the country's economy largely depends, has now fallen into rebel hands. At this point, nationalist forces were so confident that the coffee crop was left untouched in liberated areas. Captured prisoners said they hoped to clear Angola of the Portuguese by June and sell the crop on the world market. Morale among the Portuguese was at a nadir. Repeated lynchings in Luanda testified to the blind panic and impotence of the white population. These became so bad that a curfew had to be imposed in Luanda on May 1, after an outbreak in which 24 Africans were killed, and their houses burnt to the ground. Richard Beeston, in a now celebrated dispatch for the openly pro-Salazar Telegraph, cabled on May 3, the first seaborne military reinforcements arrived in Luanda, the tense capital of Angola today. Preparations began for the launching of a calculated war of extermination against the terrorist uprising in the north. Among both white civilians and troops there is a rising tide of hatred against the Angola African population. Last night Portuguese troops raided the African township of São Paulo, on the outskirts of Luanda, in a hunt for terrorist infiltrators. The Africans resisted with knives and 33 of them were shot dead. There were no casualties among the troops. The land and air offensive against the rebels in the north is due to start next month when the dry season begins. We will hunt the terrorists down like game, a Portuguese air officer said to me. We have no alternative but extermination. The United Nations can protest as much as it likes, but it will make no difference. The Portuguese authorities are making no secret of their plans for the offensive. As a preliminary, they are blasting African villages with rockets, machine guns, and napalm to drive the Africans into the bush. When elephant grass and trees are tinder dry, they are going to start fires with napalm dropped from the air and burn the terrorists out of their hiding places. Those who try to break out will be shot and those who remain in hiding will die of thirst and starvation. It will be impossible to discriminate between innocent Africans and the terrorists. In Luanda, the arrival of the vanguard of reinforcements from Lisbon has been greeted by a sigh of relief from whites who have been living in constant fear of massive attack from tens of thousands of Africans living in surrounding townships. This peril has certainly been increased by white provocations in the form of killings, beatings up of Africans in the European quarter of Luanda. From the scattered and confused newspaper reports of this period, a fairly coherent picture of the situation in Angola at the early stage of the uprising can be reconstructed. It is evident that the Portuguese were caught completely by surprise by the attack of March 15. No adequate defense force could be mobilized to meet the insurgent. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Offensive. In the face of the attacks, settlers were simply evacuated by air and the white community beleaguered itself in Luanda. The overwhelming implication of reports from this period is that Portuguese troops were hopelessly under-organized and under-strength. No reliable official figures of military strength were given, and unofficial ones from foreign journalists were ludicrously overestimated. It was often said that there were 25,000 Portuguese troops in Angola. Probably the most accurate estimate was given in the middle of April by the Daily Telegraph's Lisbon correspondent, 3,800 metropolitan Portuguese and 7,000 altogether, i.e. including native troops, 17.4.61. Initial estimates by journalists were almost certainly inflated by the inclusion of sepoy detachments which were far too unreliable to be used by the Portuguese, and from which there were reports of desertions right from the beginning. Thus when the insurrection came, the Portuguese were terrified that there would be risings in the central and southern towns, and in Luanda itself. The classic phenomena of political and military disintegration immediately appeared. Unable to resist the insurrection to the north, the Portuguese vented their fear and defeat on the civilian populations in the south, instituting a systematic white terror in the towns, while saturation bombing villages to the north. The populations attacked in this way were, inevitably, decimated. As early as May 7, less than 2 months after the revolt began, the Observer correspondent reckoned that 20,000 Africans had been killed while thousands were reported interned in concentration camps at Baía dos Tigre, Damba, Porto Alexandre, and Silva Porto. The immediate consequence was a vast exodus of Angolans across the border into the Congo. By May 20, the Observer reckoned that there were 40,000 Angolan refugees in the Congo, and the number was to rise rapidly thereafter. Devastation was the obverse of impotence. By the end of May the Portuguese had still not succeeded in mounting a military build-up anything like sufficient to advance out of the Luanda district. At this time the total number of Portuguese troops in the province was perhaps 6,000. Portuguese logistics had turned out to be almost unbelievably bad, and settler army tension was rising dangerously. A report from Luanda at this time gives a graphic account of the complete moral and administrative decomposition of the regime. "Show your gratitude, to leave at this hour is treason," shout the government posters as the Portuguese army prepares to crush the Angola rebellion. The exhortation to fear-stricken settlers may prove an epitaph for the most frightening moral and psychological breakdown a European colony has ever seen. Wave after wave of Africans have been arrested, 1,500 of them in the Lobito area alone. There are no known camps in the area. The local prison holds only 100, and the total disappearance of the arrested Africans has given rise to the most sinister fears. People arrested include school teachers, assimilados, and almost every African who is literate. Possession of a grammar primer, a wireless set or even just a bicycle has been enough to lead to a man's 90. Disappearance. African priests have in many cases been inexplicably transferred to Portugal in an attempt to empty the country of every potential African leader. The alleged discovery of plans on those arrested has led in turn to a new outbreak of European hysteria. Passages to Lisbon are no longer obtainable before January 1962. Queues form at banks for permits to transfer money to Europe. And still the refugees arrive, their trunks piled high with household possessions, bringing new tales of atrocities from the north. Some morale has been restored by the arrival of troops reinforcements, the first of whom disembarked from the Nisa, went north on May 12. They took 150 jeeps, 24-ton lorries and 6 fuel trucks. The rest remain in Luanda and are much poorer in numbers and quality than Portuguese communiques suggest. The disembarked battalions have done no military training since they arrived and lounge about their billets in town. Already, the northern countryside is desolate. Villages and farms are gutted ruins. For hundreds of miles, as seen from the air, the only sign of life is here and there a rising smoke trail. As one drives out of the capital, only 45 miles from reaching rebel territory, Africans by the roadside hasten frightenedly to doff their hats 50 yards before you reach them. Between 30,000 and 50,000 people are now thought to have died, nearly 1,000 of them Portuguese. But there is no sign of either side relinquishing. Observer, 21-5-61. June opened with the full merger of civil and military administrations in Angola under military command. General Venancio de Lons, veteran of a Franco bomber squadron in the Spanish Civil War, was appointed simultaneously Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces in Angola. However, it was a full 3 weeks before the new Governor-General arrived in Luanda, and meanwhile the situation showed no improvement. Attacks on outposts and now on plantations continued, at Damba, Lukunga, Sambuqueju, Sansa Pombo, Quimbele, Ipanumbungo, Ambras, Engage and other places. Coffee plantations in particular were now being systematically burnt. Roads and bridges were methodically destroyed by the rebels, so that the few army convoys to leave Luanda had to proceed at a snail's pace behind bulldozers. The plan to burn savanna and forest to hunt the nationalists out of their hiding places was a signal failure, revealing how little the Portuguese army knew of combat conditions in the colonies. Richard Beeston, who had first reported the plan, now wrote, "Though the troops have burned down elephant grass at the roadside, they cannot destroy trees and thick vegetation sufficient to conceal an army of terrorists." From Engage Air Force Base I flew over hundreds of miles of rebel-dominated forest and bush. Earlier forecasts that once the dry season came it would be possible to burn the terrorists out of their hiding places are now being proved completely unrealistic. The thick forest which provides their main cover just does. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Not burned down. Daily Telegraph, April 7, 61. Mobile columns sporadically relieved or recaptured towns and villages in the north, but even in daytime their control of these places extends only to a radius of 5 or 6 miles. At dusk they are obliged to retire on their strongpoints and watch from a distance while the rebels burn neighboring plantations at a rate of 5 or 6 a night. Observer, 23.7.61. Behind the battle area, terror continued. On June 20, the discovery of a plot at Porto Alexandre in the far south was announced, in which 400 out of the town's total labor force of 5,000 were implicated. Le Monde, 21.6.61. However, if the Portuguese were unable to make any advance in the north, at the same time the nationalist offensive did not succeed in penetrating farther south than a line running roughly from Vila Salazar to Malonge. The insurrection had not been able to spread to the central and southern plateaus. Too many factors were against it there. The lines of communication with the Congo were too long, the ethnic context changed, Ovimbundu rather than Bakongo and Kimbundu, the terrain was too open. The new tactic of crop destruction marked a change in the nationalists' expectations and perspectives. The prospects of swift victory were receding, and it was now crucial that the enemy should be weakened economically, at the cost of long-term damage to the economy itself. A coffee crop takes 6 years to replace. Meanwhile, reinforcements from Lisbon were at last arriving in more considerable numbers. By July 8, Portuguese military strength had risen to 18,000. Thus, even while the settler paper Jornal do Congo was violently attacking the army for complacency and declared, "We are surrounded by terrorists," after 4 months they are still masters of the situation. The dynamics of the military situation were changing, and the Portuguese were beginning for the first time to be in a position to make a serious advance north. To the Portuguese offensive. On July 18, the Portuguese army began a huge encircling operation on the heavily mountainous and forested area around Nambu-Ngongo, some 80 miles to the northeast of Luanda, where the Portuguese believed there was an Angolan military headquarters. Troops slowly began to converge on the Nambu-Ngongo area in an arc running from Ambras on the coast to Bessa-Monteiro, Bembe, Lukunga down to Songo, Carmona, Engage, and then across to Quitexi, Quibaxi and Caxito. Throughout the last week of July there was heavy fighting round Carmona, Songo, Sansa Pombo, Quimbele, and Engage. By August 6 Quincunzo, 25 miles east of Nambu-Ngongo had been reoccupied by the Portuguese. Finally, on August 10, a full 3 weeks after the offensive began, the fall of Nambu-Ngongo was reported, and the Army High Command announced, "A heavy moral and psychological blow has been inflicted on the rebels." The news was reported in Luanda and Lisbon as a major military and political triumph. 92. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Further successes followed. On August 15, Madimba to the north was taken. On August 19, Bula on the Congo border was reoccupied. The Engage commander was telling American correspondents confidently, "Until 2 weeks ago we were on defensive. Now we are attacking everywhere." New York Times, 17.8.61. São Salvador, Maquila do Zombo, Quimba, Damba, Bembe were in Portuguese hands by the end of the month. September opened with the reoccupation of more small villages in the north, Ikoko, Quilapombo, Quimbonge. Paratroop attacks were launched on the Serra de Canda redoubt. By the third week of September Sacandica, at the farthest northeastern point of nationalist-held territory, had been retaken. The Pedra Verde area was cleared the following week. On October 8 Delons announced to the Legislative Council of Angola that the rebellion had ceased, armed forces operations have ended and given way to military police activity. All villages and police posts in the north were, he claimed, reoccupied, and freedom of movement had been restored throughout the entire territory formerly held by the rebels. Civil administration would now be reintroduced into the pacified areas. On October 13 the Baptist Missionary Society reported that large number of refugees were again crossing the Congo border, confirming the presence of the Portuguese in the extreme north. What was the real military significance of this pacification campaign? The Portuguese account of it can in no sense be taken at face value. Throughout, the official communiques described the action of the army in the pure language of classical warfare engagements, advances, reoccupation, HQs, etc. Yet this terminology is wholly misleading in the Angolan situation, where the war is quite obviously and indisputably a guerrilla struggle. Thus, the much vaunted successes of August and September, 1961, were often ludicrously inappropriate descriptions of quite minor events in the war. The most flagrant examples of the use of the vocabulary of classical warfare in what was really a radically different pattern of guerrilla war, occurred at the time of the Nambu-Ngongo operation in early and mid-August. This decisive moral and psychological blow to the nationalists was represented as the full-scale onslaught and capture of a major, operational headquarters, indeed, even an administrative capital. In fact, of course, no guerrilla army has fixed headquarters of any kind at all, let alone an administrative capital. When the Portuguese army finally reached Nambu-Ngongo, after a lumbering advance lasting a full 3 weeks, it found what had always been there, a few deserted huts on top of a hill, of no strategic importance of any kind at all. A few alert journalists pointed this out at the time. The Guardian correspondent wrote on 16.8.61. Although government officials strenuously deny this, there seems no doubt that its capture was in fact nearly an unopposed occupation of an empty town. And this a mere 80 miles from Luanda, after 6 weeks or more of intensive, dry season operations. The New York Times correspondent flew over the Nambu-Ngongo area in a Harpoon bomber out on a strafing and anti-personnel bombing. 94. Sortie, and reported that in spite of the claims of a major victory in Nambu-Ngongo, after 12 days in the village the Portuguese control only a small perimeter. Wooded ridges less than a quarter of a mile away are in rebel hands. 27.8.61. 3. Stabilized resistance. As the Portuguese army moved north in heavily armored columns, along dry roads, it met with little or no resistance in the villages and towns it was making for. But its control went no further. The countryside itself, much of it densely forested, remained in Angolan hands. At night the army barricaded itself in its conquests. All the reports of this period tell the same story. The New York Herald Tribune correspondent wrote from Engage on 18.8.61, "It is apparent at this military headquarters that Portuguese army control only extends to the highways and main towns and villages." The Observer correspondent reported from the Congo border that the Portuguese army confines itself to daylight sorties from Quimba and São Salvador. The Portuguese still have no control over the greater part of the countryside. They content themselves with policing it from the air. 20.8.61. On September 18 the Christian Science Monitor reported, at the moment, in spite of the deployment of more than 27,000 troops, main roads in the rebel zone are still liable to be cut at any time. Meanwhile, the military build-up in Angola continued. 2,000 infantry left Lisbon on 22.10.61, 3 companies of sharpshooters on 31.10.61. Then, less than 2 months after the end of the war had been officially proclaimed, the Angolan resistance suddenly struck across the north. On November 27, renewed terrorist activity was reported from 5 widely separated areas of Angola: Luanda, Colua, Caxito, Tokua, and Noki. Paratroops were dropped northeast of Luanda, while fighting spread to the Uaj area, July 12, 61. Attacks flared round Carmona, Aldeia Viscosa, Quitilabanga and in the Serra Camarga, 27.12.61. Luanda remained gripped with checkpoints, roadblocks, and guard units around all water and power installations. New York Times, 29.12.61. It was clear that, far from having ended, the war had entered a new phase. Faced with the advance of the Portuguese army north, the Angolan resistance had regrouped and redeployed its forces. It was now adopting the classic Mercury tactics of guerrilla warfare: fluidity of front, retreat when the enemy advances, harass him when he halts, strike when he withdraws. As a Portuguese officer in the Caxito area was to confess some time later, the terrorists no longer attack en masse. They are broken up into groups of about 50 each. They hit and run. It is virtually impossible with our small force to round them up. New York Herald Tribune, 20.6.62. The official Portuguese communiques still referred to the pacification of the North, but the foreign press, at least, showed few illusions. The Observer reported on February 11, "This war is still going on, not on a scale that makes front-page headlines, but inexorable. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Momentum, which can have only one end, the collapse of the Portuguese economy." Ambushes erupted in province after province. By late February there was fighting around Zalila, Songo, on the Lacungamadimba Road, near Ambrizete, at Pedraboa, Quibax, Aldeia Viscosa, on the Calambingo River, in the Bessa Monteiro region to the east, 21.2.62. Raids on Noki and Bula rapidly followed, March 3, 62. Even the most loyally pro-Portuguese sources abroad were now pessimistic. On the first anniversary of the revolution, the Daily Telegraph reported from Leopoldville, "Portuguese land and air efforts to dislodge the guerrillas have failed. The profitable colony has become a drag on the Portuguese budget." Observers believe a long Algerian-type war stretches ahead with a nationalist victory on the horizon. Throughout April, May, June, July, the war continued. The military organization of the resistance was steadily improving, and modern equipment was at last beginning to reach it. In April, the American journalist, Arthur Herzog, reported Angolan sentries and checkpoints everywhere in the border area near the Congo. Weapons were still mainly ancient muzzle loaders, but now also included machine guns, rifles, and grenades. Portuguese bombers flew repeated sorties overhead, strafing and dropping fragmentation bombs. He concluded, "After a year, the war in Angola is a vicious stalemate. The Angolans, though short of weapons and medicine and arguing among themselves, seem firmly in control of the ground, while the Portuguese are trying to stampede them from the air." By May the Portuguese army itself had tacitly abandoned the pretense of pacification. It now claimed that only a fifth of Angola is now held by the rebels, 28.5.62. The clashes and raids continued unabated. Quibala, Bessa Monteiro, Lufaco, 29.4.62, Dange, Uige, Loge, November 5, 62, Zalila, Quitexi, 20.5.62, Toto, Tokua, Mutualuendo, June 6, 62, Noki, Maquila, October 8, 62. In July, the Portuguese Air Minister publicly admitted in Luanda, "We shall have to maintain the emergency dispositions for perhaps a long time." Meanwhile the flow of armaments to the resistance was increasing. By September, Angolan units were using landmines, bazookas, and plastic explosives. A nationalist training camp had been set up near Thiesville in the Congo, and FLN-trained cadres were returning from Tunisia to assume area commands in the north. An Observer correspondent now reported impressive morale and organization in the fighting zone, an effective communications and intelligence network, and a considerable range of modern equipment. The report concluded, "It is clear that the rebels are operating vigorously all the way down to the Luanda-Malonge line." 23.8.62. A year after the Portuguese offensive north, the resistance was still active in the full extent of the territory it had controlled when the war began. The front had been held. In a classic analysis, the Vietnamese Truong Trinh divided the typical war of national liberation into three main stages. A sudden uprising gains initial successes, due largely to surprise. There rapidly follows a colonial military build-up, and the first real phase opens, the 96. Defensive period, loss by the revolutionaries of villages and towns, withdrawal into impassable country, faked concessions, or creation of puppet governments by the colonial administration. The Vietnamese, Indonesian, Algerian, and Angolan wars have all showed this opening pattern. The insurrection of March 15 seized control of vast tracts of northern Angola. The Portuguese were in every way slower to move than the French, and it took them 4 months to complete a sufficient build-up to enable them to march north out of Luanda. In this crisis, ultra-colonialism remained true to character. Its military response to the revolution was a final, barbaric testimony to its essential nature, now in its last hour reduced to its most unalleviated and elemental form. Unable to mount a viable expeditionary force to reconquer northern Angola because of the archaic debility of its military machine, the Portuguese army resorted to mass bombing of defenseless populations from the air. For 4 months, the ground remained undisputed in Angolan hands, while Portuguese bombers droned endlessly overhead, destroying villages and devastating plantations. The colonial system was ending in paroxysm of impotence and savagery. In July, the army was at last ready to march north, and the defensive period for the nationalists began. By October, as has been seen, Portuguese troops had regained formal control of all the territory to the Congolese border. Behind the lines, the customary derisory concessions were made, as the French had made them in Vietnam and Algeria, and the Dutch in Indonesia. Village councils were announced and some revisions were made in the labor code, the indigenato was abolished, and the African population of the colonies accorded the same formal status as the whites. The second phase of the war Truong Chin called stabilized resistance. The Army of National Liberation adapts itself to the new pattern of struggle, masters guerrilla tactics, and consolidates its discipline and unity. Losses are heavy, but the economy and social stability of the colony are effectively disrupted. By the end of 1961, the Angolan resistance was successfully pursuing these tactics. As Portuguese officers testified, its units had become smaller, and its action was directed against economic and communications targets rather than towns or villages. While the bombers resumed their sorties, the Portuguese army remained immobilized in its lagers in the north, and guerrilla strikes multiplied. The Portuguese army had far less chance of consolidating its summer campaign of 1961 than even the French or Dutch armies after their initially successful campaigns in Vietnam in 1946, in Indonesia in 1947 and 1949, and in Algeria in 1956. There seems little likelihood of a Chow plan in Angola. Portuguese lines of communications are 10 times longer than those of the French in Algeria. The potential combat zone is 3 times larger. There is no prospect of securing collaborationist elements in the Angolan population, as the French were able to do in Vietnam and the Dutch in Indonesia. There is far more cover for guerrilla activity in the moist forests of northern Angola than there was on the Macrobine massifs. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. At the same time, the dispersal of the Portuguese Empire presents a threat of perilous overextension to its armed forces, whose total effectives amount to only some 79,000 men, Army 58,000, Navy 8,000, Air Force 12,500. A serious revolt in Mozambique would probably make the Portuguese position in Angola rapidly impossible. Finally, the dilapidated Portuguese army, whose combat experience in 45 years was confined to the solitary presence of one division with the Nazi army on the Russian front, is a feeble shadow of its French counterpart. The final phase of the national revolution is offensive. The impotence of the colonial army to win a true military victory becomes clear, internally and internationally. The morale of the army and government is sapped. International political pressures now move decisively to the forefront. On the one hand, diplomatic coordination and démarche isolates the colonial power more and more before world opinion. On the other hand, military and economic aid to the Army of Liberation begins, or threatens to, take on major dimensions. Confronted by this dual process of internationalization, the nerve of the colonial power snaps, and the negotiations that will lead to independence are sullenly begun, often enough heralded by upheavals in the political regime at home. The Vietnamese, Indonesian, and Algerian struggles all ended in this way. The Angolan nationalists are fully aware of this classic parabola of decolonization. Their strategic perspectives were expressed trenchantly and lucidly in the words of one of their leaders in August 1961, "Victory for us lies simply in our ability to continue the war, and this I assure you we can do. In the end the Portuguese will be forced to negotiate with us. A political settlement will lead to independence." Perspectives. Ultracolonialism in its agony has its own advantages. It is not hampered by any articulate domestic opposition. It can impose an almost total blackout on news from the colonial area in revolt. It has massive armed corps professionally trained to repression. It has both the framework and the means to act with maximum ruthlessness. It can mount a war of extermination more easily than any normal colonialism. The Portuguese campaign in Angola would not have been possible for any other European colonial power, even France. At the same time, the other polar characteristic of Portuguese colonialism, its primitivism, contradicts and saps the advantages of its extremism, and renders Portugal more vulnerable and Portuguese imperialism more fragile than any of their peers elsewhere in the world. From March 1961 onwards, a series of determinants were set in motion which have become largely independent of the ebb and flow of the military engagements, and which will sooner or later bring the Portuguese Empire in Africa to an end. These reveal the last metamorphosis, and presage the final outcome, of the archaism which has stamped Portuguese colonialism since the 19th century. 98. International. The insurrection was timed to coincide exactly with the Security Council debate on Angola on March 15. It was then that the USA made its spectacular volte-face, and for the first time since the Suez aggression of 1956 voted against a Western ally on a colonial issue. This was a major blow to Salazar's regime, as could be seen immediately in the officially inspired riots against the American embassy in Lisbon and the more spontaneous settler outbursts against the U.S. consulate in Luanda. The new U.S. policy was a reflection of the Kennedy administration's keener awareness of the irresistible advance of decolonization in Africa and Asia. Latin America, where its own suzerainty was at stake, was another matter, and of the growing strength and influence of the Eastern Bloc. Traditional U.S. policy towards Portugal had been based on the crudest military and power political considerations. The New York Times wrote on February 16, before the insurrection in the north began, the Salazar government is ready to offer military facilities to the U.S. in both of the territories, i.e. Angola and Mozambique. Current Pentagon thinking is understood to regard the two areas as potentially of great importance in the event of war, above all from a naval viewpoint. On the day before the insurrection itself, the Christian Science Monitor commented, underlining the global interdependence of Western strategy, the right to land in the Azores under a treaty with Portugal has been prized by United States military men. The Azores stopover was used during the Lebanon crisis. With the insurrection nearly 2 months old, the London Times was openly writing, Angola's 960-mile Atlantic coastline is a valuable asset to Atlantic defense. The province's vast possibilities as a world larder of meat and grain, and of essential supplies such as oil and minerals, are important to the West. May 6, 61. These considerations were clearly still operative in the State Department, where a sharp struggle was taking place over the further course of U.S.-Portuguese policy. On April 20, an Afro-Asian resolution was moved in the General Assembly, repeating in identical terms the Security Council's call to Portugal to begin decolonization, and proposing the creation of a subcommittee to investigate the situation in Angola and report back to the General Assembly. In the voting, Stevenson repeated his gesture of March, but the Cuban invasion had occurred a week before, and the U.S. vote naturally impressed few delegates. The Afro-Asian resolution was carried by a near-unanimous majority, 79-2, with only Spain and South Africa voting against. A committee composed of representatives of Bolivia, Dahomey, Finland, Malaya, and Sudan, was appointed to study the Angolan situation and prepare a report on it. The committee was immediately refused entry to Angola by the Portuguese government, and had to proceed to Leopoldville in July as its nearest point of inquiry. As reports of the war of extermination in Angola began to reach the world, international shock and anger was intense and almost. Portugal and the end of ultracolonialism. Universal. On May 31, 40 Afro-Asian nations, Cyprus and Yugoslavia asked for an urgent meeting of the Security Council to consider the Angolan situation. On June 6, when the Council met, the Liberian delegate moved a motion which called upon the Portuguese authorities to desist forthwith from repressive measures, to admit the investigating committee, and to proceed to implementation of the former's General Assembly resolution of December 1960, which called for immediate and universal decolonization. American maneuvers were instrumental in seriously weakening the text of the resolution. As the New York Times reported on July 7, prior to today's meeting, the Asian and African nations had discussed the possibility of a call for economic sanctions against Portugal. But in the hope of winning United States support, they softened their stand a number of times, finally even deleting a specific request that Portugal admit the investigators, July 6, 61. The same report made clear the basis of the new administration's colonial policy. Washington's break with precedent and with its major allies on the Angola question has already complicated the operations of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. However, decisions by the United States to retreat now and not support the Asian-African move here would lend credence to Soviet charges that Washington's expression of support for colonial peoples was merely opportunistic. Inspired by this renovation of the principles of Jefferson, the U.S. delegate Yost voted for the Afro-Asian Resolution, which passed 9 votes to 0, with Britain and France abstaining. However, a Soviet resolution which was a straightforward condemnation of Portugal's action in Angola did not receive American support. It secured only 4 votes in favor, USSR, Ceylon, UAR, Liberia, to 3 against, UK, France, Formosa, with 4 abstentions, USA, Chile, Ecuador, Turkey. But the cumulative effect of the Security Council's resolution in March, the General Assembly resolution of April, and the Security Council's second resolution in June, with ever more massive majorities on each occasion, was extremely grave for Portugal. Placed in open international quarantine, Lisbon reacted by desperately trying to form alliances with other states in a similar position. On May 20, Salazar, gratified by Spain's vote in the UN in April, travelled to the Spanish border to confer with Franco, and the two leaders discussed the spread of communism in Africa. It was not long before Portugal's other lone defender at the United Nations, South Africa, was in close touch. In a discreet visit at the beginning of July, the South African Defence Minister, Fuchs, had talks with his opposite number in Lisbon, April 7, 61. Almost certainly, the Portuguese requested military aid at this meeting. The official communiqué made no mention of this, but reports from Southwest Africa indicated an open intensification and coordination of military activity there. The Observer correspondent in Windhoek cabled. In the past 3 weeks South African security forces have moved into Ovumboland, now taken over as part of the Southwest African Police Zone. Aircraft operating from 2 airfields, one in the Caprivi Strip and the other at Ohopaho, in the west, have begun a patrol to 100. Watch for Angolan refugees and infiltrators. Units of the Mobile Watch sent up from Potchefstroom, near Pretoria, are patrolling the ground in cooperation with the Portuguese police. 16 permanent police posts are being built, linked by wireless. The Walvis Bay Defence Base, which is Republic territory though administered by the Southwest African Administration, is to receive a garrison of 1,500 regular troops in the next few months. Its airport is being enlarged to enable them to be flown to the Angola frontier in less than 2 hours. The situation has made its impact on the civil population, and in Windhoek itself, with a European population of 20,000, there are now some 15,000 registered firearms. February 7, 61. Meanwhile great efforts were being made to activate Portugal's oldest alliance with the UK. Britain had voted against the Security Council's resolution of March, had abstained on the General Assembly resolution of April and the Liberian Security Council resolution of June, and had voted against the Soviet resolution in June. Gestures of sympathy and solidarity continued throughout the summer. On May 15, HMS Leopard arrived from Freetown and Lagos in Luanda on a goodwill visit with the commander of the British fleet in the South Atlantic aboard. On May 16 the British consul in São Paulo refused the Portuguese oppositionist Galvão an entry visa to Britain. On May 26, Lord Home arrived for talks in Lisbon on another goodwill visit. The discussion was lengthy and cordial. The British Foreign Minister remarked that Portuguese policy in Africa, like that of Britain, was based on respect for the human personality. The Diário de Notícias returned the compliment, "Lord Home is a gentleman." It is no accident that this profoundly English word cannot be translated into any other language. What this meant was clear a few weeks later: complaisance in genocide. On June 15, the Macmillan government refused to cancel or postpone the NATO training exercises of the 19th Brigade Group in northern Portugal. On June 16, 6 frigates of the 7th Squadron of the Home Fleet sailed into Lisbon after exercises with the Portuguese Navy and Air Force. And on June 17, the sale was announced to Portugal of 2 refitted Bay-class frigates, of Korean War vintage. As the gestures of solidarity and connivance multiplied, there was a storm of criticism from political, religious, and social organizations in Britain. Faced with overwhelming opposition, the Macmillan government made a limited withdrawal, the joint military exercises were cancelled, and a fact-finding commission was sent to study the Angolan War. The commission consisted of a colonel and a group captain. The first was military attaché in Lisbon, the second air attaché in Madrid. The results of this inquiry were never made public. Meanwhile, the Labour Party was invoking the example of the US to show the government that it was politically mistaken. Gaitskell said in the House of Commons on July 5, "Their policy, i.e. the government's, has been foolish even if their fundamental aims have been sound enough." He added naively, "Our major Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Argument against the communist threat is that we continue to enjoy democracy and freedom and don't wish to give it up. Remove that argument by removing democracy and there is precious little left of our case." The government's reply recalled him to realism. The solidarity of NATO was the bedrock of the government's defense policy. No state had left NATO since its inception, and if the essential unity of the alliance was disrupted by the withdrawal of a member, the damaging effects would be far-reaching. 5.7.61 Real opposition, however, did continue, and in July the government was forced to place an embargo on the further sale or arms to Portugal. But its basic diplomatic policy had not changed. In October, Galvão, after a triumphal reception in Sweden, landed at London Airport, and was put under criminal arrest and then deported immediately. Britain was being restrained from lending direct material support to Salazar, but its diplomatic support remained as strong as ever. Spain, South Africa, Britain, and Katanga. This final alliance emerged in late July. From the very outset of Cotonan secession, the Elizabethville regime has been vitally dependent on the Lobito-Benguela Railway for the transshipment of the Union miniere output which has financed it. With the Congolese Voie Nationale, Elizabethville Port Frankie Leopoldville Matadi, closed, the Lobito route was Katanga's lifeline to the capitalist world outside. As early as autumn 1960, the Cotonan Foreign Minister Kimba had paid a visit to Lisbon. Observers might have wondered whether even the Tshombe regime would not hesitate openly to condone racial extermination of Africans by a white colonial power. The exact opposite was true. The action of the Portuguese army in northern Angola inspired Tshombe to his most fulsome expressions of praise for Portugal. After visiting the Angolan pavilion at the Elizabethville International Fair, he told the Luanda paper Comercio's special correspondent, "The Portuguese and Cotonans in Africa, by their common multiracial way of life, form the only indestructible front in the world which communist covetousness cannot destroy." Kimba, in a public speech on the same occasion, expressed gratitude for Portuguese confidence in the future of Katanga, as manifested in the Angolan pavilion at the fair. "As you know," he said, "our policy is like yours, we do not take into account the color of a man's skin." Tshombe himself summed up the position, "Matters are not yet entirely clear between our two countries, except for one point: we have the same ideas and are fighting for the same ideal. The rest will follow after talks between the responsible officials. 26.7.61. Meanwhile, a mounting tempo of anger was sweeping the Afro-Asian world, which found fierce expression at the Belgrade Conference of Non-Aligned Powers in September. The conference denounced the intolerable measures of repression taken by Portuguese colonial authorities against the Angolan people and called on all peaceful countries, particularly member states of the United Nations, to help the Angolan people to establish without further 102. Delay a free and independent state. At the same time, the New York Times reported from Belgrade that concrete aid to nationalists in Algeria and Angola had been promised by the governments that were represented in the Conference of Non-Aligned Nations. Conference sources said the help would be diplomatic and practical. When the UN reassembled for the 63rd session in December, it had before it the report on Angola of the Inquiry Commission. The report found unanimously that the insurrection was caused by genuine grievances. It called on Portugal to implement drastic reforms to prepare the territory for self-government. It further stated that the situation in Angola was deteriorating and constituted a threat to international peace and security. A bitter condemnation of Portugal seemed imminent. The US, however, was determined to prevent this. As the New York Times reported on January 15, the United States will seek a moderate resolution in an effort to avoid pushing Portugal further and further into isolation, as one source put it. Thus, when the Afro-Asian bloc met to draft a resolution on Angola, US pressure was already intense. A long delay followed, as the text of the resolution was progressively weakened to satisfy Washington. The Kennedy administration vetoed any condemnation of Portugal. Instead, the resolution had simply to deprecate deeply Portugal's armed action. New York Times 24.1.62. Its maximum demands were for Portugal to desist forthwith from repressive measures, to release all political prisoners immediately, and to set up freely elected and representative political institutions with a view to the transfer of power to the people of Angola. The British delegate was later to regret the extravagant tone of this resolution, and to call the demand for the release of political prisoners unrealistic. Meanwhile, Poland and Bulgaria had tabled a resolution bluntly condemning Portugal for its action of extermination in Angola, and calling on the Security Council to consider economic sanctions against it. The Czech delegate, Kenka, commented accurately enough that the difference between the two resolutions was that one was anxious to help Portugal and the other to help Angola. On January 30, votes were taken. The Polish-Bulgarian resolution was defeated, 26 votes against 43, with 32 abstentions. Besides the Eastern Bloc, voting for were Cameroon, Ethiopia, Senegal, Somalia, Sudan, Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Tanganyika, Morocco, Iraq, UAR, India, Indonesia, Cuba, and Yugoslavia. The Afro-Asian resolution was passed 99 votes to 2, Spain, South Africa, with France abstaining. The USA voted for the resolution only after Stevenson had secured the withdrawal of a clause calling for the UN's Committee on Decolonization to give urgent attention to the question of Angola, with a view to the speedy achievement of independence by the people of Angola. The word independence was too much for it. Portugal's respite was brief and unlikely to recur. The January resolution was overshadowed by an event of far greater importance for the world and for Portugal. On November 6, the General Portugal and the End of Ultra-Colonialism Assembly voted by 67 to 16, including the US, Britain and Portugal, to recommend economic and diplomatic sanctions against South Africa. The move was unprecedented. It dramatically reflected a new awareness among the Afro-Asian nations of the inefficacy of verbal resolutions designed for neo-colonial consumption. The resolution further called on the Security Council to consider the expulsion of South Africa from the UN, if it still did not abandon apartheid. It was clear that no effort would now be omitted to ensure that UN resolutions against South Africa had practical force. The precedent was of immense and ominous importance for Lisbon. The next target of new Afro-Asian determination could only be Portugal. 2. Economic Portugal's economic dependence on its colonies is greater than that of any other colonial power, past or present. It has never had a classic export and re-export colonial economy. It has relied instead simply and overwhelmingly on the foreign currency earnings of its colonies. A glance at the OEEC table below shows the extent of its dependence. Balance of payments of the Escudo area, OEEC, 1960. US million dollars, current transactions 1956, 1957, 1958, 1959. Imports of metropolitan Portugal 354,0394,7,369, 3363. Exports of metropolitan Portugal 231,0218, 12,0209. Trade balance of metropolitan Portugal 123,0176, 157,3, 154,6. Overseas provinces. Imports from third countries 89,299, 91,014,88. Overseas provinces. Exports to third countries 141,3, 149,3, 168,4, 169. Trade balance of overseas provinces 52, 149, 467, 072, 1. Invisibles, net 43, 943, 863, 139. 3. Private transfers 34, 348, 749, 457, 0. Current transfers 78, 292, 5, 112, 596, 3. 104. Private capital transactions long term 06172112. Short term 14099318301462100342. Public and banking capital transactions 15312212 Long term 47210329. Short term 61766437167717188889. Net total 38,640,41,336,9. As the Christian Science Monitor remarked in late 1961, it is estimated that one-third of Portugal's total national income comes from the overseas provinces. Only 5% of Belgium's national income was derived from the Belgian Congo. The absolutely crucial importance of the colonies to Portugal is clear, and, by the same token, the vulnerability of the Portuguese economy. What has been the impact of the war upon it? The insurrection was of course most immediately and dramatically registered in Luanda. Throughout April, settlers besieged banks, travel agencies, retail shops. The official Portuguese news agency reported that such commodities as potatoes, rice, lard, and salted cod had risen 200%. Dislocation of air, shipping and banking repatriation mechanisms was for a period almost complete. In northern Angola itself, almost all rational human endeavor had ceased, the only norms were devastation and evacuation. Elsewhere atrophy set in. The Observer reported this somber phase of the war. If the siege develops, the Portuguese situation is lost for good. Already the burning of plantations, 120 since the beginning of this month, represents a loss of 1/10 of the coffee potential which cannot be replaced for 5 to 7 years. Plantations not destroyed but merely unharvested are useless for 2 years because of the effect on the soil. To hold on to the north in such circumstances is to turn the richest area of the Portuguese Empire into a liability, costing at present estimates between £15,000 and £30,000 a day. 23.7.61. Small business in Luanda and upcountry collapsed, Ambrizet and Benguela decayed through loss of traffic. Settler discontent with Portugal's military and political tactics grew more vociferous. When the rain ceased, an economic recovery corps of Africans from southern Angola, 2,0005,000 men, was established to harvest the coffee crop under armed guard. The Robusta crop, as in East Africa, had attained record dimensions, and probably between a half and two-thirds of it was rescued. But this isolated success did little to relieve the general situation. A Reuters cable of August 18 noted the acute labor shortage and disruption caused by the war, economic. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Life, apart from coffee, was more or less at a standstill. The Mavoyo copper mine had ceased production, and its 4,000 labor force had fled, leaving the white technicians to be evacuated. Gulf Oil had ceased their prospecting in Cabinda. Only Diamond, true to Katanga type, had been able to continue operation through the crisis. At home, overseas stocks had plunged. On the Lisbon Bourse, the value of overseas shares fell 60% between January and June, 1961. All the major companies were hit. CADA's nominal 900 escudo shares, valued at 4,250 escudos in 1958, had slumped to 1,100 in June, 1961. Azucarda Angola's 1,500 escudo shares fluctuated between 1,330 and 930. Shares of the Sociedade Agrícola do Caçaquel, sugar, quoted at 1,016 in early 1961, were down to 650 by August. The July bulletin of the Economist Intelligence Unit reported. In a number of cases, owners of shares in Portuguese overseas companies have been unable to sell their holdings at any price. Even Diamond's position had been weakened. Reports that the company has substantially reinforced its private garrison, August 9, 61, had evidently not been wholly reassuring. Shares valued at 520 escudos in 1960 were down to 430 by May, 1961, and 396 in August. The index of government stocks themselves had dropped 30 points by June. The capital market, always a sensitive barometer, had begun to show disquieting features early on. One of the Salazar regime's most boasted achievements is the rock-hard stability of the escudo. By April 1961, the Finance Ministry was forced to announce stringent warnings against capital outflow, which had been evading control by the Inspectorate of the Credit and Insurance Department. The pound moved from 80 to 83 escudos on the official market. The shift was apparently marginal, but journalists observed that banks, besieged by anxious purchasers, simply had no foreign exchange left to sell. The Times reported on April 17, in Lisbon, in spite of exchange precautions taken earlier by the Bank of Portugal, dollars, pounds, Swiss francs and gold virtually disappeared from the exchange market. Official prices remained stable, but few exchange bureaus had currency to sell. A few were selling dollars at 35 escudos instead of at the official rate of 28.90. It was naturally illicit transactions that worried the government most. On April 26, Finance Minister Nunes said on his return from an OEEC policy meeting in Paris that capital outflow since the beginning of the uprising amounted to 5–6% of the country's total revenue. The drop in exchange reserves spoke for itself. December 1960. $794 million. January 31, 1961. 784 February 1961. 773 March 1961. 751 April 1961. 732, including $14 million deposited with the International Monetary Fund. 106. By August, reserves were down to $641 million, and Dr. Stucky Daqui, editor of the journal Português da Econômica e Finanças, was writing in the Diário de Lisboa, Portugal is today facing a grave financial crisis arising from a lack of liquidity greatly accentuated by the military campaign overseas. While the escudo faltered, military costs were rising rapidly. The exceptional costs of the war had to some extent been anticipated in the January budget. As usual, there was an excessive ratio of extraordinary to ordinary estimates. 104.5 million escudos were transferred from the ordinary budget account to help balance extraordinary expenditures. The increases in extraordinary spending went mainly to the Defense Department, its allowance was doubled, and came to account for almost two-thirds of the total rise in expenditure forecast for the whole budget. 1961 budget ordinary extraordinary, MIL escudos revenue. 8,238.4 3,549.5 expenditure. 8,126.9 3,654.0 Estimated extraordinary expenditure 1960-1961 Total, mil escudos. 2,751.3 3,654.0 Defense Department. 799.8 1,656.9 Public Works. 1,053.9 1,086.9. On June 13, the Portuguese government was forced to allocate a further credit of 500 million escudos to national defence. This was to be spent on the immediate purchase of materials essential to the defence of Portugal's overseas provinces. This single extraordinary credit represented 62.5% of 1960's total defence estimates, and about 30% of 1961's vastly increased appropriations. How was this to be paid for? At the beginning of July, temporary tax increases were announced by the government. Direction taxation, surtax, was upgraded, but the bulk of the revenue was to come from indirect increases. Purchase tax on superfluous and luxury consumption was to go up by 15%, the petrol tax was increased by 20%, tobacco, beer, and mineral waters rose 15%, the tax on motor cars rose by about 16%, and a building and building land tax was imposed. Further taxes affected property sales and insurance companies. Even tourists had to contribute to Portuguese repression. On July 9, Lisbon and Oporto were officially declared tourist zones, making visitors liable to a spot tax. The sociological implication of the taxes was clear. The crisis had forced the regime to take the risk of antagonizing the privileged minority who are the chief beneficiaries of Salazar's rule, simply because there was nothing further to be drained from the oppressed majority. As the war settled into a guerrilla pattern in the autumn, the deterioration of the economic situation was checked. Panic gave way to routine insecurity in Luanda. Businesses reopened and commercial life returned to something like normal in Angola south of the Malonge Line. Colonial equities continued to fall, but at a less dramatic rate. By February the overseas share index was down a Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Further 6 points, by May 11 points. In October exchange reserves rose for the first time to $644 million, and thereafter continued to improve slowly. Paper circulation had increased 19% in 1961, but this could be expected to taper off. Assistance from friends of Portugal abroad began to become available. West Germany granted the regime a loan of $37 million. The World Bank provided $1,500,000 for a strategic road building program in southwest Angola, for which South Africa supplied the technical assistance. However, the 1962 budget showed the heavy strain of the war. Military expenditure rose a massive 31%, while the much advertised development plan was allocated a derisory extra 2%. A 10% profits tax was imposed on all companies enjoying monopolistic concessions, special privileges, or an especially favored position on the market. In June an additional Angolan defense tax was announced, a profit tax of 5 to 35% on all firms Indiana Angola with a profit exceeding 3 million escudos. A $1 billion loan to the colony followed. But confidence had gone, and could not be restored. In September, the Financial Times reported tersely, the Portuguese investor shows little inclination to place his money in the country. Shored up by accumulated reserves, foreign loans, and extraordinary levies, the regime can probably withstand the directly economic effects of the war for some time to come. It is the indirect effects which will be more serious. To pay for its vast military outlay, the regime has been forced to penalize increasingly heavily the very strata on which it has always relied for its political support, the Portuguese rich of cartelized industry and the latifundia. The consequences of this remain to be seen. 3. Political. The Salazar regime is not only economically, but also politically dependent for its existence on the empire. As has been seen, the colonies function as the ultimate rationale of the regime, its only compensation for 35 years of nullity and stagnation. Their loss would make its bankruptcy insupportable and final, even to much of Portuguese reaction. The disintegration of the Portuguese Empire would mean the end of Portuguese fascism. The present regime cannot survive the independence of its colonies. The gravity of the Angolan situation for the regime was evident almost as soon as the insurrection started. Within less than a month after the nationalist offensive began, the power structure of Salazarism was in full crisis, and a military coup d'état was only narrowly averted. As became clear subsequently, the majority of the army command was dismayed both by the extent of the insurrection and by the international isolation of Portugal following on the Security Council vote of March 15. Its own policy towards Angola may have been liberal, i.e. in favor of the tactic of concessions, or simply one of greater military rationalization and efficiency. Probably, it 108 was a combination of both. What is certain is that the integration of the Portuguese armed forces inside NATO had led to strong American influences on the general staff. Atlantic norms and tactics began to impinge on the archaic world of the Portuguese military caste. Thus, when the USA publicly disavowed Portugal in the Security Council in March, the shock for NATO-orientated officers must have been acute. A coup to overthrow Salazar and install a loyal Western military regime was planned for the middle of April. The junta behind it included practically the whole top military echelon in the country: the Minister of Defense, General Betelho Moniz; the Minister of War, Light Col. Almeida Fernandes; the CNC of the Portuguese Air Force, General Albuquerque de Freitas; the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Beleza Vaz; and the military governor of Lisbon, Marshal Criviro Lopes, President of the Republic from 1951-58, probably connived at the plot. According to the most authoritative account, de Freitas sent a memorandum to Betelho Moniz at the end of March demanding a new Angolan policy more in accordance with Atlantic methods, and a new government to carry it out. Moniz, Fernandes, and other senior officers agreed. A plan was drawn up to oust Salazar at a meeting of the Supreme Defense Council on April 8, proceeding purely by constitutional methods. Warned, Salazar avoided the meeting and mobilized the Pure Salazarist Corps, the National Republican Guard. On April 13, he announced the dismissal of Moniz, Fernandes, Ferraz, and the military governor of Lisbon. Forestalled in its own constitutional maneuvers, the junta lost its nerve and collapsed. General de Freitas returned to Lisbon from an official visit to Washington on April 19, and was dismissed on April 29. Salazar had survived, but with a very narrow escape. The unity and stability of his regime was now clearly precarious. On May 3, a further drastic cabinet reshuffle installed new ministers of Foreign Affairs: Alberto Franco Nogueira, of the Interior; Alfredo Rodrigues dos Santos, of Education; Manuel Lopes de Almeida, and of Corporations, José Goncalves Proença. The Ministry of Overseas Territories had already passed to Professor Adriano Moreira in the April 13 decree. On June 3, General Venancio de Lons, of Franco Bomber Squadron experience and former ambassador in Madrid, was appointed Governor-General and CNC of the Armed Forces in Angola, replacing Admiral Silva Tovares and General Montero Liborio in these positions. The changes in the administrative apparatus of Salazarism was well-nigh complete, involving 7 ministeries out of 14, including the crucial posts of Foreign Affairs, Defense, Army, Interior, and Overseas Provinces. The social ground of the regime threatened to become quicksand. As the luxury and gasoline taxes hit home, and the escudo weakened, the moneyed upper class itself began to lose confidence in the regime, and capital filtered clandestinely abroad. Patriotism was small counterweight, the Observer reported on July 2. Morale is low, and on Monday the army had to cancel medical boards for drafted officers. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. After the scandal of the overcrowding of the Lisbon military hospital by personnel reluctant to serve overseas. Meanwhile, the colonial crisis and mass conscription were clearly affecting a certain crystallization of political organization and consciousness in the working class and peasantry. The evident jeopardy of the regime was helping to destroy the mesmeric effect of 35 years of inert, uninterrupted power. Attempts to arouse working-class chauvinism were of little use in face of the absurdity and hardship of the call-up. Already, many reports have found their way into conservative, pro-Salazar foreign newspapers, indicating that desertions and resistance have been occurring on some scale. The Sunday Times reported, in the hot poverty-stricken plains of the Alentejo in the south, many have taken to the fields to avoid call-up. Recently, police and National Guardsmen were called to the town of Évora to deal with incipient mutiny on a troop train. There is now growing fear of an armed uprising in Portugal. Portugal, it seems, now has its Maquis. At present this consists mainly of men who, fearing arrest for subversive activities, in some cases no more serious than incitement to strike, have sought refuge in the Serra da Estrela mountains of north-central Portugal. Many have secured arms. In most cases, the arms have been smuggled from Spain, supplied by anti-Franco elements who hope for a joint rising. While reports of this kind could reasonably be treated with caution, they had some prima facie plausibility, particularly when appearing in organs otherwise sympathetic to Salazarism. The nervousness of the regime was plain. It was reinforced by the existence, for the first time in decades, of an organized external front of opposition. The Delgado Galvio front was important mainly because of the past political careers of its leaders. Both of them are former high functionaries in the regime, Delgado C-in-C of the Air Force, Galvio Inspector General of Angola, and then spectacular oppositionists, Delgado in the elections of 1957, Galvio from his trial in 1951 to his escape in 1958. Galvio in particular had compromised the international position of the Salazar government by his seizure of the Santa Maria at the opening of 1960 in a riot of worldwide publicity. The declarations of the two men on the colonial issue remained vague and contradictory, and showed traces of chauvinism. But the importance of their campaign to the struggle of national liberation in Africa was independent of their positions. Salazar could not survive the loss of the colonies. The reverse is also true, the colonies will almost certainly not survive the end of Salazarism. Once the sclerosed stasis of 35 years of fascism is broken in Portugal, a process of radicalization will set in which at the very least will preclude any possibility of preserving the empire. The installation of Delgado and Galvio in Morocco in the summer increased the threat to Lisbon. In a detailed dispatch from Portugal on October 28, the Observer reported that fears of a political uprising have alerted the country's defense. 7 naval vessels are now lying off the Algarve and the Portuguese Air Force is circling the seas between South Portugal and North Africa. At the Alfit Naval Dockyard, 110. Repairs to 2 of Portugal's 3 submarines are being given top priority, and concentrated on Beja, the capital of the Alentejo and an area of rampant political unrest, is an armoured division with a tank unit intended for Angola. Large sectors of the Algarve coast are now fortified and vehicles entering the district are being stopped by armed patrols and their passengers questioned. The fears of the regime proved justified. On November 10, a Portuguese airliner was hijacked by Galvio and forced to circle over Lisbon dropping pamphlets urging revolt. Within a month, on New Year's Day, 1962, a group of armed men attacked the barracks at Beja itself. After a fierce engagement, they were beaten off. The undersecretary for the army was killed in the fighting as he arrived from Lisbon. The Portuguese army was immediately put on the alert, and arrests were made of the escaping insurgents. The attack had been led by an army officer, Captain João Varela Gomes, and a former Catholic youth leader, Manuel Serra. Delgado was later to claim responsibility for the attempt. Although the attack had failed, its political effect was to weaken the regime still further. The Sunday Times reported from Lisbon. Alarm and despondency are at a new peak in Portugal. Despite efforts to rally support and diversionary attacks on her nominal allies, the regime appears to have begun the year with less real popularity than ever before. 7.6.62 Open disaffection now for the first time began to appear. At the end of the month, a crowd of 5,000 rioted in Oporto, shouting "Long live liberty," and were met with police fire. In Lisbon, the Times reported, a constant stream of people appears before the criminal courts on trial for subversive activities. On March 9, 10,000 demonstrators marched through the streets of Oporto. In April, 2 people were killed and 15 arrested in a demonstration in the mining town of Ajustral in South Portugal. On May Day, police and demonstrators, mainly working class, clashed for 3 hours in Lisbon. A week later, more demonstrators in Lisbon and Oporto were followed by 100 arrests. The prisons were now so overcrowded with demonstrators that the newest group, 12,000 Lisbon University students, had to be held in police barracks outside the capital. Trouble had started in the university on March 24, when the Ministry of Education banned the traditional Student Day celebrations in face of rising opposition. The ban was cancelled, and then reimposed on Salazar's orders, over the resignation of the veteran Salazarist rector, Marcelo Caetano. In protest, 15,000 students went on strike, June 4, 62. Their leaders were arrested. On June 2, students demonstrated in Lisbon against the arrests. Many of them were arrested in their turn. 2 days later, the police invaded the precincts of Lisbon University itself and clashed with students and professors there. In July, the students were still on strike, the most unified and defiant opposition Dr. Salazar's regime has yet encountered, Observer Foreign News Service 22.6.62. Meanwhile, a series of arrests of communists was announced: students, technicians, public servants, artisans, July, transport. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism. Workers, August, laborers, clerks, chauffeurs, October. Resistance to the regime clearly embraced almost all social strata. On September 25, the Governor-General of Angola, Delons, was abruptly dismissed. He had tried to accelerate African education and to assert military autonomy in Angola. After a considerable delay, an unknown junior officer, Lieutenant Colonel Silvino Silverio Marque, former governor of the Cape Verde Islands, was appointed to his post. The Minister for the Overseas Provinces, Adriano Moreira, bitterly remarked in Lisbon, "It would be a victory for our enemies if they knew of all the discord that exists between us." April 10, 62. His words received spectacular confirmation 8 weeks later. On December 3, the cabinet was suddenly and dramatically purged again. Moreira and his undersecretaries of Overseas Administration and Development were dismissed. His replacement was the governor of another of Portugal's minor colonies, Portuguese Guinea, Commander Antonio Peixoto Correa. The Minister for the Army, General Mario da Silva, was eliminated and his place taken by a former police commander, Colonel de Luis Cunha. The Defense Ministry was given to the former Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces. Professor Luis Teixeira Pinto became the new Minister of the Economy. The Minister of Education, Lopes de Almeida, was ejected, the acting director of Lisbon University, in office since Caetano's resignation in April, immediately resigned in protest. The purge was a direct index of the deterioration of Salazar's position. The sudden dismissal of Delons, Moreira, and da Silva showed how disastrously the Angolan War was going for Portugal, both politically and militarily. Delons and Moreira, appointed in early 1961 as vigorous new administrators capable of reversing the tide in Angola, had lasted just over a year. To replace them, Salazar could only find forgotten junior officials whose pliancy, and incompetence, could be guaranteed. Military disaffection was met by placing the army ministry under a police official. A new minister was appointed to shore up the continuingly precarious state of the economy. And in a final confession of failure, the sensitive Ministry of Education, in charge of student affairs, was transferred to another Salazarist professor. The demoralization of the regime was unmistakable. It only remains to sum up. 3. The process of disintegration is clear. As the Angolan War continues, the political apparatus of Salazarism, despite desperate appeals for patriotic support, becomes more and more introverted and isolated from any other social force in the country. A disabused army takes its distances and prepares a respectable future. Businessmen surreptitiously dispatch their capital abroad, students and workers mobilize, Conscripts take to the hills, the exiles gather. The end of an epoch is imminent. 1. There are 5 main ethnic groupings in Angola, the Bakongo in the north 500,000, the Kimbundu in the country below Luanda 1,000,000, the Ovimbundu, called Balunda by the Portuguese, on the Benguela Plateau 1,000,000, and the Lunda and Gangala peoples in the east of the colony 350,000 and 320,000 respectively. 1950 Census, approximate figures. 2. In the sections which follow, no attempt will be made to give an account of the Angolan nationalist political organizations. In the conditions of extreme repression and censorship in the Portuguese colonies, political activity was necessarily clandestine throughout the 50s. Since the outbreak of the war, more information about the Angolan political parties has become available, but much of it is unreliable. Hence, no serious analytic account of the Angolan nationalist parties is possible at present. It need only be said that the 2 principal parties, both with headquarters in Leopoldville, are the MPLA, Movimento de Libertação de Angola, led by Agostinho Neto, who escaped from Portuguese imprisonment, and Mario de Andrade, and the UPA, União dos Populacos de Angola, now merged into the FNLA, Frente Nacional de Libertação de Angola, led by Holden Roberto and John Pinnock. The experience of both Algeria and Cuba has shown how premature speculations about the exact political character of revolutionary organizations involved in an armed struggle can be. The purpose of the account below, by contrast, is to analyze the War of Liberation as an objective and typical process, which is relatively independent of the particular political parties involved in it. 3. A concluding note on method may perhaps be appropriate, for the purpose of this study has been to some extent methodological as well as substantive. An initial aim was to show that a precondition of any account of a colonial area is one account of the metropolitan country. Neither the type of colonial system nor the course of decolonization can be understood without a direct analysis of the specific economy and society of the colonial power. This should be a truism, but practically every colonial study of recent years has ignored it. The result has been a plethora of books on the Congo, Indonesia, Indochina, Nigeria, etc., in which Belgium, Holland, France, or Britain are treated as more or less indistinguishable, inexplicable dei ex machina. A second aim was complementary, to show that any study of an imperial system should be made in a comparative perspective. Again, this is an elementary sociological rule, but it seems to be foreign to most writers in the field. Even the extreme idiosyncrasy of Portuguese imperialism has not moved its major historian, James Duffy, to the smallest gesture towards a wider comparison. The emphasis in this study has, in consequence, been deliberately typological. A much more difficult problem, however, arises over and above these considerations. Any study of imperialism faces one of the key dilemmas of the social sciences: how can a diachronic and a synchronic perspective be combined? The reconciliation of history and sociology is easy enough in principle, but extremely hard in practice. It will be remembered that de Saussure defined a diachronic order as one in which each moment can only be understood in terms of all those which have preceded it. Thus, in a bridge game, the meaning of any trick depends on all the tricks before it and cannot be understood without knowledge of them. In contrast, a synchronic order is one in which the meaning of every moment is visible in the present. It is coextensive with the relationship of all the existing data to each other. Thus, at any move, a game of chess is always comprehensible without any knowledge of the previous moves. It is clear that any society has both of these dimensions. It is at once a structure which can only be understood in terms of the interrelationship of its parts, and a process which can only be understood in terms of the cumulative weight of its past. The difficulty is to synthesize the two aspects in any actual study. Liberal history and formalist sociology represent extreme opposed attempts to divorce the two dimensions altogether. History becomes, in Van Leer's words, chronological whimsy, a promiscuous and garrulous narrative devoid of method or principle, tailors the struggle for the mastery of Europe. At the other pole, sociology becomes a hallucinating universe of static and vacant abstractions, whose only relation to concrete social reality is an ultimate, impalpable consecration of it, parsons the social system. The coexistence of the two in the Anglo-Saxon countries marks the limits of the penetration of Marxism in these cultures. For Marxism is the only thought which has rigorously united developmental and structural analysis. It is at once pure historicity, denial of all suprahistorical essences, and radical functionalism. Societies are significant totalities. This synthesis remains unique. The procedure of this study has been to try and concentrate diachronic and synchronic perspectives in as pure a form as possible, and then to juxtapose them sharply against each other in sequence. Thus a rapid resume of the development of Portuguese imperialism over 3 centuries. Portugal and the end of ultra-colonialism necessarily subordinated the range of data severely to the time scale. This was followed by a functionalist analysis of the Portuguese colonial system in Africa, ignoring the history of the period. Finally, this section has attempted a relatively close-up account of the Angolan War, again with a selective focus, this time omitting any treatment of the growth of African consciousness and organization. The intention has been to show the origin, structure and collapse of the largest remaining European colonial empire. Obviously, the method outlined is, in a sense, artificial. In particular, no functionalist analysis can properly account for the demise of a system, hence the abruptness of the opening passages of this section. The lack of documentation of African reaction and resistance, i.e. what would be the dysfunctional elements in the system, made this inevitable. More generally, the approach adopted here probably suffers from a tendency to totalize the data too rapidly into significant ensembles. But this emphasis is in deliberate contrast to the existing studies of Portuguese colonialism, and can be checked against them, since most of the source material used is the same. The great advantage of the approach is that method, accentuated in this way, becomes directly open and accessible to discussion. 114. Perry Anderson. For a decade in Britain, under conservative rule, there was a recognizable and active left. Now at last there is a Labour government. But there is no longer, in the same sense, a left. This paradox must be the starting point of any consideration of the tasks confronting socialists today. Clearly, the most urgent need is to recreate an independent, combative left, with its own goals and its own timetable. A condition of success in this is a critical assessment of the left which has just disappeared. Without such an assessment, it is unlikely that anything durable will emerge in the search for a new strategy. For any future left will have to learn the lessons of the past. These lessons concern not so much the mistakes of the left in the 50s, as its character. It is this which requires a precise and lucid analysis today. There now seems to be a tacit agreement among socialists to bury the past. The temptation to maintain a discreet silence, to forget old quarrels, to look only towards the future, is understandable. But no attempt to consider the possibilities of the present will be viable unless it starts from some examination of the conflicts and contradictions which led up to it. The left in the 50s. 3. There is no need here to recount the course of events in the labor movement over the past decade, after the fall of the Attlee government in 1951. The rise of Bevenism, the conflict over German rearmament, the loss of the 1955 election, the accession of Gaitskell to the leadership, the adoption of industry and society, the first Aldermaston March, the defeat in the 1959 election, the fight over Clause 4, the bitter struggle over unilateralism, the final victory of Gaitskell, the publication of signposts for the 60s, unity in opposition to the common market, Gaitskell's death, all these are fresh in everyone's memory. Moreover, at this point of time, any full attempt to retrace and synthesize the intricate political struggles within the Labour Party would necessarily fail. However, looking back at the development of the party since 1951, certain permanent themes are clearly visible. It is in terms of them and the conflicts they engendered that the analysis sketched below will be made. The remarks which follow will inevitably be schematic. No subject is so contentious or difficult to seize. The focus of the analysis will be, not the political narrative of the period, but the sociology of its actors and the ideology of their interventions. In each case, extremely complex and variegated phenomena will be brusquely simplified and essentialized for the purposes of discussion. The requirements of a short article make this inevitable. Within these limitations, what approximate balance sheet can be drawn up of this anguished, parched decade? General context. Two problems have dominated the struggle for socialism in Britain from the turn of the 50s onwards: affluence and the Cold War. These issues have provided the deepest experience of the European socialist movement in our time. By the early 50s, Keynesian capitalism had eliminated mass unemployment and allowed a steady increase in the material standard of living of the working class. It thereby appeared to annul the positive case for socialism that had been made for 50 years by the working class movement, that capitalism was unable to prevent cyclical hunger and destitution. Simultaneously, the Cold War allowed capitalist regimes everywhere to establish a powerful negative identification of socialism with the political order of the Soviet Union under Stalin and to mobilize their populations for a suicidal military confrontation with Russia. Full employment and rising incomes rendered the classical socialist solutions, in particular social ownership of the means of production, redundant. The specter of Russian totalitarianism rendered them menacing. An insurmountable, double taboo fell on them. Its effect was to create an ideological barrier which blocked the labor movement's outward political advance and dried up its every inner impulse. Socialism was stopped dead everywhere in Europe, while the world slipped towards destruction. This was the general historical context of the 50s. In Britain, it exploded a dramatic struggle within the party of the working class, whose enigmatic aftermath we inherit today. What forces were at work? What were their ideas? What is their legacy? 4. Public ownership. The first skirmishes over public ownership were fought at the 1952 and 1953 party conferences. The leadership carried the day fairly easily on both occasions. Challenge for Britain. The 1953 policy document, besides proposing to renationalize steel and road transport, made conditional promises of selective socialization in medium and light industry, engineering, chemicals, etc. At this stage, however, tactical rather than doctrinal reasons were advanced for the refusal to be committed to anything more than this. No major theoretical debate over public ownership marked these years. It was the Labour Party's defeat in 1955 which provided the impetus for this. Within a year, Gaitskell had written his pamphlet Socialism and Nationalization, and above all Crossland had published The Future of Socialism. Both writers directly attacked the idea that social ownership was any longer indispensable to the realization of socialism. Crossland flatly described British society as post-capitalist, and while conceding the need for some limited, empirical measures of nationalization, dismissed the traditional reasons for public ownership as anachronistic. It is important to remember what he thought these reasons to be. Basically, they were three. Common ownership had been believed to ensure economic efficiency, through increases in technical scale, full employment, through the investment policies of public industries, and redistribution of income, through expropriation of capital. Crossland had little difficulty in showing that further nationalizations were largely irrelevant to increased efficiency, exaggeration of scale can reduce productivity, were unnecessary for full employment, the Conservative government was maintaining that, and were ineffective for income redistribution, compensation restored with one hand what nationalization had taken with the other. To clinch matters, he made it clear that, if extended unduly, nationalizations were a threat to political freedom. I at least do not want a chain of state monopolies, believing this to be bad for liberty. Crossland then set out what he believed should be the main goals of a modern socialist party in a prosperous, fully employed Britain. These were, increases in social welfare, educational equality, and income redistribution. None of them depended on any major extensions of public ownership. The following year, Industry and Society was drafted, presented and duly approved by a Labour Party conference at Brighton. It erected into fundamental policy an idea which Crossland had tentatively discussed in his book. It also went further than Crossland had done, either in his analysis or his programme. For the first time in the history of the Labour Party, capitalist industry was formally legitimated as socially responsible and useful. In a famous, ineffable phrase, British firms were declared to be on the whole, serving the nation well. Instead of taking industries into public ownership, a Labour government would make public purchases of non-controlling shares in private companies on the stock exchange. In effect, the subordination of the market to the state was to be superseded by the incorporation of the state into the market. This solution was probably unique even in the annals of social democracy. 5. The Labour Party fought the election of 1959 on this platform, and lost even more heavily than in 1955. The right in the party immediately came to the conclusion that one of the main causes of defeat was precisely industry and society. The vague references to the 600 largest firms in Britain had understandably alarmed middle-of-the-road voters. The only way to reassure them was, not merely to drop the proposals in industry and society, but to erase the very mention of socialization from the party's constitution. Gaitskell, speaking to the post-election conference at Blackpool in 1959, denounced the responsibility of Clause 4 for the party's electoral defeat, and called for its elimination. It was, then, on this issue that the showdown came. Although the left in the party made clear its enraged opposition, the battle was not fought out in the open. Gaitskell's proposal was finally killed in the obscurity and silence of an NEC meeting. But there is little doubt what happened. Faced with the prospect of a public, irreversible cancellation of one of the historic aims of the labor movement, inscribed in the constitution of the party, not merely the left but much of the right rebelled. Many of the union conferences of that spring had already voted against the abolition of Clause 4. It seems certain that it was the right-wing unionists, normally the most obdurately reactionary single element in the party, who voted the motion down in the NEC. What had happened? The proposal to abolish Clause 4 appeared to have everything on its side: the full power and prestige of the party leader and his lieutenants, a severe loss of confidence in the movement, and a solid, well-argued body of argument in print. Against this, the supporters of Clause 4, in early 1960, had almost nothing. There was no serious theory of public ownership on the left, and there was considerable evidence to suggest that it was unpopular electorally. Yet they prevailed. How? This critical moment in the Labour Party's history, when its official raison d'être hung in the balance, can only be understood in terms of its whole character and evolution. In an earlier essay, I suggested that the specific, historical character of the working class movement in England has been the combination of an impermeable corporate class consciousness with a radical lack of hegemonic ambition. This paradox was never seen to clearer effect than in the preservation of Clause 4. The commitment of the Labour Party to the common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange had been written into its constitution by Sidney Webb in 1918. Never in all its history had this clause come near to being an operative goal of the Labour Party. It did not spell out any fundamental will to transform society, or any transfiguring vision of a new social order. It was rather, for the majority of the party, sentiment and symbol, at once a consolation and evasion of the real. In due course, it became part of the hallowed historical baggage of the movement, and so acquired all the inertia of the party itself. Thus the defense of Clause 4 in 1960 by extreme right working-class trade unionists did not involve any attachment to the living values of an ideology, only to the dead sediment of a tradition. By a characteristic irony, what might have been the premise of a hegemonic social vision had become the postscript of an introverted corporatism. The apparent mystery of the leadership's defeat is thus understandable. It was precisely because there were so few arguments for Clause 4 that it retained so many supporters. The more it meant, the fewer it would have rallied. It was saved, in a sense, by its very innocuousness. Just over a year later, the party released its new policy document, Signposts for the 60s. It was at once obvious that the high tide of the right had receded. A complex of pressures had at last, for the first time since 1951, succeeded in shifting the party's positions somewhat to the left. Among these, two were preeminent. In the first place, the anemia and lethargy of British capitalism was becoming more and more evident. Domestic prosperity had screened its disastrous international performance as late as 1959. But by 1961 it was unmistakable. Events had spectacularly rebuffed the belief that British industry was on the whole serving the nation well. Thus the strictly economic legitimation of British capitalism had virtually collapsed. At the same time, its social rationale had come under a new and mordant attack. In 1958 Galbraith had published The Affluent Society. In a celebrated phrase, he argued that the overwhelming social evil of American capitalism was its combination of private opulence with public squalor. Maximization of profit was unable to satisfy social as opposed to individual needs. Schools, parks, and roads decayed while automobiles, electrical appliances and detergents multiplied. The line which divides our area of wealth from our area of poverty is roughly that which divides privately produced and marketed goods and services from publicly rendered services. Our wealth in the first is not only in startling contrast with the meagerness of the latter, but our wealth in privately produced goods is, to a marked degree, the cause of crisis in the supply of public services. This idea is so familiar now, that it may be difficult to remember its novelty at the time. It is enough to point out that Crossland's work, The Future of Socialism, contained just one, indirect, paragraph on the problem in 500 pages of discussion of contemporary socialist objectives. 2. Thus a frontal attack on the social priorities of capitalism was fresh and radical. It was some 2 years before it gained much currency in Britain. In April 1960, just as the attempt to annul Clause 4 was coming to an end, Charles Taylor published an article in New Left Review, which took up Galbraith's analysis, applied it to British society and argued that only common ownership of the means of production could alter the inhuman priorities of capitalism. 3. Galbraith, of course, had believed that the simple device of a general sales tax would be sufficient to correct what he called social imbalance in the USA. Taylor's argument was thus effectively the first new theory of public ownership offered on the left. It was soon taken up and merged with an attack on the torpor of the British economy, by Crossman. In his pamphlet Labour in the Affluent Society, published in June 1960, Crossman at one stroke combined both of the new criticisms of British capitalism: it was inefficient. 2. The Future of Socialism, p. 112. 3. What's Wrong with Capitalism? NLR 3, May-June 1960. 7. Unable to compete with the dynamic of the communist economies, an immoral permanently biased towards consumer frivolities at the expense of social needs. The solution to both problems was a greatly extended public sector, which alone could ensure a faster rate of growth and a fair balance between social and private goods. I have criticized the validity of this case for public ownership in an earlier article, and it has since come under damaging attack from the right. It is, in fact, very weak. However, it was soon having a visible impact on the balance of doctrine in the Labour Party. Signposts for the 60s, the final outcome of the 10-year battle over Labour's road to socialism, was released in the early summer of 1961. It was a sensitive index of the new conjuncture. Both of the current left arguments found their place in the document. The failures of British capitalism were denounced with some acerbity. The language now used was very different from the accolades of 1957. With certain honourable exceptions, our finance and industry need a major shake-up at the top. The story of the last 10 years is one of wasted opportunities and limping progress. The indictment of social imbalance was equally sharp. There is the contrast between starved community services and extravagant consumption. The building of luxury flats and new offices, for example, continues completely uncontrolled while the government makes it as difficult as possible for local authorities to end the housing shortage by building council houses at reasonable rents. The motorcar industry is now doubling its productive capacity. But public enterprise is not allowed to build the roads on which to drive the cars. The document added, following Galbraith's analysis to the letter, this unbalance of the economy is made worse by commercial advertising, which artificially stimulates private as opposed to community wants. As a result, we have a wide choice of detergents and cosmetics, but not enough flats to live in. It went on to attack the small and compact oligarchy at the top of British society. Where industry and society had effusively greeted the divorce between ownership and control in British industry, signposts for the 60s stated flatly, the economy is still dominated by a small ruling caste. Rarely has a political party reversed its theoretical positions so swiftly and so sweepingly. Thus, the social analysis of the new program echoed fairly closely theses current on the left. The conclusions it drew, however, were quite distinctive. Instead of calling for a structural extension of the public sector by a wide transfer of existing industries from private to public ownership, it in effect proposed to build up the public sector alongside an intact private sector, by creating new public enterprises in the science-based and growth industries, where the government already finances the bulk of research. This idea was, politically, a small masterpiece. Throughout the 50s, the party had been stalemated by the conflicting pressures of the left, arguing that common ownership was intrinsic to any definition of socialism, and the right, arguing that nationalization was so unpopular that it was disastrous electorally. One of the main reasons for its unpopularity was notoriously the fact that the main industries that the Attlee government had chosen to socialize were backward and bankrupt. This had given nationalization its drab and down-at-heel image in Britain, which the Conservative Party had exploited with such success. The new program, with great artistry, proposed to redress this situation, which had long been a source of bitterness to its militants. Instead of taking over ancient and ruined industries, a Labour government would create its own, advanced, and profitable, industries. The idea was calculated to gratify the left. At the same time, it neatly circumvented the classic objections of the right. For since it was no longer a question of expropriation, public ownership need not be damaging electorally. Indeed, the tables could now be turned on the Conservatives. If the government was providing the funds for research, was it not doctrinaire to oppose the creation of public enterprises based on that research, particularly if they were to be sited in depressed regions where private industry refused to go? The Labour Party had, in fact, at last succeeded in seizing the initiative. The 50s, in effect, had seen a long drawn-out battle within the party in which both sides had been on the defensive. The right, dominating the party leadership, the permanent bureaucracy, the parliamentary party and bulk of the unions, was continually on the defensive before the consumer prosperity of the 50s. Its only response to the new affluence was negative. It tried to jettison the traditional banners of the past, which had become an embarrassing burden in the present. Trapped by the right's control of the party, the left reacted defensively in its turn, fighting to preserve the historic aims of the movement, but no longer able confidently or adequately to justify them. Given the right-wing majority in the party's institutions, the attempt to purge the Labour Party progressively of all commitment to public ownership should, logically, have been successful. In 1960, after all, the German Social Democratic Party, historically the very fountain of Western European Marxism, and throughout its existence infinitely more ideological than the Labour Party, had seen a similar attempt. It had succumbed totally, henceforward preaching competition as the definition of the good society. The Labour Party, apparently so much easier a victim, proved much harder to change. The major lesson of these years was the enduring force, even in its most atrophied form, of that deep sense of being a distinct community in society, which is the substance of the class consciousness of the British labour movement. It was this that finally saved the day. Afterwards, a new political situation developed, and apparently new solutions emerged. One of the men most responsible for them, Peter Shore, recently gave his view of the decade: the Labour Party remains an anti-capitalist party. We are, moreover, almost the only socialist party in Western Europe that has not abandoned its doctrine. 9. Nuclear disarmament. The second great conflict of these years was altogether different in character. The history of unilateralism was not marked by much theoretical debate, but it did involve an authentic mass movement, the only one in Britain in this period. The fight over German rearmament can, and has, been seen as a direct prelude to the dramatic battle over nuclear disarmament. In one sense, the connection is obvious and fundamental, both were concerned with the international logic of the Cold War. But in another sense the differences were very great. For the movement which sprang up after the Aldermaston March of 1958 was sociologically a quite distinct phenomenon. German rearmament was fought within the Labour Party, by its traditional left militants in the constituencies and branch committees, and leaders in Parliament. It had been a conventional political issue, involving nationalist as well as socialist sentiment. Once made, the decision was irreversible, the issue was buried with the ratification of the Paris Treaties. 4 years later, it was no longer primarily the political but the military logic of the Cold War that was at stake. With the development of the hydrogen bomb, the conflict between East and West threatened the existence of the human race itself. It was in response to this ultimate challenge that the campaign for nuclear disarmament was born. There is no space here for an adequate analysis of the complexities of CND. But some preliminary remarks are possible. The immense appeal and success of the campaign, which for a time renovated British politics, cannot be understood simply in terms of the traditional left in the Labour Party, or even of the younger left which joined it in the years after 1956. Its final, irreducible strength lay elsewhere. Its lineage was that of the campaigns against the slave trade, Governor Eyre, the Bulgarian atrocities, the Boer War. Authentic English liberalism was fighting its last, and most critical battle. The moral consciousness of that section of the middle class which has traditionally been the sanctuary of liberal values in Britain, was seized, like no other, by images of infinite destruction, the abolition of man. It responded with its finest energies, maintaining a passionate pressure for change under the most adverse historical circumstances. The campaign which resulted surpassed anything in its earlier history. Of course, CND was not simply a product of English liberalism. The bulk of its leadership, Collins, Russell, Priestley, etc., came from this tradition. But the base of the movement was very different in character. CND also marked the revolt of great numbers of working-class and lower-middle-class youth against the whole society of which the hydrogen bomb had become the sanction. This revolt was made possible by the relative prosperity diffused by British capitalism in the 50s, which created the purchasing power and leisure which were the preconditions of an autonomous teenage world. It was made necessary. Leaving a huge undertow of misery and neglect the submerged fifth of the population. 10. By the new institutional pattern of this capitalism, which denied or deformed the satisfaction of the very possibilities which it created. A reified and abstract society, coordinated in ever greater bureaucratic complexes, everywhere negating human meaning and control, expropriated the work and confiscated the leisure of its newest and least broken recruits. It was against the increasing impotence and impersonality of social life in Britain that youth revolted, in the name of its own potential emancipation. For the young, thermonuclear weapons were not merely a specific threat to the future, they were the general truth of the present, their radical lack of control over the forces governing their lives. In this sense, the hydrogen bomb became the central myth of the society itself. 6. In refusing it, the campaigners necessarily refused the forms of organization of which it was the ultimate logic. Thus CND became a movement of protest, not only in its aims, but in its methods and organization. Confronted with the atrophy of political parties and the bureaucratization of public life, it was a pure affirmation of spontaneity and democracy, a living refusal of the petrified society around it. As its leaders always claimed, it was a new kind of politics. It was the only kind which moved large masses of people in this period. The explosive force of this new phenomenon caught up the traditional left, swept into the labor movement, and for a moment looked as if it might succeed in storming its heights. In the end, however, it fell back. It has not recovered its momentum since. Why did CND finally fail to leave a lasting imprint on the Labour Party in these years? The obvious answer is that there was a basic incompatibility of nature between the two organizations: the heavy, drugged bureaucracy of the Labour Party, and the volatile, nomadic improvisation of the campaign. But this is clearly not the whole, or even the most important, explanation. The final impasse of CND was the result of a political failure, not simply an organizational one. It had been unable to present a coherent and comprehensive alternative to the official policies of the Labour Party policies, which were, of course, enshrined as the consensus of British society as a whole. What was the reason for this inability? Looking back, it can be seen that, historically, English liberalism, while it has always retained a pervasive, obstinate presence in British society, has never achieved an ascendant position within it. It has tempered a system, at home and abroad, which it has never determined. This mild and myopic creed, the traditional idiom of the English intelligentsia and professional middle class, has never any more than the ingrained resistances and reflexes of the working class become a hegemonic force in Britain. It has always been a secondary phenomenon within the larger society. Partly as a result of the political alliances of the 19th century, the Labour Party from its inception inherited this liberalism, which thereafter became a permanent ingredient of its heterogeneous left, symbolised in the 30s by men like Sir Charles Trevelyan. Thus the alliance which swiftly sprang up between CND and 6. To use an analogy from literary criticism, it was a mythical correlate of the whole society. 11. The Labour Party was in one sense easy and natural, it renewed a long tradition. But by the same token it was unlikely to alter the subordination of the left within the party, which was precisely the product of that tradition. CND did not, in the last resort, introduce a sufficiently new element into the classic compound of Labourism to catalyse a real change in it. This was the historical background of CND's failure. But it was also a specifically contemporary defeat, brought about by its own particular limitations. The great weakness of liberalism in the 19th century had been its structural inability to see the world as whole, to attain what Hegel called a concrete universality. Its insights and ideals existed in a fragmented, segregated space, dissociated from the real world. It criticized particular aspects of Victorian capitalism, but was blind to it as a system. Its ideals became abstract universals, liberty, justice, toleration, while their application became, paradoxically but necessarily, singular causes, usually international, Greek independence, abolition of the slave trade, Bulgarian atrocities. Something of the same thing occurred with CND. Victorian liberalism lacked a theory of capitalism, CND lacked a theory of the Cold War. This was its real stumbling block. The difficulty of the task, of course, was immense. It amounted to nothing less than a totalization of world history in the 20th century. No other movement or doctrine has so far provided this. It remains the insurpassable horizon of all thought and action in our time. It is clear, however, that the Cold War has at least 4 structural components, which any adequate account must synthesize: a struggle between capitalist and socialist economic systems, a conflict between parliamentary and authoritarian political systems, a contest between imperialist and indigenous national systems, and a confrontation between technologically equivalent and reciprocally suicidal military systems. International class struggle, defense of democracy, revolt against colonialism, arms race, each slogan indicates one moment in the Cold War, and denies the others. The reality is their infinite imbrication and interpenetration. This is not to say that each moment is equally privileged or permanent. The task of any serious theory of the Cold War is precisely to adjudicate their relative weight and differentiate their evolutions. This alone would allow a dynamic reconstruction of the historical totality which is the world conflict of our time. The official ideology of the West, by contrast, has always seen the Cold War as a simple defense of freedom against the dictatorship of international communism. It was this view which CND radically, and unforgivably, rejected. It insisted that the primary reality of the Cold War was not a struggle between democratic West and totalitarian East, but an arms race which threatened to wipe out both. CND gave an absolute preeminence to the dangers of a thermonuclear holocaust. For it, this issue transcended all others. The moral, and practical, force of this position was tremendous. But it was politically insufficient. The orthodoxy of the Cold War rested on a simple, but consistent and comprehensive, vision of the post-war world. Communism was evil and dangerous, it was a threat to the freedom of the West, it could only be deterred from aggression by the balance of terror. Against this, CND posed the greater evil of universal genocide. It had little to say about communism, less about the West. In a word, it designated fewer facts, gave a less calm, 12. Plot account of the world than its powerfully established adversary. In the 19th century, the great single-issue movements of liberalism had often been successful, even though they were restricted in their aims, because these aims never contested the social order as a whole. Unilateralism, however, was a single-issue movement with a difference. It objectively challenged the whole contemporary teleology of British society, but never subjectively assumed this challenge. This was the secret of its failure. The implementation of unilateralism, entailing withdrawal from NATO, would have meant an immense reorientation of Britain's identity, at every level of national life. For everything hung together. Britain was integrated into the Western, anti-communist alliance by every social, economic, cultural, and geopolitical bond that history could bestow. This was the insuperable weight that CND, more or less unwittingly, was trying to lift. It had all the disadvantages of threatening the dominant ideology of its society, without any of the compensating advantages of offering an alternative ideology itself. The task of creating one was beyond its powers. 7. Who can blame it? CND's truth was an abstract universality, like that of its predecessors. But there was no movement, no man in the torment of that time who attained a concrete universality, the truth of the Cold War. In another, and more problematic sense, unilateralism was common to all positions, no matter how conflicting. Today, with all the changes of the past 3 years, the dilemmas still continue. What else is the Sino-Soviet debate but a vast transposition of the same problems into the communist camp itself? CND, then, failed or has done so far. As it underwent political setbacks, the limitations of its organization revealed themselves. Its spontaneity had been an immediate negation of bureaucracy, rather than a mediated transcendence of it. Fragility and fissiparity were the results. But the legacy of its democracy is still a living one. Moreover, its impact was not confined to this. It did, after all, quite concretely anticipate and contribute to the major shift in the Labour Party's defence policy in these years, the abandonment of Britain's independent deterrent after the failure of the Blue Streak programme in 1961. There is a certain parallelism here with the struggle over socialisation. In each case, the long battle finally ended in an ambiguous result. In each case, for all its weaknesses, the left was vindicated by the future. Neither affluence nor the Cold War turned out to be the unchanging, inexorable realities the right had claimed them to be. In 1959 Gaitskell fought the election, proclaiming the necessity and morality of a British hydrogen bomb and offering a programme of modest social reform. 5 years later, Wilson was denouncing the independent deterrent and proposing a new case for socialism. 13. One group stood at the crossroads of all the currents and conflicts of these years, the New Left. Here, and here alone, the different preoccupations and pressures of the English left met, and for a moment seemed as if they might fuse. The New Left attempted to broaden unilateralism into a consequent, internationalist neutralism. It put forward new arguments for public ownership. It tried to generalize the experience of CND into a theory of democratic politics. It articulated the cultural revolt of the new generation into a critique of capitalism. No other phenomenon of this period had a comparable breadth and generosity. The New Left was created in 1956, by the twin crises of Suez and Hungary. It grew rapidly from 1957 onwards, with the rise of the campaign for nuclear disarmament itself. Its peak was reached in the electric climate of 1960, when the attempt to delete Clause 4 was defeated, and unilateralism was victorious at the Scarborough Conference. Thereafter, its strength declined, as CND became increasingly disoriented and the Labour left lost its combativity with party unity over the common market. The origins of the New Left, then, were highly conjunctural. It was born out of the two crises of October-November 1956 in Central Europe and the Near East. The Hungarian revolt led to a wave of resignations from the Communist Party, and the Suez Crisis suddenly galvanized many hitherto indifferent or apolitical members of the younger generation, especially in the universities. The convergence of the two phenomena produced the New Left, which initially defined itself as a simultaneous rejection of Stalinism and social democracy. If this had, in fact, been the main substance of the new movement, it would have been a more ephemeral phenomenon than it was. Suez and Hungary were external crises, which did not shake British society as a whole. Moreover, they were, in a way that was not generally recognized at the time, anachronistic rather than prototypical events. The Soviet intervention in Hungary was an unwilling reenactment of Stalinism by a regime proceeding towards de-Stalinization. The British intervention in Suez was the last folie de grandeur of an imperialism which was already outdated in its ambitions and methods. The subsequent policies of both the Soviet government under Khrushchev and the conservative government under Macmillan were quite different in character. The impetus given the New Left by the turmoil of 1956 was thus necessarily limited, and in fact, it is striking that within 3 years, the New Left appeared to have lost interest in either communism or British colonialism. It made almost no attempt to analyze the evolution of the Eastern Bloc, or the emergence of a worldwide Euro-American neocolonialism. Thus the circumstances of its birth give relatively little indication of the real character and importance of the New Left. For despite its conjunctural origins, it did have deep roots in the British situation, and reflected a definite moment in the development of post-war British society. Its initial ambition, it will be remembered, was to take socialism at full stretch, applying its values to the total scale of man's 14. activities. 8. This amounted, in effect, to a call for a new and comprehensive theoretical synthesis, capable of mobilizing the full resources of contemporary socialist thought throughout the world, a synthesis of a kind which has never existed before on the British left. It is arguable that only a major structural shock to our society could eventually produce it. This was clearly absent in 1956-57. However, a slow and long-run change in the nature of British society was becoming visible in these years, which created its own characteristic consciousness. British capitalism had, under great pressure, learned to satisfy certain fundamental human needs. It had achieved a marked reduction in primary poverty, a considerable stability of employment, an extensive welfare network. Yet it remained a potentially intolerable and suffocating system even, or precisely for, groups in the population which enjoyed a relatively high standard of living. The very satisfaction of traditional needs in turn created new ones, which neo-capitalism refused and thwarted as traditional capitalism had done earlier ones. As material deprivation to a certain degree receded, cultural loss and devastation became more and more evident and important. The chaos and desolation of the urban environment, the sterility and formalism of education, the saturation of space and matter with advertising, the atomization of local life, the concentration of control of the means of communication and the degradation of their content, these were what became the distinctive preoccupations of the New Left. In attacking them, however, it did not start ex nihilo. On the contrary, the resonance and strength of its appeal derived in large part from its renewal of a long tradition in British history, whose genealogy was traced with great power and intensity in culture and society, probably the most formative socialist work of this period. This tradition, which ran from Blake and the Romantics through Ruskin and Morris to Lawrence, constituted a profound, if often sublimated, critique of capitalism, the only radical critique in England in the 19th century. It had, however, always remained sociologically disestablished, never becoming incarnated in any major social force. Now this changed. The New Left represented, in effect, the first time that this tradition found an anchorage in society, and became the inspiration of an actual political movement. The new economic conditions of the 50s had at last made this possible. At the same time, the New Left was a distinctively British phenomenon, beyond its economic context or its cultural antecedents. It was the product, and finally perhaps the victim, of an idiosyncrasy of our social structure. Historically, modern English society has never given birth to an autonomous, antagonistic intelligentsia of the kind that has marked other European countries. Overwhelmingly drawn from the dominant bloc, its intellectuals have remained, like its merchants and its rulers, avowed amateurs, part-time thinkers, defined as persons not by their social profession but by their private and ostentatiously ordinary humanity, characteristically expressed in the self-deprecating tone and bluff idiom of their work. Traditionally integrated into society as unassuming and undifferentiated members of it, with the onset of the Cold War, British intellectuals by and large ceased to have any political radicalism as well. When the whole weight of established 8 Universities and Left Review, No. 1, Spring 1957. 15. Society was mobilized against an external enemy, it was inevitable that the great majority of its intellectuals, lacking any independent social or historical resources, should have uncritically followed it. It was not until 1956 that this changed. The Suez Affair marked, in fact, the first time that there was any widespread revulsion against the existing political order among intellectuals, expressed at very differing levels of profundity. The most coherent and important force to emerge from the crisis of that year was precisely the New Left. In its origins, the New Left was a diffuse group of intellectuals, coming either from a student milieu, Universities and Left Review, or from the Communist Party, New Reasoner. Its dimensions, however, soon grew. Large audiences began to attend meetings in London and the provinces, and it seemed as if a sizable political movement might be imminent. It was at this moment of apparent opportunity that the character of the New Left crystallized. It was no longer a group of intellectuals, it was not yet a mass movement. Henceforward a fundamental ambiguity of scale marked it. This ambiguity was a legacy of the whole traditional relationship between English intellectuals and their society. They were never a separate caste in England as they were elsewhere. They were, rather, part of an insensible continuum of roles within the upper middle class itself. Radicalized, English intellectuals reproduced this relationship with the radical sections of the middle class. Thus the New Left never became a tight, compact intellectual formation, any more than it became a mass political movement. It was a certain political milieu, in which there was an open interflow of professions and preoccupations, ranging between the extremes of the theoretical and the pragmatic. It included students, journalists, teachers, doctors, architects, academics, and social workers. Potentially, this was a very creative and hopeful phenomenon. Where it has occurred, the constitution of a separate pariah elite of intellectuals, cut off from the rest of society, has had innumerable damaging consequences on the socialist movement in Europe. Avoidance of it appeared to be one of the greatest advantages of the New Left. Unfortunately, however, it was also the source of paralyzing confusions. In a favorable situation of rapid social transformation and socialist advance, the existence of link phenomena between intellectuals, professional groups, and working class can be a great asset. But in a relatively static situation, characterized by the absence of any mass socialist movement, the temptation for such a phenomenon is to try itself to become the range of forces which it can properly only link. Where there are no structured groups to link, a kind of unconscious substitutionism creeps in. The New Left had begun a handful of intellectuals, it gained a certain minority middle-class audience, it never touched any section of the working class. Once it had ceased to be a purely intellectual grouping, the hope of becoming a major political movement haunted it, and ended by dissipating its initial assets. The pressure of circumstances was partly responsible for this change. The existence, in CND, of a genuine mass movement with a comparable base, but, without any articulated ideology, seemed to offer a vacuum designed for the New Left to fill. It tried to do so, in 1960-61, and paid the price of being at the mercy of a conjunctural fluctuation. When the tide of unilateralism ebbed after the Scarborough Conference of 1961, its strength seeped away as well. It had lost the virtues of 16. Intellectual energy without gaining those of political efficacy. Theoretical and intellectual work were sacrificed for a mobilizing role which perpetually escaped it. This was the direct consequence of the New Left's ambiguous identity. But there was also an indirect consequence which affected its theoretical work itself. In one crucial field, objective ambiguity became subjective confusion and, ultimately, evasion. In terms of the sociology of knowledge, the New Left, lacking clear-cut social boundaries, was unable to focus any precise image of itself or by extension of its society. Its almost complete failure to offer any structural analysis of British society is striking. Instead of a systematic sociology of British capitalism, it tended to rely on a simplistic rhetoric in which the common people, ordinary men and women, were opposed to the interests, the establishment, etc. Described as humanist, the idiom was, in fact, populist and pre-socialist. It represented a major failure of nerve and intelligence, an inability to name things as they were, which constantly yielded the initiative to the Labour right in the polemics between it and the New Left in this period. This immense hiatus automatically made the New Left's ambition to furnish a new socialist synthesis impossible. Its most valuable work continued to be a moral critique of capitalism, and as time went on, this in turn tended to become more and more concerned with cultural problems, precisely those which most immediately and intimately affected its audience of teachers, writers, students. It had ended by becoming one element in the synthesis it had set out to create. This in itself, however, was a major achievement. Britain remains to this day the only capitalist country in the world in which there exists a serious socialist program for the transformation of the system of communications. This achievement is itself by a final dialectical twist partly traceable to the same specific situation of British intellectuals. Where an intelligentsia forms a complete, self-sufficient world within the larger society, it characteristically produces a cultural critique of capitalism of great sophistication and theoretical brilliance, but without any programmatic edge to it. Its concepts cannot be cached in the arena of practical politics. One reason for this is undoubtedly that there is less pressure on the intellectuals themselves. They inhabit a more coherent and secure universe, from which a remote and coruscating analysis of commercial culture is possible. British intellectuals have no such escape. They are intimately, inextricably plunged into their society. This has affected the whole direction of the work, and made it much more socially responsible than its counterparts elsewhere. The difference between Barthes in France or Adorno in Germany and Hogarth in England is, in this respect, immense. In England, the publication of the Pilkington Report testified to the impact of the New Left's critique even on the official politics of the period. The emergence of the New Left marked, in fact, a renaissance of the deepest tradition of social criticism in English society since the Industrial Revolution, a renaissance which continues today. The history of the last decade, then, showed that there were 17 living sources of opposition within British society, unsilenced by prosperity or fear. In different ways, each constituted a rejection of the two dominant realities of the time, consumer capitalism and the Cold War. The corporative defenses and antagonistic identity of the working class found its expression in the Labour left, the integral liberalism of a section of the middle class in the campaign for nuclear disarmament, the intellectual tradition of a moral and cultural criticism of industrial capitalism in the New Left. Separately and together, it was the vitality of these forces which prevented England in this period from becoming anything like a replica of North America or West Germany. The paradox is that at the very moment when the suffocating situation which they had so long resisted suddenly changed, they had spent themselves. The great crisis of conservative Britain, which exploded in depth in 1961, supervened a few months after the left had collapsed, demobilized, and exhausted. The Labour left had ceased to provide any serious opposition to party policy. CND was visibly disintegrating. The New Left was volatilized. The inheritor of the crisis had another name, Wilson. 18. Perry Anderson. The Italian Party. The Italian Communist Party, in exile and jail for 20 years under Mussolini, was reformed in 1944 in the throes of the resistance. Relatively uncompromised by the equivocations and complicities of the 30s, the party's formative experience was national resistance and insurrection. The majority of its cadres were younger than those of the other West European communist parties. It enjoyed in the writings of Gramsci the unique advantage of a sophisticated and indigenous Italian Marxism. Finally, again largely because fascism had placed the working class movement in cold storage so early on, the party was not divided by years of mutual recrimination and suspicion from the socialists. Excluded from the government in 1947, and defeated in the elections of 1948, the party nevertheless survived the period of intense Cold War with great resilience. Working class unity with the socialists was maintained intact, electoral support steadily increased, and a margin of political and ideological independence preserved. Throughout the worst years of the Cold War, party militants could read Trotsky, Bukharin, or Radek in the Gramsci Institute in Rome. The Italian section of WFTU fought a discreet underground action against the full theory and practice of Stalinism. In 1951, Di Vittorio, secretary of the CGIL, even wanted a WFTU delegation to be sent to the Soviet Union to investigate the charges of forced labor then being made against it at the ILO. He was overruled by Saillant of the French Communist Party. At home, sociologists, economists, and trade unionists discussed the problems of Italian neo-capitalism with far greater freedom than in the other European parties, contributing towards the resurgence of the CGIL in the Iron Triangle Milan, Turin, Genoa after its defeats in the early 50s. Thus when Khrushchev delivered the secret speech in February 1956, Togliatti's response in the famous Nuovi Argomenti interview came naturally out of the Italian situation. From base to leadership, a movement for the reassertion of independence caught the whole party. It was stillborn. Within a few months Hungary had set in motion the exactly contrary mechanisms, resignations, a virulent anti-communist campaign, closing of the ranks in the face of the enemy. The 8th Congress of the PCI, held in December 1960, endorsed the Italian road to socialism, but blocked the 153 attempts of a minority to carry de-Stalinization any farther. In the succeeding years, the PCI never repeated its open nonconformity of 1956, but discreetly and gradually worked out a political style allowing for some measure of inter-party democracy, and a political stance which is now absolutely distinctive in the world communist movement, a combination of fluent modernity and lability in the domestic Italian situation and intransigent militancy on colonial issues. As early as 1957, Roger Garaudy of the French Communist Party had attacked the Italian party for confusing bourgeois reformism and the socialist revolution, and had denounced the whole notion of the Italian road to socialism. The PCI replied tartly that absolute segregation of reforms from revolution was abstract and undialectical. It intended to carry out what Bruno Trentin, a member of the Central Committee and of the leadership of the CGIL, recently denned as a policy of presence. The CGIL does not try to prevent the modernization of Italian capitalism. Instead of opposing neo-capitalist solutions a priori, we each time oppose more advanced and equally realistic and concrete solutions to them. There is nothing opportunist about this. By moving with a dynamic situation, our revolutionary demands only gain greater relief. The policy of presence was strikingly illustrated by the Italian communists' attitude to the common market. Instead of the purely negative position of the French party, the PCI and CGIL concentrated on calling for new forms of coordination and unity in the European working class movement, to meet the new situation. At the same time, the PCI did not conceal its criticisms of the passivity and complicity of the French party in the Algerian War. UNITA saluted the demonstrations of the French left on October 27, 1960, after the PCF and CGT had withdrawn from them at the last moment. The contrasting policies of the two parties are such that Moroccan and Tunisian CP cadres now receive political education in Italy rather than in France. The two attitudes were dramatically juxtaposed at the last WFTU Congress in Moscow in December. The Italian delegation simultaneously tabled amendments for a more constructive policy towards ICFTA trade unions and the EEC, and for a more dynamic anti-colonial campaign. Novella, leader of the Italian delegation and then president of WFTU, stated, "Moral accusations against the leaders of other trade union organizations are futile or even harmful. Thousands of workers still believe in these leaders, and slogans of this kind have no effect on them." The delegation opposed a motion congratulating the CGT on the efficacy of its struggle against the Algerian War, and called for direct strikes by European unions against the war. Only a few of its amendments were adopted. The independence and individuality of the PCI have made it not only the most powerful, but the only increasingly successful communist party in Western Europe. Although its membership has, along with the other Italian parties, declined, it is still the largest, with 1,500,000 members. Its vote has risen in every election since 1949. In the 1958 general elections it registered gains of more than 500,000 votes, and in every local election since, its vote has increased at the rate of 1.5% 2%. 2 November-February. This was the party, the most lucid in the world communist movement, to whose Central Committee Togliatti delivered his report on the 22nd Congress, on the morning of November 10, 1961. The report was long and prudent. It was concerned mainly with the positive perspectives opened up for the USSR and the world by the new program of the CPSU. Only towards the end did it deal with the second wave of de-Stalinization, the attacks on Albania and on the anti-party group. These two were approved. Only the renaming of Stalingrad aroused reservations. Often idiosyncratic in style, but conformist in content, the report showed no advance on Togliatti's positions of 1956. No risks were going to be taken. The session reconvened in the afternoon. For all its care and subtlety, the Secretary-General's holding operation had failed. The dam had burst. More than 50 out of the 168 Central Committee members tabled their names for speeches. In the event, there was time only for 32 before the session came to a close over the weekend of the 11-12. The debate that followed, and which is reproduced in full below, constitutes perhaps the most remarkable document of official European communism since the war. A brief analysis of it is given in the next section. It is enough to say here that whereas almost two-thirds of Togliatti's 8,000-word report was bureaucratic optimism, the new program of the CPSU is qualitatively different from all other similar documents of the working class movement, results of the new economic course, rationalization of resources, etc. Only the most perfunctory gestures were made in the same direction in the debate. Without ever explicitly criticizing the report, the Central Committee almost en bloc changed the subject. In the words of one member, Mario Berti, no need was felt to limit ourselves to illustrating the various points in Togliatti's report. The debate, in fact, became a liberated, unintimidated interrogation of the whole structure of communist political practice for 40 years. It ended with Aldo Natali, one of the most senior members of the Central Committee, calling for an extraordinary Congress of the party to discuss the problems raised in the debate. On the evening of the 11th, Togliatti replied to the debate in a concluding speech. The text of this reply has never so far been published. It is probable that it contained sharp attacks on the leading renovators in the committee. On November 14, 3 days later, Togliatti issued a statement to UNITA approving the work of the 22nd Congress and inviting the PCI to turn its attention to Italian problems. There was an immediate protest inside the leadership. On November 18 the Executive Committee of the Central Committee, i.e. the party's Presidium, met, and an angry dispute broke out as to whether the party secretariat should issue an official document orienting discussion on the problems of the 22nd Congress in the party. Togliatti, insisting on the need for caution, opposed the idea. It would be enough to reprint his report to the Central Committee. Amendola and Alicata probably pressed for a long, frank statement, while Pagetta and Ingrao adopted intermediary positions. The motion was carried, and the Secretariat entrusted with the preparation of a document. Meanwhile the first international reverberations of the Central Committee meeting were beginning to be heard. On or about the 26th of November, Torres, speaking to a French Central Committee plenum at Ivry, said, "In certain quarters, the thesis of polycentrism is still being advanced." Italian Communist Party document/introduction. 155. This formula covers, we fear, a tendency to fractionalism. There is no longer a single center of direction, why speak of establishing several different ones? On November 27 his Dauphin, Waldeck Rochet, declared, "Contrary to the opinions of certain opportunist and revisionist elements in the Italian party, we believe that the unity of the communist and international working class movement is necessary for victory. The revisionist elements are also trying to question the Leninist conception of a new type of party, and to replace it with the old social democratic idea of a party based on the existence of different ideological trends. Our party, however, has smashed its opportunist and revisionist elements, and will not allow such ideas to gain ground." The resolution voted at the end of the plenum, after an arresting contribution to the analysis of Stalinism, the cult of personality and its consequences are evils inherited from the capitalist regime and bourgeois individualism, stated, the view that it would be useful to create several centers of communism in different parts of the world, can only undermine communist unity of thought and action, which is based on class solidarity, proletarian internationalism, and the scientific principles common to all Marxist-Leninist parties. The next day, the 28th, UNITA replied in an editorial, "Judgments based on hasty categories and labels are groundless and pointless. As far as the problems of the international working class and communist movement are concerned, the resolution of the party which we publish today leaves no doubt as to the decisive importance we give to the unity of the movement, and gives no room for any interpretation of polycentrism as a multiplicity of centers of regional direction. The term is useful to emphasize the necessary, indeed indispensable, autonomy of each party within the framework of proletarian internationalism, and the importance which this autonomy is now assuming." The discussion which took place in the Central Committee of our party was open and lively, as is customary among Italian communists. We discussed the timeliness of a debate, if necessary even a public one, between the communist parties, which would be in marked contrast with the principles so often insisted on at previous international meetings. Presumably, the PCF will not disagree with us on this matter, as it has itself taken an initiative for open and public debate with our party. Simultaneously, UNITA released the Secretariat document, probably written by Togliatti, Barca, and Bufalini. The document, which was about 9,000 words long, clearly represented a compromise between Togliatti's report to the Central Committee and the debate which followed it. The first half was an orthodox resume of the thesis of peaceful coexistence and the construction of communism. The second half, though far from reproducing the full range of the debate, reflected enough of it to make the document explosive. Giving a detailed historical account of the genesis of Stalinism, the document states that those errors and shameful acts have nothing to do with the inevitable harshness of a revolutionary process. On the contrary, they hindered the development of the revolution. To prevent any return of bureaucratic and coercive systems, there must be a recognition of the crucial importance of institutional guarantees of socialist democracy. The document continues, at the same time it must be recognized that this question is still open. As for itself, the PGI excluded the idea of factions, but insisted that there should be a broad spirit and habit of tolerance and free confrontation of opinions and open expression of disagreements, both in discussion and in voting. And in the international communist movement there should be no pretense of always reaching agreement on all problems. The expression within certain limits of divergences and disagreements must be possible, without this leading to irreconcilable conflict and political schisms. Within a week, the PCI was attacked again, this time by the East Germans. Hermann Eisen, editor of Neues Deutschland, criticized the idea of polycentrism for betraying a total incomprehension of the growing role of the USSR and the socialist camp. But the really important effect of the document was in Italy itself. 3 days after its publication, the communist vote in the local elections in the boom area of Urbino and Pescara shot up 4.5%. There was unprecedented excitement and effervescence at the base of the party. In the discussion on the document in local party units, 20,000 members spoke and 10-15 times as many took part, unheard of figures in recent years. At the same time, the tremendous resurgence of morale and enthusiasm threatened to get out of hand. Already Nuova Generación, the publication of the Communist Youth Federation, which had earlier called for the rehabilitation of Trotsky, was referring to the views of senior cadres as the Italian road to Stalinism. The WFTU meeting in mid-December reminded the leadership of the realities of the international movement. Thus, when the Central Committee met for the second time, on December 22, there was a visible tension between satisfaction at the party's new élan, and anxiety about the directions it might take. Berlinguer, the organizational secretary, presented a long report on the state of the party, carefully balancing both elements. Scoximero bluntly called for discipline. Pagetta and Alicata, after radical speeches at the last Central Committee meeting, had become alarmed by subsequent developments, and now joined in the call for caution. The proposal for an extraordinary Congress was heavily defeated. Amendola continued to insist on the galvanizing effect of democratization and de-Stalinization on the party, and emphasized that the PCI could only break out of electoral isolation by becoming a freer and more open organization. At this point, the crisis inside the PCI meshed into the political crisis in Italy as a whole, and the inter-party debate inevitably changed with it. The Central Committee broke up on December 26. On the 29th, Saragat announced bis withdrawal of support from the government, and the end of a decade of reaction was suddenly in sight. The long-awaited opening to the left, the inclusion of the Psi Socialists in the governmental coalition, was about to begin. Throughout January, feelers and maneuvers continued, as the government reeled through its last scandal, the embezzlements at Fiumicino. On January 27, the Christian Democrat Congress met at Naples and 3 days later ratified the turn. The center-left government was a reality. At this decisive moment of Italian post-war history, the PCI remained faithful to its policy of presence. Refusing the trap of a facile sectarianism, it announced a conditional approval of the center-left formula, based on the declared belief that the opening to the left could set in motion a Italian Communist Party document/introduction. Political dynamic which would shift the whole political center of gravity in Italy decisively to the left. Amendola and other party leaders even criticized the left wing of the Psi for its opposition to the coalition, reproaching it for infantile maximalism. The disquiet of the right became intense. With the approach of spring, Italy and the Italian left had reached a turning point which promised profound changes for both of them. 3. The debate commenting on the swirling flux of new ideas and criticisms in the USSR, Isaac Deutscher recently remarked that the one thing these ideas lacked was any real focus, of the kind provided by nationalism in Eastern Europe in 1956. The first thing that is immediately apparent about the debate of the Central Committee of the PCI on November 10-11 is that it had this focus. The 31 speeches represent different points of view, different styles, different levels of argument, but almost without exception they share the same central concerns. At the same time, the dominating themes themselves cohere rigorously to form together a systematic critique of communist political practice in the USSR and the world, of a kind without precedent in post-war European communism. The language of the debate, with its battery of improvised concepts, suggests both the scope and the haste of the enterprise. The neologisms read like the shortcuts of a thought too impatient to rearrange the ordinary terms of discourse, anxious to dramatize its ideas into slogans immediately. The slogans themselves, at their limit, propose a political program for the catharsis and liberation of communism, a liberation not only from institutional oppressions, but also from internalized fears and compulsions. Already, hesitantly and intermittently, the speeches themselves reveal something of this integral freedom. Of the 29 full speeches, only one, Scoximero, is unrepentantly and imperviously Stalinist. Another 4 or 5, Santarelli, Robiti, Vianello, limit themselves largely to platitudes. The rest, although varying widely in emphasis from the judicious, Ingrao, to the confident, Amendola, Reichlen, to the intransigent, Fabiani, Turasini, are all in some measure critical of the status quo in the international movement and the Italian party itself. The themes they raise dominate the debate. They can be summarized as follows: 1. Independence in the communist movement launched as the goal of polycentrism in 1956, this demand historically and methodologically preceded everything else. Ideological and political sovereignty was the precondition of any theoretical originality. The first change in the debate, then, is the reference of speaker after speaker to de facto polycentrism. The aim of 1956 had become the incontrovertible reality of 1961. The crucial issue is now a more advanced one: how explicit should polycentrism be, how open should be the differences between communist parties? The answer is overwhelming. Polycentrism means different analyses of different situations, debate, and opposition of ideas. Oketo. All speakers rejected the idea that open debate and disagreement in the international movement would destroy its unity. The only true unity was unity without unanimity, one of the 157 most insistently heard slogans in the debate: Barca, Pagetta, Amendola. Finally, the debate also heard explicit protests not merely at the preservation of a fictitious and mythical unanimity, but at the whole way in which such public differences as occur in the communist movement are given expression. Alinovi denounces the practice of diplomatization, the transformation of ideological controversies into diplomatic negotiations, carried on in a totally mystifying and lunar language, and settled by power political bargaining in secret chancelleries. Garavini, in a memorable phrase, complains of the same perversion: our comrades are prepared for an open discussion of differences between parties, but they become discouraged when the conflict is reduced to a diplomatic war of obscure communications on which the enemy can speculate at his ease. To democracy in the communist parties, the second demand follows logically from the first. Freedom of expression and the right to disagreement are principles which must be as valid and relevant for relationships inside the communist parties as between them. The main target here is the concept of monolithism. As in the international movement, open dissent and disagreement must be possible. With this, nearly all the speakers except Sochimero at least verbally agreed. The really important issue, however, lay beyond this. How organized can the expression of disagreement become? Can it be taken to the point of formal majorities and minorities? Giancarlo Pagetta, one of the most able members of the leadership, declared, at the time of Lenin's leadership in the Bolshevik Party, no one was afraid of voting, majorities and minorities were formed on every question, unity was not always identified with unanimity. A majority vote is certainly better than false unanimity. Amendola, condemning rigidly structured factions, called for a fluid, dynamic inter-party life, an internal democratic dialectic. Secu radicalized even this formula, going so far as to speak of the alternation of leading groups in a normal and dialectical way. 3. Liberty in socialism. The development of free debate inside the party is an essential condition of the flowering of democracy in the country. Vianello. Party democracy is only meaningful or possible in the wider context of civil democracy. The speakers inevitably approach the problem in the perspective of Soviet history, and the overriding question which concerns them is, what are the guarantees against a reversion to terror? The concept of guarantees or safeguards runs through the whole debate. More generally, the problem of the institutionalization of socialist democracy recurs in speech after speech. Some speakers content themselves with saying that the institutional forms of socialist democracy must be different from those of bourgeois democracy. Others, Pagetta, emphasize that it is not enough simply to criticize the limitations of bourgeois democracy. Others again, Luporini, insist on the trans-historical quality of the problem of guarantees. At this point, the debate on the problems of socialist democracy merges into a discussion of the genesis of Stalinism, and a critique of Soviet society. Italian Communist Party document/introduction. A. Genesis of Stalinism. No speaker defended the thesis that Stalinism was simply the sum of Stalin's faults. However, some, Vidali, Ingrao, took refuge behind the next line of fortification. The cult of personality had its origins in an ideological error, that the class struggle intensifies with the approach to socialism. The majority of speakers avoided either explanation, and recognized in Napolitano's words that, there has never been a coherent judgment as to the dialectical relationship between gains and errors and downright criminal deformations in the construction of socialism in the USSR. There was an almost universal call for serious historical research into the period of Stalinism. Some speakers, Robati, evoked the historical conditions in which Stalinism developed as an exhaustive explanation of it. Others, however, repeatedly warned against justificationism, the tendency to explain away everything that happened under Stalin as the result of the special conditions of Soviet history, and so to evade the enduring problems, responsibility, terror, socialist democracy. B. Critique of Soviet society. The problem of guarantees now becomes concrete and specific. Very few aspects or institutions of Soviet life escape criticism of some kind or other in the course of the debate, even if circumlocution and euphemism prevail. Party, Soviets, plan, cultural institutions, ideological vitality, all are at some point challenged. The criticisms remain discrete but their directions converge. Finally, the basic theoretical positions lead into, and are supported by immediate political criticisms, i.e., the meeting of the 81 Communist parties in 1957. This meeting is attacked for maintaining the myth of unanimity and sanctioning formal, inefficacious compromises. Italian acquiescence in the procedures and statements of the meeting is retrospectively regretted. D'Alma, Amendola, Alicata. 2. The 22nd Congress recognition of the positive sides of the Congress is consistently coupled with criticisms of its deficiencies. In particular, the Soviet explanation of Stalinism at the Congress comes under constant fire. But also the CPSU program itself is criticized from various sides, particularly the sections dealing with socialist democracy, Reichlen, and national roads to socialism, Alicata. It would be a mistake to imagine that everything, or even most of what is said in the debate will shortly become the official policy of the PCI. The language of the debate, so often abstract and sclerosed, the worn-out language of the contemporary documents of the communist movement, Luporini, shows the weight of the past that still clogs the party apparatus. The disciplinary arm of the party, the 60-man Central Control Commission, headed by Skoximaro, remains a fortress of Stalinism. Men like Vidali pay lip service to new ideas, but carry 30 years brutalized experience in their bones. Togliatti himself, as always, keeps to the middle ground. He and his closest associates represent what might be called an auto-reformism. They want to change the party slowly, step by step. 159. Without shocks or surges from below. The renovators, Amendola and others, are a minority in believing that revolutionary methods and tempo are also necessary in transforming the party. It would be unwise to predict the outcome of the dialectic now at work in the PCI. However, both the international and the Italian conjunctures favor the process of regeneration. Centrifugal pressures in the communist world have now reached a point which allows any party a certain leeway, as the two great powers bid for support. As has been seen, the Italian position on the great issues which divide the movement already lies athwart both the Soviet and the Chinese lines. If the vociferous tendencies inside the camp increase, the political independence of the Italian party should grow. At the same time, the opening to the left in Italy, and the policy the PCI has chosen to adopt towards it, will create a constant pressure on the party to democratize and modernize itself. Its whole gamble is now that it can constitute itself such a pole of attraction in Italy that the shift to the left will not stop until it reaches and includes the PCI. But, as the lamentable maneuvers of Torres and the PCF since 1956 have shown, no amount of overtures will create working-class and left-wing unity unless the Communist Party is prepared to democratize itself. To stay in the race towards neocapitalism or socialism in the years ahead, to make itself a true pole of attraction, the PCI must modernize and destabilize. As Reichlen, editor of El Unida, remarks, its guarantee to the left and to the Italian people must be that it itself will change with the changes it hopes to bring about. Italian Communist Party document/introduction. The Swedish class structure has revealed itself as at once idiosyncratic and typical. Income distribution is vastly more even than in other Western countries, but social mobility is fully as sluggish, and the lived distances between classes probably as great. On the other hand, violent hostility between classes, class feeling as we know it, is strikingly absent. The smallness of the country and thus the tangibility of the national community have been suggested as partly responsible for this lack of intense class feeling. But there are other reasons for it as well. Prominent among these are the peculiarities of the Swedish workforce. To begin with, 26% of the population lives off the land, about 5 times the figure in England. Of the working agricultural population, about 50% are independent farmers, and the size of their farms is small units of no more than 25 acres cover 3/4 of the arable land. Agriculture is not a depressed sector of the economy, and the farmers by and large enjoy an economic position somewhere between that of industrial workers and of entrepreneurs proper, a position reflected in the political stance of the Farmers' Party, which forms part of the opposition to the SAP, but is the most radical of the opposition parties, and the one readiest to vote with the SAP on particular issues. At the same time, the industrial workforce is in important ways different from our own. A base of timber, water power and iron ore is much less oppressive in terms of work regime than one of coal and steel, and the concentration of the transformative industries on specialized light engineering makes for what is almost certainly a much more skilled workforce than our own. Artisan traditions have not always been just eliminated by technology, they have been to some extent incorporated within it. The high quality of Swedish engineering, for instance, is generally admitted to be in part a carryover from the long traditions of Swedish ironmasters. Furthermore, management itself is rather different from its British or American counterpart. It is not so amalgamated or hierarchist. Corporations are neither so huge nor so all-powerful, while family enterprises are still common, so that the overall average size of businesses is relatively small. Finally, the physical configuration of the country is something utterly distinct from that of any other capitalist country. Sweden has the priceless good fortune of a ruralist industry. Vast industrial concentrations of the Midlands Ruhr Pennsylvania type do not exist. The diffuse structure of 34. Sweden. Mr. Crossland's Dreamland. Part 2 of a 3-part study of social democracy in Sweden. This part deals with the class structure, work, and industrial democracy. By Perry Anderson. The natural resources, timber, water pows, preventing their formation. Instead, enterprises are distributed evenly across the country, creating what must be an almost unique balance of town and country, in a sense an extraordinary chance realization of Marx's ideal of a dissolution of the rigidly separate, shut-off status of the two. Each of these differences works to lower the intensity of social antagonisms. The existence of a sizable and prosperous agricultural population prevents a closed-circuit relationship between workers and employers, and thereby probably drains off some of the tension between the two. In more obvious ways, the comparative clemency of the industrial base, the independent skills of the working class and the limited size of the enterprise all contribute in some measure to alleviate the strains of a class structure. The physical setting frames the net effect. However, it is clearly most of all the fact of SAP rule which draws much of the potential venom out of class in Sweden. The fact that the working class party has political power on a semi-permanent basis and the bourgeois parties, for they so are still called, are equally normally in opposition, creates a kind of compensation for the social and economic advantages which the middle and upper classes enjoy, even when this power is not being effectively used on behalf of the working class, as in the universities. This, on top of the underlying differences in the makeup of the workforce, creates a situation in which at almost every point in the social system there is some factor ameliorating the way in which class is actually experienced. At this point, it must be said that the account so far given of class in Sweden has made wide methodological concessions to Crosslandism. Class has been considered mainly in terms of mobility. This is par excellence, the revisionist way of looking at it, as an inequality of opportunity, education and initial income. What the New Left in contrast has always insisted is that class is also an inequality of power. For the labor right, everything is basically simple. The happy justice of universal adult suffrage apportions equal power to every citizen alike. On polling day each draws an identical ration as each receives a voting card. But power is not just a vote, it is a title deed and a board position as well, even under a Labour government. Rogow and Shore's book The Labour Government and British Industry 1945-51, the insiders and the controllers have documented the enormous power of corporate industry independent of the orthodox locus of it in the state, i.e. Parliament. Now Sweden is a clear exception to the rule in this. As has been seen, a predominantly working-class party has held power uninterruptedly for nearly 30 years. This means that orthodox legislative power has achieved a degree of concentration and purity unknown in countries where there is a regular fluctuation of administrations. It thus becomes relatively possible to discuss class in abstraction of power, although only for a time, as there is not the slightest justification for doing in Britain. The obvious criterion then does become mobility, so that any account of class in Sweden will have an unavoidably Crosslandite flavor about it. However, this is not to say that the poverties of revisionism receive any special sanction in Sweden. Its categories preclude any consideration of the ultimate nature of class, there or anywhere else. 4. When one has registered class as both an inequality of opportunity and an inequality of power, the question then needs to be answered, are these the final reasons for fighting it? A human division. As of now, none of our theories of socialism appear able to give a full reply. But certain themes suggest themselves as possible elements of an eventual theory of class. Considered only in terms of opportunity and power, class appears as a unilateral possession of privileges, a greater accumulation of benefits and powers in one sector of society than in another. But class is clearly more than this, it is a universal loss. There is one human need it violates in all members of society, oppressors and oppressed alike, the need of men for each other. It is its aspect as a pure human division, rather than an economic or political disparity, which is most often ignored and yet which most wholly describes class. Only the briefest schematic pointers to the ground which might be discussed can be made here. It is often said that man is a social being. But the sense of this formula is very vague, it is repeated somewhat automatically and not much precise meaning is really given it. The formula can, however, be given a much more strict and literal sense, if its emphasis is shifted, so that it reads, the essence of man is social. By this is meant that everything that we are lies in the gift of others, for there is as if a universal imbrication of the human community, such that each man is implied in his neighbor, and his neighbor in his neighbor, until no single man can ever fully realize himself except united with all the other men who hold the missing parts to his own humanity. This idea that people are in their innermost selves at stake in each other is to be 35. Found at its most explicit in Marx, I would also have the joy of having been for you the mediator between yourself and the whole nature of man, and so of being recognized and experienced by you as a complement of your being and a necessary part of yourself, knowing myself then confirmed in your thought as in your love. The anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss, in his study on the diversity of cultures, race, and history, after examining the fate of various cultures, returns to the same idea at a collective level, the one real calamity, the one fatal flaw which can afflict a group of men and prevent it realizing its true nature, is to be alone. In personal terms again, Levis is saying much the same thing when he writes in his book on Lawrence. It is only by way of the most delicate and complex responsive relations with others that the individual can achieve fulfillment. The truth of this can be confirmed at the level of the most ordinary psychological experience. Isolation is a kind of progressive depersonalization, intellectually and emotionally. Our qualities are joint enterprises, my intelligence is your criticism, my sincerity your simplicity, my warmth your depth. Others are a perpetual invocation of ourselves. Without their summons we remain this side of ourselves. Looked at in this way, class is a system of separations which leaves none untouched or unimpaired. But it is specific system, different from all the other separations. If any human division is a depletion of the divided, in class this depletion takes a particular form, a partition of values. This is the point at which what might be called a characterology of class should come in, an examination of the way in which certain human values appear to be realized especially and typically in certain classes, and to be absent in others, so that the balance of values present and absent in each class takes on the form for it of a moral character. Raymond Williams speaks of the working class ideas of social cooperation in a collective democratic society, and the way in which these are mirrored in the representative institutions of the class unions, clubs, neighborhoods, and contrasts this with the bourgeois ideas of competition and service and their institutional expressions. It is this whole way of looking at class that needs to be explored, and it is here that the criteria referred to earlier, specific intellectual universe and specific internal relationships within the subaltern groups, become crucial, and their forcible omission in considering Swedish class can be seen to be fundamentally debilitating. Raymond Williams' own account of class within this framework is not necessarily in itself wholly satisfying. A number of objections suggest themselves. It is difficult to see in what sense the idea of a collective democratic society, i.e. a socialist one, is specifically working class. The literal ideas of socialism have historically mostly come from people who were not working class themselves. Williams is a notable exception. If it is true that the major cultural contribution of the working class in this country has been the collective democratic institution, this is not obviously so. The unions and the Labour Party are in some ways markedly authoritarian structures. These are perhaps only qualifications of Williams' thesis. More centrally, are working class institutions really extendable, as he claims they are, in such a way that they can be naturally enlarged to cover ever greater areas of society and finally the society as a whole? Williams makes this the crucial distinction between them and their bourgeois parallels, which, however internally democratic, are exclusive to anything outside them. The influence of the Marxist idea of the proletariat as the auto-suppression of class society is evident here. But the bourgeois institution par excellence, Parliament, has proved notably extendable, in fact in a series of ever wider franchises, perhaps more recognizably so than any specifically working class institution. In apparent contrast, isn't one of the most disturbing features of unionism, at least in the USA, and incipiently here too, the acceptance by the unions of the sectionalism attributed to them by a middle-class public? At a more fundamental level, what is surely striking about working-class values is that they are so often not transposed from the private realm to the public one. There is a typical hiatus between personal values of solidarity and humanity and public attitudes of indifference or intolerance, chauvinism, sexual bigotry, callousness, and even relish in social punishment. A partition of values. In the face of all this, Williams' account of class, for all its illuminating method, seems too formal and neatly simple. It is at least possible that the real centers of value in working class life are not so much collective democratic institutions as, say, a particular effective structure of the family and a particular type of small-scale community, which together go to produce the distinctive maturity and emotional weight of so many working class people. On the other hand, the values involved in the arts and intellectual inquiry culture in the limited sense of the term are still perforce overwhelmingly realized. 36. Outside the working class, and although these are certainly not indigenous to the middle or upper classes, the majority of whose members in practice ignore or repudiate them, it is true that their exercise is primarily situated within the limits of these classes. It is their relative absence in the working class context which surely accounts for the variations of attitude just discussed. Conversely, a certain middle and upper class combination of cultural intelligence divorced from any wholeness of feeling has long been a target of critics like Lawrence and Levis, with roots in or near the working class. This is the kind of sense in which one can speak of a partition of values, a partition which has the same depleting effect for both sides on a collective scale as other divisions have on an individual scale. And it is because this type of gauge cannot be brought to bear on class in a country in which one has been for only a brief period of time, that a foreigner's account of Swedish class must be surface and incomplete. However, one final nuance should be made. It relates to the smallness of the country again. This has a second advantage. It makes Sweden a much less opaque society than our own. Transparency is one of the crucial defining characteristics of socialism, a community in which all the multiple mediations between our public and private existence are visible, where each social event can be seen right back to its source, and legible human intentions read everywhere on the face of the world. Of course, Sweden is not this society alight with interiority, but the size of the country makes it a far more intelligible human milieu than any of the great Western powers. Government is much more accessible and informal. Informed attention to public life is much greater. It is the figure of the ombudsman which symbolizes this side of Sweden. The ombudsman is a kind of institutionalized anti-bureaucrat, an official counter-official who exercises surveillance over all public machinery in the name of the citizen. He is usually a high court judge appointed for 4 years by Parliament, and has a staff of about 20. His office acts as a grievance depot for the whole country. Complaints against any public official or body are sent in no specific form is required at all, just a letter written in any way stating the complaint, and the staff and the ombudsman himself investigate them. If they prove to be justified, the official is reprimanded or may even be prosecuted by the ombudsman, and redress is made. In addition, the ombudsman and his staff carefully sift the press, and if a story indicates that some official injustice has been done, the ombudsman investigates on his own initiative. The institution is known about and respected, and we heard no complaints of inefficiency. To sum up, it's thus important to hold on to both ends of the string. Sweden is a patent class society, but an exceptionally mild and livable one. The virgin existence of classes is a crushing indictment of social democratic weakness. The relative unity of the country is mainly part of the ambiguous Swedish luck, which will reappear again. The time has now come to pass beyond the boundary of Crossland's preoccupations into areas culture and work which his conception of politics has little place for, and where his categories become almost wholly misleading and trivializing. 2. 37. No country was ever less Philistine. Those who argue that it is authoritarian to seek a change in our culture because the majority will always want the kind of art they are at home with now, should go to Sweden. Popular newspapers of the kind that have made the British press infamous all over the world simply don't exist. The largest circulation in the country is held by the eminently serious and solid liberal Dagens Nyheter. Its rivals, the socialist Stockholm's Tidningen and the conservative Svenska Dagbladet, maintain the same standards easily as good as our quality newspapers, only with a much fuller coverage owing to the larger size of the paper. The evening papers Aftonbladet and Expressen are tabloid in size but otherwise have only relatively marginal differences from the big morning papers. All these papers run 1-2 cultural pages daily, and regular scientific features are now becoming more and more popular. Each paper has a theory of culture, stable of recognized writers who do features and criticism for them, while chief editors are uncannily often journalists who started as specialists in the cultural section of the paper. The editors of Dagens Nyheter, a poet in his own right as well, and Aftonbladet are cases in point. In 1953, 54.7 books per 1,000 population were published in Sweden. In the USA, which intellectuals like Daniel Bell defend vehemently against charges of being a culturally debauched and illiterate mass society, the figure was 7.5 in the same year. Sometimes as many as 100 different titles of poetry are brought out in a year. The big bookshops are impressively international in their stock, with many English, French and German books on sale in the original. One novelty is that authors are paid 2 or, about 1/4 d, from a special state fund each time their books are taken out in public libraries, while another 3 or are each time put away for special rewards and pensions for writers. The theatre situation is more startling still in our terms, comparison with ours. Numerous theatres exist, most of them wholly or partly state-supported, while state touring companies regularly cover rural areas. The big state theatres run wide and entirely uncommercial repertoires, and more important, audiences pack them out to see plays ranging from Genet to Dürrenmatt, Lorca, O'Neill, Miller, Sartre, Osborne, Adamov, Brecht, let alone classical drama. The acting, mainly in close ensemble work, is of a very high standard. We asked Anita Bjork, the lead in the Trojan Women then on in Stockholm, how she felt about all this, and were told that they made up ideal conditions for drama. "We're really very lucky," said another actor, and this was echoed in almost those words by all the theatre people we met. Radio and TV, still quite recent in Sweden, are run on the BBC model, by independent state boards. There are no commercial stations of any kind in either of these media, and all political parties, including the Conservatives, are agreed that there should be none. It is only with the cinema that we began to hear complaints and misgivings. The Swedish film industry is now in a serious financial plight, due mainly to loss of audience to television. Production, which is more or less confined to companies which own cinema chains, has been scaled down drastically, and commercial imperatives are asserting themselves powerfully. Bergman, of course, still has leeway as a lone prestige item who can now make money, but in a recent radio interview he announced that no young director would now have a chance of making the same kind of career as himself. His early experiments were supported by an expanding industry which could afford prestige losses as it cannot do now. A bill is now being prepared to make substantial tax rebates to the industry to help it out of its difficulties. The idea originally was to make these rebates differential, with quality films being rewarded out of a special 1 million kroner fund, £70,000. This would have been an important departure of principle, if not in actual amount, and expectably, was ferociously resisted by the industry. One of the directors of the dominant company SFI, Molander, gave us an interview in the course of which he blandly admitted that cultivated people were on the whole contemptuous of Swedish films, but went on to denounce the differential rebate scheme as a stepping stone to political interference and favoritism, something quite unreal in the Swedish context. He added innocently, "We believe free competition is necessary." This assimilation of culture to commerce puts the debate on the ground where it belongs, and sap intellectuals are meeting it there. The party slogan now goes, "Against the market principle in culture," and discussion of possible political initiative in this field is underway. For the first time the party program has items recognizing the problem. Palma, the Prime Minister's secretary, admitted to us, "The state is slowly discovering that it needs to do something about culture. Pitifully little has been done so far, but if it really wanted to do something in this field, it could." The ideas resus of liberalism are perhaps the main barrier to action. The idea that cultural products issuing from the market are in some ways always less determined than state-subsidized ones is very widespread and dies hard. The case against it is damning enough. Closed circuits like the Swedish or British film industry, with production, distribution, and exhibition all controlled by the same tiny profit-seeking minority, are an utter denial of the artist's freedom to create and the audience's freedom to choose. And even this choice is not merely limited in front, it is highly determined from behind. The assumption that people prefer one set of cultural objects to another entirely off their own bat, is plainly false. Taste is in large part a function of education, which is itself massively determined by the nature of the social regime, and this is something eminently contingent and subject to change. The idea of a neutral cultural humus is a dream. Conversely, the deep fear that state action in support of cultural standards would be tantamount to totalitarianism derives from the same Platonic essentialism characteristic of liberal thought. This almost always finds its expression in an empty manipulation of concepts outside 38. Any historical context, and is particularly prone to abstract institutions from the perpetually changing social and economic milieu which alone give them any concrete meaning at all. Cultural initiative by the state is in itself neither good nor bad. Everything depends on the character of the state, the character of the culture, the character of the population. Talk of possible totalitarianism in a country like Sweden with a highly educated population, a long democratic tradition and a state machine particularly porous to the outside world, is pretty silly. The overwhelming distrust of an entirely abstract and hypostasized state implies at bottom a kind of disbelief in the depth of democratic attachment of the community itself, for state officials are only a segment of the population at large, and their own character and possibilities for action will be very largely delimited by the character and convictions of their fellow citizens. This distrust may well be justified in politically and culturally immature countries. It would be for the vigilantes on the Spectator to decide whether they see Britain in this way or not, but a mature democracy should have enough self-confidence not to be permanently terrified of its own officialdom. In any case, the point to be made here is simply that culture is now one of the growing preoccupations of Swedish political discussion, and that both here and there a precondition of practical advance is a coherent case against liberalism. A self-active culture? Perhaps more impressive than all the conventional indications of cultural involvement is the enormous extent of adult education in Sweden. Organized in study groups of 10–11 persons, about 800,000 people, out of a population of 7,500,000, take part in one way or another, 300,000 of them in the specifically SAP, trade union and cooperative body ABF. All the organizations, not only the ABF, but the farmers, white-collar workers, the liberals, the conservatives and so on, receive state support. Subsidies to the ABF alone amount to about £55,000 a year. The number of participants increases from year to year, and the permanent workers in these organizations expect still further expansion rather than a decline when state education increases, as they think this will create new interests and demands which will spill out into adult education after formal education is over. This extraordinary self-educational effort on the part of so many Swedes makes it clear that the absence of truculent tastelessness and philistinism in Swedish life is not just the result of cultural benefits being ladled out like welfare ones by a benevolent and paternalist government. It must be in considerable part an achievement of the self-activity of the people themselves. "There is a tremendous cultural idealism in this country," said one Swede. The formula could scarcely be more apt. Is Swedish culture then wholly to be envied and admired? Far from it. In some ways it is very disturbing. The theatre is well provided with funds, the actors and directors and designers are brilliant, the repertoires are international and up to the minute, the audiences are overflowing. There is only one thing missing: Swedish plays. Everyone agreed that there are absolutely no playwrights of any importance at all. This certainly couldn't be said of Swedish literature as a whole. Most Swedes we met seemed satisfied with it. No Swedish writer now has a really European reputation, but this may well be due simply to the difficulties of translation. The literature is much stronger in poetry than in prose, and so inevitably suffers in international terms. Popular notions of Swedish proclivities for nature mysticism and fantasy appear to be not unfounded, however. The most successful single poem of recent years was a long science fiction epic called On Ira by Harry Martinson. Bergman's work in the cinema is, of course, also filled with complaisant nature romanticism and allegorising. The objection to fantasy in art is that it lends itself to dangerous facilities. Problems are transposed onto a plane where their resolution is no longer subject to the limited plausibilities of real experience. Bergman's magical attitudes and escapism, the endings of Smiles of a Summer Night, The Seventh Seal, Wild Strawberries, and The Virgin's Well are all instances of this, are a classic case in point. Much of the Swedish penchant for the fantastic and mystical is no doubt a traditional national trait, but it may also have some connection with the overall tonus of the social democratic society of today. Arthur Lundqvist, one of the most distinguished writers in the country and a militant left-wing socialist, complained to us. Our society is unable to stimulate people. This is one of the worst things about Sweden. Another sector of the general culture political thought appears at least until recently to have borne this criticism out. I would like to have an ideology to fight for in the paper Vinda, the recently appointed editor of the biggest SAP newspaper in the country, Stockholm's Tidningen, said to us, "Our real trouble is we have none." Joachim Israel, a sociologist very close to the 39. SAP, said the same. Our conception of socialism has become so dim. Lundqvist thought that the hard-shell pragmatism of the SAP would even do it electoral harm eventually. It's not practical to be so practical in the long run. Someone else pointed out that the new party program has now abandoned all attempt to explain society or decide what it should be. it merely formulates piecemeal targets in the traditional conservative fashion. It would be wrong to press this view of political thought in Sweden too far. Conviction made a great impact, for instance, and almost everyone we saw spoke highly of it. In fact, a collection of essays called Into the 60s deliberately modeled on it was promptly brought out and has had some success. There appears to be a groundswell of discussion on the fringes of the party now. But by and large, in a cultural field almost unpenetrated by Marxism or existentialism, political thought has been somnolent. Theories of art. A friend sees Swedish society as in many ways terribly bland and anodyne. Not much social thinking, no drama, an equivocal literature, no painting, no music, and the dubious oeuvre of Bergman as the only works of art with international currency. The balance certainly isn't impressive. We seem to be faced with a uniquely high-response culture, but not a creative one. But we should be very careful to make quite clear what is the drift of our criticism if we call Swedish culture anodyne. For this doesn't necessarily cast any reflection on the degree to which Sweden is in fact on the way to a socialist society. Indeed, it might do just the opposite. There is a frequent tendency to envisage socialism simply as the best of all possible worlds, in which every positive side of our present existence will be equally enriched and enlarged. On this model, socialism as the good society must automatically produce good culture. This is a very mechanist way of thinking. For one thing, it flies in the face of much of the most serious theory of art since the French Revolution, which has usually tended to see the first source of art as lying in the pure stress of existing as a human being in an inhuman world. Hegel thought that art was the ultimate refuge of human transcendence in a world which everywhere denied it. As the determinate negation of established reality, its images affirmed human freedom in the face of a world divided from it and lost to oppression. For Hegel, the liberation of society meant the termination of art, because freedom would at last be incorporated in the real, and would have no need for the purely ideal representation of itself, which was the work of art. In other words, in a free or socialist society, the frustrations and conflicts which generate creative effort would disappear, and with them the effort instigated by them. Each would find a fulfillment in real personal relations and work in a way which present society precisely does not permit. For Hegel, the relative nullity of Swedish culture, far from damaging Sweden's claim to be a freed society, would have reinforced it. There is one obvious flaw in Hegel's argument: freedom might at last be incorporated in the real, but it would still remain finite. It is the finitude of freedom rather than its social constraints and alienations which Malraux sees as the pressure behind art, the fact simply that men suffer loss and die rather than that they are exploited and oppressed. If this were true, one would expect a socialist society to produce not so much no art, as art of an unprecedented pessimism. For up till now it seems clear that much creative work has been produced in and against an oppressive social situation. One only has to look around one, in drama, for instance, Osborne, Westgear, etc. But these situations are remediable ones, for they are open to conscious human change, and this possibility of change gives these works a kind of basic optimism even where they formally register defeat, look back in anger. But with a classless society, the remediable situations would by definition have been mostly remedied. Only the truly intractable problems would remain, those where no real change could be envisaged. The naked structure of the human condition, separation, finitude, the absence of a guarantor would be unmistakable, without social conflicts and absorptions to postpone negotiation of it. It is those artists who ignore the historical and social dimension of human existence to concern themselves with its abstract metaphysical one. In drama again, Beckett is an example, who are often even today the least optimistic. An art sprung almost exclusively from these stresses might well be far less hopeful than our own. In fact, of course, any account of art in such unilateral and simple terms is obviously unsatisfactory. How would, say, Renoir fit into these schema? Claude Roy has recently rebuked Malraux for ignoring the artist's actual joy in his creation, and much art could very plausibly be described not as a revolt against existence at all, but as an exultant celebration of it. This kind of art should logically receive an enormous release in a freed society, so that side by side with an extreme pessimism might well go its extreme opposite, socialism might then entail. 40. Neither an absence of art, nor even a pessimist art, but simply a radicalization of art. These speculations are traced, not as actual hypotheses, but purely in order to show that a social critique which attempts to include cultural works within its scope requires a serious and systematic theory of art as such. Socialists have never so far provided this. A partial explanation of the ataraxy of Swedish culture will be suggested in a later, historical section. But meanwhile, what does emerge is that the belief that there is a one-to-one correspondence between a free social order and a flourishing art, which leads to judgments of the they have no good art over there, so something must be wrong kind on other societies, is quite unacceptable. All that can be said of art in a socialist society is that it would be disinterested, done for itself and for others, and not for anything extrinsic to it, such as the profit to which it so often loses its sovereignty today. 41. Work and control. A sleek young apparatchik in the low, the monolithic Swedish TUC, had just finished denouncing trade unions which dared to send visiting delegations to Eastern Bloc countries. He sneered, "British unionists are underpaid, so it's understandable that they go to Russia, they get given a good time there." I said, "We in Britain are more empirical, we don't have this ideological approach you continentals have." His face darkened with rage, and he shouted, "Macmillan goes to Russia, Gaitskell goes to Russia, Nixon goes to Russia, everyone is going to Russia nowadays to win popularity. Kennedy hasn't gone to Russia, so he won't win the election." These pronouncements were a good lead-in to the exchange on workers' control which followed. Yugoslavia was rapidly put out of harm's way. "We are not interested in the Yugoslav system. We live under a capitalist system," this with almost the satisfaction of George Meany. Were there no specifically Swedish ideas for industrial democracy? I was told that a report was being prepared for the 1961 Congress on the subject, but, I was given to understand, again with the same solid satisfaction, it was going to be a very statesmanlike document. The issue wouldn't give much trouble after it was released. The low-top brass weren't interested. And anyway, if there were too much industrial democracy, the workers would become too interested in the profits of their own firm, and the community would be exploited. Industrial democracy, in the view of the workers' representatives, could apparently only mean industrial egotism on the part of the workers. The law is, of course, afraid of losing some of its own prerogatives if workers' control were even introduced in Sweden, for local control would mean a devolution of some of its own immensely centralized powers. No member union may strike without law permission, etc. SAP party circles are frank about this, and their attitude to the problem is more nuanced, if just as stultifying in the end. Here one is told that industrial feudalism is the great danger. If factory units achieve some autonomy under workers' control, the economy will become the anarchic battleground of independent proletarian warlords holding consumers to the ransom of their own profits. However, it is usually added, in the words of one official, that we do need, presumably some, workers' control in order to get a more equal distribution of profits. Gosteren, the only genius we have in the trade union movement here, took a line which we can expect to hear a great deal of ourselves once the whole issue enters general political discussion here as well. Smiling with confidence and knowledge, he insinuated to us that workers' control was an intellectual's fantasy, the invention of occupational impresarios for other people's grievances. The workers themselves knew better. They didn't care a damn for control over their work, what they wanted was hard cash at the end of it. And why shouldn't they? The ordinary pleasures of life, a home, a car, and the other consumer goods, holidays, etc. These were what people wanted and were satisfied with, and it was presumptuous to say that they needed anything more. What mattered was not workers' control but a good labor market policy which would ensure workers a strong wage bargaining position, compensation for change of work regime and as much vocational freedom as possible. This style of argument has a certain plausibility and is evidently rather favored in Sweden. Claes Erik Odhner, perhaps the most radical social theorist we met, told us that he had been under frequent attack as a socialist Puritan for having written of joy in work as an essential experience of a socialist society. On the immediate issue, would workers' control have any positive meaning for workers, apart from just gratifying the intellectuals who theorize about it, there is by now ample evidence. The day after talking to Ren, we interviewed Joachim Israel, a leading sociologist at the University of Stockholm, and it turned out he had just completed a pilot study on one kind of workers' control increased decision-making by the workers themselves in a factory producing rubber shoes and tires at Askim, outside Oslo. For management had initially been hostile, workers can't plan, they are egoistic, and aren't interested in participation, and the union's indifferent, you can play around, but this isn't interesting, wages are important. 36 workers were involved. At the end of the experiment, about a third said that this was the first time they had felt as if they were human beings in the factory, and not just cogs in the machine. Another third said they thought it was a good idea, but wanted to see this sort of thing done through the unions. The rest were less interested in the whole experiment. Productivity had not risen, it was limited by union solidarity anyway, but, and this was the exclusive point of the experiment, satisfaction undoubtedly had. The Askim study is, of course, only one of many that have been made in different parts of the world. The point to make is simply that the initial question, can workers' control have any meaning at all except on paper, has been experimentally answered and can give way to more complex and searching ones. What was encouraging in Sweden was the extraordinarily widespread recognition outside official circles that work is a crucially important area for socialist research and action. Discussion seemed to be far more developed than it is here. However, debates on work teem with more red herrings than any other kind, and our impression was that Swedish discussion is no exception. In limited space there is only room for very schematic indications of where this discussion seems to have gone astray, but these are perhaps worth making as they may have lessons for us. The first, and grossest irrelevancy is represented by the arguments of the Low and Sap men quoted above, who thought, the one that workers' control was dangerous because workers would become too interested in the profits of their firm, the other that it was necessary in order for workers to get a fair share in these profits. But the essential point of workers' control is, of course, to deliver work from the exclusive reign of money as its only possible significant end, one which must denature and debase it because it remains so utterly extraneous to the enacted work itself. The view that workers' control means simply more wages is a kind of ne plus ultra of the central capitalist principle that production exists solely in order to gratify consumption, decisions and work. On the other hand, Swedes who are genuinely concerned about work almost invariably use the term industrial democracy when they want to formulate an alternative to the present condition of work. The expression suggests that a liberated work would simply be one where the relevant decisions involved in the work process would be taken democratically, that is, by the workers themselves and not just by the managers. The Askim experiment implies this idea. It stands at the other extreme to the first. The whole meaning of work is concentrated inside the work activity, which becomes a sealed-off and self-contained value in itself. This is an admirable correction to the view that the only meaning work can ever have is a pay packet at the end of it, but it is a limited and incomplete vision itself. It was significant that Israel only mentioned with the utmost casualness what the Askim factory was actually making, a rubber factory, and had to be pressed to give any details at all. The goods made were seen as essentially irrelevant to the job of restoring meaning and dignity to work. The idea of industrial democracy, in fact, involves the transformation of the relation of producer to production but leaves the relation of producer to product unchanged. As David Armstrong points out, Marx thought that both these relations were denatured, that both production and product were alienated from the producer, and his vision of a socialist society was accordingly one in which both the actual work activity and the final work result had immediate lived significance for the worker. There is some analogy with art here, as art is done indivisibly for itself and for others and for nothing else, so work at its freest faces both in towards itself as its own value, and on towards the world where its outcome realizes an inseparable companion value. Industrial democracy as narrowly conceived tends towards the conversion of work into a pure immanent process, cut off from any meaningful goal which would insert it into the 42. Real world of an industrial and social praxis. Thus isolated, it would tend to become an elaborate, entranced mime, a gratuitous gesticulation, a ceremonial without any true purchase on the real world. The outcome of the work product or service would drop away from it unnoticed, an impalpable accident. Of course, this is in a sense a far-fetched image, but the tendency of the notion of industrial democracy is in this direction, and can only be damaging to the very nature of work itself, as man's primary relation to the world around him. The difficulty is that with mass production and a technology which systematically atomizes work, the old craftsman relationship of producer to product, in which the producer's individual creativity was stamped in his object, so that he and others could recognize it as truly his, this relationship is only rarely possible. Products are exactly predetermined by a complex of machines so that even if they eventually become very fine finished products, their fineness is no longer attributable in the same way to the producer who tends the machines, or rather the multiple producers who do so. At the same time, these products and services are collectively, socially produced, because of the fragmentation of work, and yet their disposal is private. The product, once completed in the factory, is in effect confiscated from those who made it and set in circulation without acknowledgement to them. The producers have neither been consulted about the original choice of the product, the capitalist already owns the enterprise, nor about its final disposal, they are simply the ephemeral instruments with which it is realized. In these conditions the product may well appear an empty and remote event to those who are assembled for its production. Finally, as David Armstrong points out, the actual physical nature of much work, on the conveyor belt, or at the adding machine, is a brute, insurmountable tyranny in itself on which no social change can effect any direct improvement at all. There are thus, as he says, three distinct but related problems: the drudgery of the task, the autocracy of the decisions, and the vacancy of the product. The first is a form of alienation stemming from the mode of production, i.e. the level of technology. The second and third are forms which derive from the mode of sociality, i.e. the type of human coexistence embodied in the social regime. Only technological advances will be able to eliminate the monotony and fatigue of many of our present jobs, but there is every reason to hope that generalized automation will in fact eventually be able to do this. The pace and above all the direction of this advance is, of course, very much dependent on the nature of the society. Will there be serious investment in research? Will research be consciously aimed at doing away with deadening industrial chores, or merely at boosting productivity at all costs, and so social change could exert a powerful indirect influence even on the physical nature of work? However, its direct impact, if it was socialist change, should be to transform the structure of decisions and the status of the product. Both of these are accessible to human energy and goodwill. The possibility of much more democratic decision-making in the enterprise is by now well attested, and does in fact in some measure exist in certain highly idiosyncratic capitalist enterprises in the States. Edwin Land's Polaroid factory is quoted by Reisman and Maccabee in NLR 5. But these are of course freaks in the general system of capitalist society. The extent of the democracy is thoroughly limited, and democracy is in any case obviously unsatisfactory if it is dependent on the whim of an employer for its existence. There is, in fact, only one institutional framework inside which democracy in the workplace could become normal and general, and that is common ownership. The argument that common ownership is necessary to establish a decent order of priorities has appeared to break down in face of the Swedish example. This does not mean there is no case for it, the case is merely a different and, I believe, ultimately more clinching one than this. In this context, it is important to look at the actual type of decisions involved in, respectively, setting a socialist order of priorities, making effective an industrial democracy. The first kind, more funds into education and health and housing and less into advertising and defense, is essentially a grand policy decision of a quite simple and untechnical variety. Anyone can make this sort of decision from the most layman of voters onwards. There is thus nothing really surprising in the fact that a layman legislature, the body that finally makes grand social decisions of this kind, can orient social production this way, or that by shifting the tiller of the fiscal system. The kind of decisions involved in realizing industrial democracy, however, are radically different. These are, in comparison, infinitely small-scale, detailed and technical ones. Such decisions cannot possibly be taken by a legislature, and therefore by definition extra-parliamentary institutions, commonly owned industries and enterprises must be created to allow them to be made at all. It may be added that this was the way common ownership was originally conceived, by Marx, not as a means to a better balance of goods and services, but as an end in its own right, as the rea pro. 43. Priation by the workers of their alienated work, and so of their own integral humanity, lost to them in the dehumanizing processes of wage labor in a capitalist market economy. In other words, one could say that common ownership was primarily conceived for the liberation of man as a producer, and not for his better provision as a consumer, even as a consumer of essential social services. Of course, this is an artificial opposition. Production and consumption can't be divorced from each other, although this is what the idea of industrial democracy by itself in fact tends to do, if only for the obvious reason that they have the product in common. This brings us to the third central problem for a socialist theory of work. How is the product to recapture a focus of meaning for the producer? It is at this point that the whole idea of the plan needs to be re-examined. This is normally thought of as a purely economic affair, as simply a more rational organization of the national resources, one which can eliminate wasteful overlap and competition, and ensure an appropriate investment fund. Its merits are then measured in terms of the rates of growth achieved. Crossman makes great play with this argument in Labor and the Affluent Society, and certainly few would deny that one of the effects of national planning is to stimulate rates of industrial expansion far beyond anything normal capitalist economies can muster. 44. Planning and the plan. But the real importance of the plan goes much deeper than this. It lies in the way it is capable of changing the lived quality of work. In its ultimate significance, the plan is not a rationalization of resources, it is a revelation of values. Its defining merit is not that it accelerates economic growth, but that it publicly and explicitly interrelates all the innumerable, strewn, shattered tasks of an industrial society within one complete, coherent whole, a commonly assumed social project in which each single one of them acquires an individual and visible value. The plan decodes the vast, interlocking, impenetrable, inspissated economy and ascribes a lucid meaning to every one of the myriad cryptic gestures which compose it. It renders the entire workforce transparent to itself as engaged in one task, so that each member of it can see how his own task complements and completes that of all the others and is in turn carried beyond itself by them. A democratically determined national plan, i.e. one whose commanding objectives were voted on, should in other words be able to restore a center of meaning to the product as little else could. Once the product is seen as an ultimately indispensable contribution to the common effort of construction, there is at least a starting point for that kind of feeling for it which, say, miners have for coal today, a pride in the production of something that is a daily, tangible benefit to the community they live in. Everything possible should be done to maximize the transparency of social construction, and the local community has a crucial role to play here. The national plan should be rooted wherever possible via a complex of local plans which realize in the most vivid and immediate way the interdependence of work in the community, profits from local concerns to go directly to the financing of local flats, schools, concert halls, etc. One final point should be made. It is conventional to oppose workers' control and the plan as in some basic way contradictory of each other. Planning suggests centralized control, while industrial democracy suggests the dispersion of decisions to the workers in the factories themselves. Peter Maris. At one level it is true that to articulate planning with workers' control poses difficult administrative problems. But there is no reason to suppose these problems insuperable. What is really important is that in terms of their actual effect on work the two, far from being contradictory, are complementary. Workers' control is the recovery of the producing activity, the plan is the rehabilitation of the product. Together they point the way to a coherent socialist program for the liberation of work. Thus the Swedes, who have bypassed common ownership in their solution of the priorities problem, will find it inescapably facing them round the turn of the road if they ever set about seriously tackling the problems of work. It is fascinating to see with what ingenuity their intellectuals attempt to grapple with the problems without infringing the prevailing taboo on common ownership. Clay's Erich Odhner, one of the men who drafted the party program which markedly de-emphasizes common ownership in contrast with the last, was at the same time the most radical critic of consumer socialism we met. He achieves this strange combination by lodging the problems of work in the subjectivity of the worker, and ignoring the objective situation the worker finds himself in. "You can't make a socialist society without a change of mind," he said to us, and this appeared to be the guideline of his thought. However, this leads him, not into vagaries of idealism, but into a concentrated consideration of education. This is for him the real source of contagion in capitalism. It is in the school that people acquire a competitive ethic, lose the ability to think and act creatively, and become molded to routines. In his essay The Dilemma of Reformism in the Swedish Conviction into the 60s, Odhner describes the culture of a society as a collective character formation. Culture is never free as liberalism sees it. The present Swedish education is a capitalist character formation. It must be transformed to become a socialist character formation, creating a socialist self-consciousness. This Odhner defined to us as a liberation. People derive their satisfactions from what they do, not what they get. In line with this, he wants more handcraft and manual instruction, greater orientation towards life. The formulae becomes almost indistinguishable here from those in use in the USSR, and less emphasis on grading and marks. The similarity of this approach to some of the things said in Reisman and Maccabee's article in NLR 5 is striking. One of the most profound lessons a child learns in school is how to feel about his later life work, and if he is taught to approach the idea of work with only a sense of duty, competitiveness, and fear of failure, he will never develop the capacity to impose meaning on whatever tasks he comes to undertake. It is interesting that this kind of detour approach to the problems of work has been made in two countries where common ownership is a kind of taboo subject, or at least one which remains entirely remote in the political context there. It may well be that it is partly this inhibition which has been the fruitful stimulus to fresh ways of thinking about work. We asked Odhner if he didn't think that character formation was also something to do with the nature of the work situation people found themselves in after they left school, and he cautiously agreed that it is a question of the objective structure of industry as well, while adding, not without more than a hint of relief, that the concrete forms of economic democracy would have to be found before the necessity of public ownership could be maintained. Present attitudes towards public ownership are, however, of very secondary interest. What is important is that the kind of thinking involved in Odhner's views is potentially explosive in a social democrat milieu, because it so nearly verges on a critique of capitalism, not as a haphazard aggregate of incommensurate elements only some of which, welfare, consumption, are the proper province of political action at all, but as a coherent totality, a global mode of human coexistence which embraces all the diverse activities and institutions of a society and reveals the same organizing principles in each of them. Odhner's selection of education could scarcely be more suggestive, although he himself doesn't make the full connections. At the most receptive stage of their life, people are trained to compete against each other for marks, in a sense the most primordial and traumatic of all symbols of status. They actually are symbols, while the educative tasks set them are largely of the most mechanical kind, which set real creativity at a discount and a kind of barren, abstracted efficiency at a premium. Furthermore, these tasks tend to be thoroughly divorced from the ordinary life of the children. We are thus in the presence of an almost exact model in miniature of the elaborate system of distortion which oppresses work, the work most of these children will have to do when they become adults, senseless, mechanical routines, extraneous, abstract payoffs, all in a context which has little felt connection with the rest of life. The child bleakly memorizing verbs in the classroom to secure his marks is already the man keeping numbed vigil over the sorting apparatus to gain his wage. The continuity between the two is the unity of the society itself. Since the war, Sweden has become an almost mythological country. Suitably remote and out of the way, it has come to be an entity rather like the Americas in the 18th century, or China in the Middle Ages, not so much a normal object of real knowledge as a didactic political fable. A contemporary equivalent of the myth of the happy savage has flowered, that of the suicidal Swede. In Sweden, so the legend goes, unprecedented thousands jump out of the window to escape too much social insurance, while in the background, abortion, divorce, and alcoholism ravage national morality and transform the remainder of Swedish society into a macabre, demented Saturnalia. President Eisenhower himself recently retold the story to an audience of Republican politicians in Chicago. The intended moral of the tale is plain: the more welfare people have, the worse they in fact end up by faring. Too much cosseting leads to boredom, immorality, and unhappiness. Suicide becomes the dramatic index of these discontents. The only thing missing from this picturesque image is any basis in fact. The figures speak for themselves. Sweden came sixth among European nations for frequency of suicide in the last year, for which there are full comparative statistics, and the rate has declined since then, sixth again among these countries for alcoholism, and fourth for divorce. But there is an argument from the Swedish experience of quite another and entirely serious kind. This comes from right-wing intellectuals in the Labour Party, who see Sweden as an exemplary model of an existing socialist society. And one from which we have much to learn. Readers of Crossland's Future of Socialism will remember how ubiquitously he quotes Swedish experience. Only America gets an equal number of mentions, but of the two he gives the palm to Sweden as coming nearest the socialists' ideal of the good society. The full right-wing argument goes roughly like this: Sweden is the living example of a society which combines a very high degree of social welfare and equality with a very limited degree of common ownership. The Swedish Social Democratic Party has been phenomenally successful electorally. The connection isn't hard to see. It is the party's coolness to nationalization and concentration on welfare and equality measures instead which have been responsible for its success. The lesson for us is clear. The Swedish party shows us the only kind of program that will get us back into power, while Sweden as a country shows us the preeminently desirable kind of society we would create once we were in power and could implement that program. In other words, Sweden represents the only possible type of socialism for us, but at the same time this is fortunately the best of all types. There is only one alternative, the optimum. Electoral realism and social idealism sublimely coincide. If Sweden is not a caution, is it a mandate? Is it this Valhalla of revisionism? Crossland is right in saying that the British left has usually tended to be insular, and we should welcome the challenge to broaden the field of discussion beyond a purely national framework. We certainly do have much to learn from Sweden and other countries. This article will be an attempt to carry the war into Crossland's own favorite territory. The question then is, to what extent is Sweden a viable model of a socialist society? And to what extent is it a society which in its essentials is repeatable elsewhere? Telephones are beige and shaped like drooping tulips, all in one featherweight plastic piece. Newspapers are 30 pages thick. Private airfields are constructed for their distribution. Their journalists confide that the only limit to their size is aircraft freight capacity. Cinnabon automats blaze with geometric groceries, from chicken to cucumbers. Railway cafeterias have slot machine radios at each table. The fact is surprisingly little known, but it is the first one that needs to be grasped, drawing its wealth from massive resources of timber and water power, copious high-grade iron ore and a superlative engineering industry, rock drills, office machinery, ball bearings, tankers, steam turbines. Sweden is now the richest country in Europe. It is considerably richer than Great Britain. In 1957, Swedish net national income per capita was about £460. In the same year, British net national income per capita was about £350. Sweden has more of the sovereign consumer durable, the motor car, per head of population than any other country in Europe, 13 per 100. It has more telephones per capita than any other country in the world but the USA. Its electrified railroad network is the most extensive in the world absolutely. Sweden is thus not just one out of many more or less well-off societies, it marks the high zenith of European affluence. The first question, then, that suggests itself is Galbraith's. With all its wealth, does Sweden match a public generosity to its private abundance, or is there a gaping discrepancy between the two? In our present political context, the answer to this question may be of critical theoretical importance. The New Left has recently been massing its firepower more and more on this one main front of the social imbalance. Charles Taylor has even gone so far as to write, "Before us stand the inhuman priorities of capitalism, the only political question is how to understand and change them." Of course, the more alert younger men of the right and center have also criticized these priorities in our society. The pivotal point at dispute is the New Left's insistence that only a significant extension of common ownership can reverse the present order of priorities, and put social needs squarely before private gains. Now the Swedish economy is only 13% publicly owned, mainly railroads, utilities, water power, and iron resources. At the same time it has been managed by the Social Democratic Party since the 1930s. Sweden can thus be taken as a test case of whether, in Stuart Hall's words, a capitalist economy can be managed and directed towards targets radically different from those which the surviving capitalist economies of the world, the US, Germany, Britain, and France, are steadily moving towards. This is the biggest social reform of the last 50 years, was how the new pension scheme was first described to us in Stockholm. Pensions have had an absolutely dominating importance in 5. The first part of a study of the Swedish model by Perry Andersson. The scheme thus outlined is perhaps the crowning achievement of the Swedish welfare state. It gives some idea of the distance which separates what is still so largely social salvage in Britain from social security in Sweden. Olof Palme, formerly secretary to the Prime Minister Erlander and now one of the most prominent of younger senators, emphasized to us that it is a party principle that social welfare is not merely the prevention of poverty, it is the positive guarantee of a good standard of living. Erlander himself wrote a pamphlet in 1954 on these lines, with subheadings like, "Increasing Standards of Living, Increasing Demands of Society." The results are reflected not only in the cornucopia of pensions but in most of the other ramifications of the welfare system as well. Child allowances are £27 a year, widows' pensions, from 55 onwards, are £140 and will rise to about £257 by 1968. Maternity grants £18, maternity allowances and sickness benefits vary according to income from £1.10 a week to £10. Unemployment benefits are voluntary, but average benefits for 1957 were £8.10 a week. Medical treatment is not as free as ours is, the patient must pay 1/4 of the cost of his doctor's bills and about 1/2 the cost of medicines, but hospital care is free. Against this, the service itself is of a very fine standard, markedly higher than ours. Finally, there are a row of benefits with no real equivalent here at all: 10-day or more holidays for housewives under a certain income with 2 children of 15 or under, for a nominal fee of 14s or so, free holiday transportation for children up to 14 anywhere in Sweden and back, free or fee paid, according to income, domestic help, home furnishing loans up to £200 for the newly married. Normal sums granted are a good deal less than this, which are taken advantage of by over a quarter of the eligible couples. Removal allowances for the unemployed taking up work in new areas. Not all these benefits are anything like equally extensive in their coverage, but they show how far beyond the safety net ideology Swedish social welfare has progressed. Even given the discrepancy in wealth between the Swedes and ourselves, it is, I think, plain that they spare and care more for the old, the ill, and the harassed than we do. The welfare services are, of course, not the only social area where evident human priorities risk being elbowed aside. In Britain the pattern is only too familiar. Exiguous roads, obsolete hospitals, leprous slums, a pauperist education all at the feet of a gigantic, glittering consumer goods industry luxuriating in ever more prestige business age.q.s and record advertising campaigns. How much of all this is reenacted in Sweden? To begin with education, the estimates voted by the Riksdag for 1959/1960 amounted to just about £120 million. Multiplied by the difference in population, there are 7.12 million Swedes. This works out at almost exactly £800 million in our terms. Our education budget for the same year was £670 million. The Swedish figure, in fact, is in relative terms a good 19% higher than our own. On what is the money spent? The educational system is at the minute in full transition, a streaming system very much like our own, with secondary modern, technical and grammar type schools, is being gradually replaced by single type comprehensive schools, into which all existing schools are to be incorporated. The only exceptions will be the handful of private schools, negligible in number, 2–3% of pupils, and social importance. The eventual aim is a 9-year school, with differentiation beginning in a very mild form in the 6th year, and only taking shape. 6. Recent Swedish politics. As an issue, they literally monopolized the last 2 elections, 1957, 1958. In 1959 the present social democratic scheme finally became law. There is now almost no chance whatsoever of its being reversed, but even so we were told by SAP, i.e. Social Democratic, officials that one of the key slogans in the coming elections this autumn will be, "Defend the pensions." The famous scheme, which came into operation on January 1 this year, must be one of the most spectacular pieces of welfare legislation ever enacted anywhere. The basic pension, from 67 onwards, is now about £175 a year for a single person, and this figure will rise to about £250 by 1968. A married couple now gets about £280, which will have increased to about £390 by 1968. In addition to this, the new supplementary scheme stipulates that 60% of the average income Indiana excess of about £300 for the 15 best years of the pensioner's work career is to be paid him as a supplementary pension, up to a maximum of about £1,170 benefit a year. All this is geared by means of still further supplements to the cost of living index, as our pensions notoriously are not. In 3 different 9th classes, preparation for higher education, general finishing class with mainly theoretical bent, and preparatory vocational training with some theoretical courses. This educational reform will be complete by 1970, beginning from that year, the system will be universal. Swedish education is thus patently better placed than our own. It is supplied with more money by an acutely education-conscious government, it is handled more sensitively, and it has a much more egalitarian future. Its position as a focus of political concern and outlay was summed up by one official spokesman with the slogan, "The 60s will be the decade of education," both quantitatively and qualitatively. Up till now, housing hasn't received the same kind of bonanza attention as pensions and education. But it was one of the big electoral issues, and this year's government allocations have been higher than ever before. There has been a housing shortage running at somewhere over 60,000 dwelling units a year. In 1956 an extended effort to boost construction was begun, and yearly output has now reached about 65,000 new units a year, an all-time Swedish high. Comparative figures for 1956 show that we were building 6 new units per 1,000 population, while the Swedes were building 7.9, i.e. nearly a third as many again. The next year, 1957, the Swedish figure was a cool 37.8% higher than our own. Since then our construction rate has been plunging downwards, whereas the Swedish one is still rising. Roads and hospitals round out the picture and reveal how consistent it is. Hospitals are numerous and modern, beds number 14.7 per 1,000 population, doctors 7.9 and nurses 22.5. There is still a serious inadequacy of facilities for mental patients and alcoholics, who together with prisoners are now called in Swedish political terminology the minorities and are a much discussed future object of alleviating measures. A crash program £40,000,000 earmarked for building costs is now underway to bring mental hospitals up to the general level, and an Undersecretary of State for Social Welfare told us that the problem should be solved within 5 years, provided there were enough doctors to staff the new buildings. As for roads, voted allocations were £60 million for 1959/60. Schools, roads, hospitals, houses, these are the specifically social architecture of a society. An architecture, however, involves more than just a choice and style of constructions, it includes their disposition as well. Town and country planning is all of a piece with the other social priorities. In fact, neglect of it causes damage of a particularly lasting kind. Once a society has inscribed itself physically across a natural environment, the imprint is hard to revoke. It isn't easy to see how a discarded green belt could become green again, or a city center choked with office buildings is going to be prized free from them. At the same time, the state of planning is an evidence, it visibly resumes the condition of the social needs as a whole. The way a society becomes matter in soot and stone, glass and wood and neon, offers an immediate image of its stature. The visual field in the rough center of a British town would often do as a device for the social regime itself, in its blind combinations of ostentation and squalor, in its gorged, paralyzed disorder, and in the unremitting presence, on all four sides and above, of the advertisement tent we live our lives in. By and large, one only has to walk down a few streets in Sweden to sense that one is in a society different in type from our own. The glazed, hysterical look of our business and entertainment centers isn't there, we never saw silenced, derelict areas, the visual pressure from hoardings is much milder. Above all, human transcendence, not a senseless facticity, can be seen everywhere in the relationship of the buildings to each other. Together they look intelligible, like a freely created human habitat, not a monstrous, brute geological formation. Planning in Sweden is one of the points at which the far shore of a socialist community is most evidently almost touched by existing society. The 1947 Building Act required municipalities to work out master plans allocating land for key purposes, public areas, residential ones, traffic fairways, and so on, and in addition a detailed town plan or rural development plan to fix the specific regulations controlling buildings, blocks, squares, roads, etc. This plan is worked out by the Municipal Building Committee, and then published for public inspection, objections are considered, after which the plan goes all the way up to the central authority, the Royal Building Board, before finally going into effect. Once it is in force, no new development is allowed which doesn't conform to it. The municipality has the right to expropriate land, with compensation, if the plan so requires it, and the further possibility of buying in extensive areas of built-up land for full-scale zonal redevelopment. Much of Stockholm is currently being rebuilt in areas of zonal expropriation. However, as a rule, municipalities buy up land systematically rather than expropriate it outright. Our public authorities, however, must pay market value for land, they have no choice in the matter since the Town and Country Planning Act of 1959. And since 1958 the block grants which enabled the buying 7 up of comprehensive areas have been abolished. The crux of the differences between the Swedish system and our own lies, in fact, not so much in the abstract, formal powers of the public authorities, though these are different, as in their real, concrete possibilities of expenditure. Planning is a difficult field to summarize, but two features of Swedish practice can and should be indicated because of their immediate bearing on our own problems. The Swedes have pioneered the autarkic sub-community, as an alternative to the pattern of segregated residential and occupational areas, with traffic brought to a standstill between the two, which is the curse of the contemporary big city. Vällingby, 10 miles west of Stockholm, is a showplace, equipped with shops, theaters, cinemas, social agencies, and office buildings, and with half the working population at work in the neighborhood unit. This living suburb is being reproduced to the south of the city at Högdalen and Farsta, so that a multi-core city is gradually taking shape. At the same time, the traffic problem within each area is being tackled as well. Nearly all current town plans take great pains to shut off road traffic from pedestrian circulation. Typically, distributor roads circle built-up areas, with pedestrian walkways leading direct to shopping precincts. The centers of the two capitals, London and Stockholm, are neatly symbolic. While we were in Sweden, the battle to stave off the Monaco building was still in doubt, but even with its success, Piccadilly remains a vicious, clotted abscess from every point of view, practical and aesthetic, perhaps the most cluttered and meanly sordid center of a capital city in Europe. The Hötorget in Stockholm is now being entirely redeveloped on a zonal basis, and will be complete in the early 60s. Vehicular and pedestrian circulation are segregated. There is a multi-story underground garage, and pedestrians can walk unmolestedly over the entire area, which comprises a public square, a theater, department stores, ordinary specialized shops, offices, cinemas, an open below-ground level grocery with escalator access, a terraced restaurant on top of a low bank of glass-built shops. The ensemble is a model of cool, elegant, convenient construction, around which one can wander as free and undisturbed as on a village green. The conclusion is irresistible. Sweden, with even less public ownership than ourselves, has succeeded in realizing a relatively fair balance between social goods and individual ones. A capitalist economy can, it appears, be directed towards different targets from those we are being driven willy-nilly towards here. Swedish social democratic governments have been able to yoke a privately owned industry to the service of at least those immediate needs of community to which British capitalism has remained impervious to this day. It has been done very consciously. Time and time again party officials told us we were Galbraithian before Galbraith. In 1954 we were already Galbraithian. There is only one catch. But it is a very big one. The SAP has achieved this admirable equilibrium not in one administration of 5 years, or even 2 or 3 intermittent administrations, but over a period of nearly 3 decades of uninterrupted rule. Apart from a brief interregnum of 100 days or so, it has been in power alone or in coalition for 28 years ever since 1932. This is far longer than even the Democrats enjoyed in their golden days under Roosevelt and Truman. More than this, the SAP has consistently won between 45–50% of the total vote, while its nearest opponent has usually won only a maximum of about 25%, or for the opposition has always been fragmented into at least 3 sharply different and disunited parties: conservatives, liberals, and farmers. Its supremacy has been so lasting and entire that an SAP electoral victory is clearly a phenomenon of a different order from a Labour one. The total social context is obviously in some way profoundly different in the two countries. The SAP vote appears to be what might be called a sociological majority, whereas the intermittent Labour majorities have never been more than political ones. A full discussion of this point must be left to the end of the article, where an attempt will be made to assess the general pertinence of the Swedish experience to us. All that need be said at the minute is this: the enforcement of a humane scale of priorities in Sweden has been the work of decades of continuous SAP power. Any argument that Swedish achievements are reproducible here would have to show how their exceptional preconditions are also going to be reproduced. Yet even in the first years of the Attlee government the prospect of indefinite political paramountcy was very remote. Within the assumptions of right-wing thinking, it must appear far more so today. There is thus little excuse for simply extrapolating the Swedish handling of the priorities problem from the Swedish context, and announcing that this is the solution for what are clearly different British conditions. The formal possibility of a rational order of priorities without common ownership is proved by the Swedish example. But is this possibility a real and concrete one in the British context? Could we do what the Swedes have done? The answer will depend on how far the total Swedish situation in fact deviates from our own, and from that which is. 8. The whole case for common ownership as so far posed by the New Left, and by Crossman, rests on the hypothesis of the inadequacy of taxation. Now, although this may well be justified specifically here in Britain, this crucial stage in the argument has been treated in an extraordinarily casual and careless way. So far neither Taylor nor Crossman even mentions the possibility of currency controls, for instance. Furthermore, the discussion has so far always been phrased in such a way as to imply that the propositions put forward are universally true of capitalist societies, i.e. that they are concerned with the pure, irreducible essence of capitalism. This is what is unacceptable. What Charles Taylor has done, it seems, is to confuse necessary, universal characteristics of a capitalist economy with contingent and local ones. Certainly the profit motive tends inexorably to the sacrifice of social goods to the production of individual ones. But does profit have to emigrate when under pressure? And if it tries, does it have to succeed? It may do both these, and in Britain it would perhaps be likely to do so, but Sweden surely shows that there is no evidence it must do so, by the law of its own nature. The second point concerns the exact way in which our priorities are currently being set. Everyone agrees that the main arbiter of priorities in Britain is the profit motive. This means, obviously, that private profit opts for private benefits over public ones where the two conflict. So much is clear. But this isn't a complete account of how this arbiter works. For at the same time, because the arbiter is private, and so dispersed in 100 different privacies, the firms, it is often incapable of making any option at all in a realm which is purely public, even when an option would actually bring about private benefits. The importance of this second aspect is evident if one looks at the singular contradictions the two in juncture lead to. The dynamic of corporation gain can ensure that more and more cars get made at the expense of new rolling stock and cheap public transport, but not that the purely social complementary goods roads are built at the same time. The resultant situation of traffic immobility turns back on the original private pursuit which has produced it, and threatens to negate it. The car market contracts as the joy goes out of motoring. However, even this picture profit asserting the primacy of private interests over public ones in areas where the two conflict, and simply abdicating in purely public areas is in 9. The rule in capitalist countries. And before this can be decided, a whole range of other factors must be taken into account. It is, however, worth considering at this point whether this formal, and perhaps for us only formal, possibility of decent priorities without common ownership doesn't all the same raise some questions as to how appropriate our formulations of these two problems on the New Left have been. The first point that might be made is this. The main argument Charles Taylor uses to rebut the idea that considerably increased taxation could redress our priorities is that such taxation would rapidly bring on a refusal to invest and ultimately a flight of capital abroad, while the economy ground to a standstill. Now it is certainly possible that this is what would happen in Britain. But does this mean it would necessarily happen everywhere capitalists were taxed in this way? The evidence indicates not. For one thing, flight of capital in a situation of high taxation to satisfy crying community needs would be such an openly anti-social line of action that it is surely possible to imagine a social context where it would be politically inconceivable. An implicit social consensus against this kind of tactic might, for instance, have been one of the reasons why Swedish business never attempted to export capital in this way. Swedish conservatives, for instance, react angrily to indiscriminate attacks on the Swedish welfare state and go out of their way to emphasize to foreigners that they care as much as any of the other parties about welfare. It isn't unusual to hear them claiming the moral credit for many of the welfare measures passed, as having first proposed them. Another more severely practical obstacle is that Swedish business does not by and large have the overseas companies which it could transfer its assets to, should it wish to get its money out of the country. Finally, there is the whole question of currency controls to block a flight of capital, in certain countries, and Britain may be one of them. These might not be viable or effective. But can it be said a priori that they always, everywhere, must fail? Important way misleading. It makes a contrast which is more apparent than real. For the primacy of private interests over public ones is almost never asserted in this way. It simply materializes. Stuart Hall writes in Out of Apathy. These social decisions, i.e. which are to have priority, advertising, or hospitals, office blocks or council houses p.a., are fixed elsewhere, beyond the reach of the consumer. They have been taken away from the direct intervention and control of the ordinary citizen, into those secluded places where the market in fact operates, in the boardroom and the bank manager's suite of offices. This implies that these things are flatly decided by directors and bank managers. But how many businessmen resolutely decide that they must leave schools and hospitals to rot, and press on with doubling their TV commercials and lacquering their reception rooms with the money saved? Do any at all? On the contrary, how many mightn't even feel a stealthy susurrus of dismay if they learnt that this was the end outcome of their harmless, familiar routines? Stuart Hall's account of the profit arbiter, otherwise so telling, is misleading in this, that it is too anthropomorphic. It suggests that actual individual men consciously decide to sacrifice social needs for private lucre. But what finally defines the whole system is that it utterly expunges men from the place of its essential working. These decisions are not taken in the boardroom or the bank manager's suite or even the exclusive club or the pleasure yacht. They are taken nowhere. They are not taken, they are not decisions, fatalities. Nobody calculates them and enacts them, they happen unmeant. Our callous and malformed priorities are the prodigious obverse of 1,000 discreet, blameless gestures. Charles Taylor remarks of these priorities, no one would go out of their way to defend them. This is exactly so, because no one has really positively fashioned them. Omnivorous private decisions to build new plants, facelift new models, circulate new public relations services, do devour the bulk of the total national resources and leave social needs almost destitute on what is left. But the executives who make these decisions don't make these connections. Not even a conservative chancellor consciously decides that less money must be spent on education than on advertising and packaging any more than the conservative voter decides this, or the Labour voter the opposite. The whole option is outside his or their mental universe. The most conscious forms this kind of option ever takes are probably relatively minor ones, decisions to cut income tax or lop some more off the health budget, and these are not seen as specifically related within a general complex of social events, the outcome of which is tumble down outpatient wards in Bermondsey and reach for the Sky Corporation chateaus on the South Bank. One of the key characteristics of our priorities is just this way they emerge beyond and outside the political arena proper. As Charles Taylor has pointed out in What's Wrong with Capitalism, profit is anodyne if purely social, a society must have an investment fund, or purely individual, more effort, more reward. It is when it assumes massively institutionalized intermediate forms, the firms, that it becomes so disastrous. For it is then that the normal system of social decisions, in Parliament, articulating individual choices, in elections, becomes disrupted, with the result that crucial decisions are often not made at all, the roads, or rather they are made meaninglessly, by default. If this analysis is right, there are two implications, one theoretical and one practical. From the standpoint of theory, attributing our present priorities primarily either to the lucid, ruthless selfishness of capitalists or to a system in which decisions about these things escape everyone including the capitalists, although they benefit by these decisions, may seem only a difference of emphasis. But it ultimately involves two fundamentally different ways of looking at capitalism, either as a more or less straightforward bipolar system of exploitation, or as a social praxis in alienation from all its agents, at all its levels. The first idea explains some facts, but has no direct purchase on whole other areas of experience, and is becoming increasingly short in the wind as time proceeds and societies complicate. The second one includes the first, in a less simple version, but is not exhausted by it. It alone appears able to operate the unification of all our discrete criticisms of the different areas of our society. The priorities are one of these areas. What has happened in Sweden would have to be redscribed in this perspective. The priorities there are one segment of the social praxis which has been recovered and is realized in its appropriate site an elected legislature which in full consciousness decides on which social needs the aggregate social wealth should be expended. The practical implication is this. Because our priorities are not really deliberate human choices made by anyone at all, even capitalists, so much as the invisible obverse of a multitude of quite other choices, they are at once impregnable and vulnerable. These strange actions without agents still remain outside the territory of the average political debate. They are protected by their diffuseness, their everyday air, by being so unattributable. Yet the very fact that no one has 10. So far the picture of Swedish social democracy has been straightforward. It is when one considers social equality in Sweden, that the regime begins to reveal ambiguities. The pension scheme outlined above, the last word in SAP welfare measures, is Janus-faced. Gösteren, a doyen of Swedish economists and a government treasury official of impeccable political respectability, remarked to us bitingly, the government thought it could fight the liberals and the communists with an anti-egalitarian social reform. And indeed there is no doubt that the redistributive effect of the scheme will not be especially impressive. Its main tendency is clearly in some measure to prolong differentiation beyond retirement age. At some points it might even increase it, particularly with professional groups now being compulsorily insured for pensions in proportion to their income. And some of the other benefits are angled in the same way, the adjustable sickness benefits and maternity allowances, for instance. The question poses itself, what has social democracy done to create not merely a socially secure and publicly well-endowed society, but also a classless one? There is no doubt at all that Sweden is an infinitely more egalitarian society than we are. A couple of days in Sweden is enough to realize that, and personal impressions get solid statistical backing from the most immediate index available tables of income distribution. Taxation itself is not sensationally redistributive. Income tax has a ceiling of 65% of taxable income. There is also a property tax, but only from 0.5% to 1.8% of property value over £3,500. In addition, there are local community income taxes. The sum of all these cannot amount to more than 80% of the taxpayer's income. Other features are a flat rate 50% corporation tax and, much needed here, a gift tax. To block death duty evasion. The change since the war is mainly attributable to increases in wages and productivity. Sweden has had one of the highest rates in Europe, rather than the taxation itself, though this has played its part. Setting aside for the minute the historical premises of this strikingly even spread of income, an income range is obviously not the same thing as a class. The concept of class is still one of the big difficulties of sociological theory, but we might take as an initial definition that a class is a collectivity which, a. plays a distinctive role in production, b. is existentially interdependent on other similar group or groups, i.e. classes only exist in the plural, c. is enclosed within a specific intellectual universe, d. lives out specific kinds of internal relationships within its subaltern groups, families, neighborhoods, etc., and e. is self-recruiting. Of these characteristics the first and the last are the most statistically accessible. But the statistics of the first will merely tell us, for instance, how many industrial workers there are, which is of limited significance in itself. It is the last one which will reveal the dense, enduring existence of a working class or not. Now the stark fact is that social mobility in Sweden, after 28 years of social democratic government, is as limited as in the self-proclaimed capitalist countries. A 1/3 one-level development is the rule there as elsewhere, that is, only 1/3 of working-class sons get white-collar jobs, the rest do the same work as their fathers. The full scandal of SAP indifference to social equality appears if one looks at university recruitment figures, for in our societies universities are the notorious single drawbridge to the fastnesses of managerial and professional position. In the last year for which there are figures, 1956-57, only 14.3%, 1 in 7 of all freshmen came from working-class families. An 11. Really decided them suggests that they might be very vulnerable to organized and vocal attack. Once our priorities are seen as such at all, they almost must be seen as indefensible at the same stroke. They are not merely wrong, they are, to quote Charles Taylor again, so obviously wrong, his italics. No one would go out of their way to defend them. Impregnable as yet, isn't this the token of their ultimate fragility? And their vulnerability to precisely a popularly supported high taxation rather than a common ownership so widely distrusted and disbelieved in? If enough people really saw the issue clearly, business might well prefer not to risk a grandstand fight over blatantly wrong priorities. In other words, isn't there a contradiction in saying on the one hand that no one would go out of their way to defend our present priorities, and at the same time maintaining that business would go so far out of its way to defend them that it would stage the full-scale social and political showdown involved in a mass flight of capital? Official classification of the population divides it into three groups which are supposed to correspond to upper class: Group I, about 5% of the population; Middle class, Group II, about 43% of the population; and Working class, Group III, about 52% of the population. Of the children of all Group I, upper class, parents, 40% go to a university. Of the children of all working class and lower-paid white-collar workers, only 4–5% get there. The disparity is now at last beginning to decrease, but it is still enormous. It is explained by the financial position of the university student, who has no fees to pay, but must support himself. The scholarship system is now finally being expanded, but in 1950–55 it still only covered 1 in 4 students. Government loans exist at 5% interest for students, but it is mainly Group II children from middle-class homes who use them, and the principle of students having to pay for their own education in this way is pernicious in any case. They clearly should have wages or a salary like anybody else engaged in responsible and socially valuable work. The contradiction between a higher education in this state and a school system being converted to a comprehensive structure is flagrant, and the government now at last seems to have woken up to it. For the first time an effort to democratize the universities is on the cards. But the present situation points the existence of deep, congealed social divisions in Sweden which social democratic policy has scarcely even begun to disturb. Turning to our third and fourth criteria of class-specific intellectual universe and lived relationships, this last far more important than the usual glibly listed lifestyle, these are things which no one could hope to judge on the basis of a stay of a few weeks in a country. In the view of the statistical information just discussed, one would expect there to be evident and abiding differences between what appears so clearly to be classes of the familiar kind. Crossland tells us buoyantly, all, in Sweden p.a., have shared broadly the same school education, there are no sharp differences of accent or style of life, and no deep consciousness of social inferiority or superiority. This may be so, but put like that it doesn't mean very much. How little it tells us can be judged by comparing it with these remarks of the ultra-distinguished Swedish historian and conservative, Gunnar Heckscher. Movement from one social group to another is still unusual. The social groups are fairly well defined and intercourse between them is not very widespread. Big firms, particularly in the provinces, build one set of houses for manual workers and other houses in other localities for office workers. Each group differs in its attitude to life and the groups don't want to mix. All the evidence, in fact, points to only one conclusion: the stereotyped class pattern of Western capitalist countries subsists in Sweden, in the midst of overflowing welfare and abundance, almost untouched by nearly 30 years of ostensibly socialist government. Having said this, it must also be said that if classes exist in Sweden, people don't suffer from them in anything like the way they do here. The existence of classes doesn't in itself prescribe the common relationship which links all the individuals in a country to each other as members of a national collectivity. Classlessness isn't the same thing as community. The first is an absence of essential social differentiation, a negative relationship; the second is a positive social bond. A real human unity may be superimposed on deep class divisions. Wartime Britain is an example. Class relationships as lived between individuals were considerably modified by the common solidarity of danger. But when the war ended, class relationships regained their routine virulence. Our normal patriotism has no real relation to this wartime experience, and cannot be counted as anything more than the most abstract silhouette of an authentic community. Patriotism is something forged from the outside, it is the relation of one group to an external other, and only institutes a specific internal relation between its members afterwards, secondarily. The centripetal pressure from outside is the only thing which holds the true patriotic community together. When this goes, it collapses, and with it the changes it has worked inside the group. Working class communities have been so much more valuable and substantial than anything the nation has ever been, partly because the centripetal pressure encircling them has not been something occasional, but normal and continuous. But even with these communities, the unique inner relationships invented in face of blockade tend to disintegrate when the pressure weakens, as it is doing today. Sweden, and this applies with extra force to Norway and probably to all the other Scandinavian countries, benefits from something quite different. This is as simple as the smallness of the population. The advantages of the local community are up to a point transferred to a whole country. Collective hatreds depend partly on remoteness, on a kind of stylized and abstract image of the enemy. Sweden is a small enough country for the national link to be something much more immediate than is the case here. People are more likely to be aware of members of an opposite social group as individuals in their own right. This tempers the whole climate of class. 12. Perry Anderson. Socialism and Pseudo-Empiricism. 2. 3. The tone of the peculiarities of the English one is all the more regrettable since, with all its faults, this essay represents the most considerable intellectual effort Thompson has so far made to think the English experience as a whole, and contains passages of great eloquence. It will remain an important moment in the slow growth of the English left towards an integral consciousness of its history and society. The pity is that this authentic contribution to a dialogue which concerns us all, should have been warped by paranoia and bad faith. Analyses of real power and insight are constantly compromised by a framework of virulent travesty and abuse. For the method of attack which gives its form to the whole essay is all too familiar from the worst periods of the left's past. It amounts simply to a systematic misrepresentation and caricature of the adversary's position, followed by a self-righteous rejection of it. Thompson launches his onslaught under the sacred sign of empiricism as opposed to our allegedly doctrinaire preconceptions. The irony is that, in this case, Thompson's own attention to empirical fact does not even extend to the elementary discipline of a careful, scrupulous reading of the texts he is discussing. Nothing could be less empiricist than the treatment he accords them. The whole structure of his essay is, in fact, built on a sequence of fundamental distortions of what we have written. Some of these derive from simple blunders, others less excusably from reckless falsification. Together they form a coherent, intelligible pattern which it will be one of the purposes of this reply to try to explain. For a misunderstanding on the scale involved here is unlikely to be a mere personal aberration. It reveals something about the culture and politics of all of us on the left, and the state of communication between different generations within the same movement. It will be best at the outset to state starkly the scope of Thompson's travesty of the theses developed by Tom Nairn and myself in the essays with which he is concerned. It is uniquely comprehensive. Thompson succeeds, in effect, in the feat of simultaneously caricaturing the status, substance, character, and purpose of our work. The result is to make it appear in most important respects as not merely other than, but diametrically opposed to, what it in reality is. 1. Status. The first, and most sweeping, misrepresentation is Thompson's treatment of our exploratory essays as if they were exhaustive histories of England since 1600. This allows him innumerable occasions for pious indignation at our schematism and abstraction, for stern homilies on the importance of empirical facts, and last but not least complacent allusions to the higher calling of an academic historian. Thus the reader learns the portentous truth that minds which thirst for a tidy Platonism very soon become impatient with actual history. He is warned against schematic mélanges, attempts to shortcut analysis, exercises in theoretical virtuosity, and the fatal blindness of the Anderson-Nairn critique of empiricism to the true path of intellectual inquiry lies elsewhere. The real history, we are told incisively, will only disclose itself after much hard research. Three variations on these impeccable themes occupy much of Thompson's attention throughout the peculiarities of the English. Deprived of their self-congratulatory and sententious overtones, the substance of these accusations is, simply, that the accounts of English history and social structure attempted in our essays are abstract, schematic, and incomplete. The astonishing thing is that Thompson does not seem to have noticed that we were well aware of this and said so ourselves from the outset. Or rather, he finds it more convenient to ignore the fact, so as to afford himself straw men to attack. What is one to make of the intellectual honesty of an author who can repeat over and over again, in tones of surprise and horror, that his adversaries, if such we must be, are guilty of a schematism which fails to do justice to the enigmatic complexity of history, when the seminal work under attack states no less than 3 times, that it is merely a provisional and partial scheme, and as such in no sense whatever equivalent to a written history. In Origins of the Present Crisis I described the analysis I attempted then in these terms: a crude schema, however misconceived and transient this may initially be. Extremely simplified and approximate notations, a preliminary attempt to pose some of the developmental problems of British capitalism, extremely partial and inexact definitions. For my intention was, I said, only to offer some suggestions which would invite correction and discussion, so as to start discussion at the point where it should properly begin. Could any statements be more explicit? Thompson's elephantine homilies are, in other words, wholly beside the point. He has chosen to treat a 10,000 word article as if it were a Cambridge history. This is not pedantry, it is a deliberate refusal to respect the stated and qualified intentions of a writer. Anything can be discredited by this technique. One has only to ask oneself, how would the Communist Manifesto emerge from this kind of treatment? It is easy to imagine the apoplectic indictment of an academic historian who shared Thompson's method of argument, without his political past. Was there ever a document so brazenly schematic, so irresponsibly typological, so given to treacherous theoretical virtuosity, so evidently revealing imperfect historical preparation? The lumbering demonstration of all the historical facts Marx and Engels omitted or oversimplified would doubtless end with the virile maxim that every real historical situation arises from a particular equilibrium of forces. 5.2. Substance. The step from caricature of general intentions to caricature of specific theses is not a long one after this. Thompson takes it with aplomb. He makes no attempt to criticize our theses on the terrain on which they were explicitly situated, that of a discussion of the global evolution of the class structure of modern England. This would involve proposing a 4. serious counter-theory of that evolution, a prospect he evidently finds unwelcome. Instead, he selects 3 disconnected areas for attack. 1. The historical relationship between aristocracy and bourgeoisie in England in the 18th and 19th centuries. 2. The role of Protestant religion and natural science in English bourgeois culture in the 19th century. 3. The importance of the Communist Party for the development of the labour movement in the 20th century, and of Marxism in Britain. The unity of the discrete arguments in each case lies, as we shall see, in a consistent and specific misinterpretation of the whole drift of our work. However, it is important first to consider the local criticisms Thompson brings to bear on our theses in each respect. It should be said straight away that it is in these that the value and interest of his essay lies. Although not always as novel or audacious as he seems to imagine, some of his remarks do, nevertheless, genuinely enrich our understanding of certain crucial phases of the English past. The effect of these, however, is more often complementary rather than contradictory to our own theses. The general context is one of reckless distortion. 1. Aristocracy and bourgeoisie. The bulk of Thompson's historical criticism of our analysis of English class structure as it evolved from the 17th century onwards is concerned with our characterization of the relationship between what can summarily, that is to say, non-exhaustively, be described as aristocracy and bourgeoisie. In his view, we are guilty of a number of grave errors. A. To begin with, Thompson claims that we refuse to recognize that the landowning class in the 17th and 18th centuries was a basically capitalist social group, a very powerful and authentic capitalist nexus. As he puts it, it had become so in the process of a long gestation, stretching apparently from the 12th century, no less, onwards, commencing with the great monastic wool farmers of Doomsday, and passing through the enfeeblement of the barons in the wars, the growth of free labor, the enclosure of the sheep walks, the seizure and redistribution of church lands, etc. 7. The Great Revolution of 1640 had no dramatic impact on this evolution, it did not even accelerate it merely confirmed a title to property which already existed and instituted a miraculously subtle and flexible social compromise between monarchy and gentry. In the 18th century, this secular agrarian capitalism came fully into its inheritance and produced the solid rural-urban bourgeoisie which Thompson describes flatly in these terms, a bourgeoisie which had not yet learned hypocrisy. They valued each other, not in the scales of breed and antiquity but in round annual sums. 8b. This class cannot, however, be equated with old corruption, the parasitic political complex which ruled Britain for 100 years. From 1688 onwards, old corruption was a secondary complex of predatory interests, not a ruling class. c. The rise of the industrial middle class in the 19th century is much more decisive and triumphant than we have allowed for. Whereas in the 17th and 18th centuries we have allegedly overlooked the capitalist nature of the dominant social class in Britain, presumably portraying it as feudal, in the 19th century our vice is the inverse. We have exaggerated the significance and staying power of this stratum and falsely argued that it continued, in an important sense, to dominate the political formations of the ruling bloc. We have forgotten the wisdom of Bagehot. History has confirmed his belief in the final superior role of the Victorian middle class. What more solemn vindication than the abdication crisis of 1937? From 1832 onwards, in fact, the industrial middle class came into its own, and thereafter furnished a long line of distinguished national leaders. Britain today, it follows, is a capitalist country much like any other. Old corruption has simply given way to a new thing, a bourgeois and bureaucratic power structure which Thompson has elsewhere on many occasions described, predictably, as the establishment. It is doubtless scandalous to be disrespectful to an established historian, pronouncing with all his authority on his own field. On this occasion, however, it is useless to attempt diplomacy or to simulate deference. Haste and passion have produced a curious mixture of blindness to the views under attack, eloquent but irrelevant digressions, and enraged counter-arguments which are often demagogic and empty, and sometimes of a matchless silliness. Worst of all, the whole performance is laden with self-delighted pirouettes, and constant sacrifices of accuracy and sobriety to epigrammatic brightness of the kind that is appreciated on the high table. To begin with, Thompson's whole account of our view of the evolution of the English governing class in the 17th and 18th centuries is demonstrably a misrepresentation. While admitting some disclaimers in our essays, he lays his entire emphasis on the claim that we fail to see the strictly capitalist character of the English landed gentry before the Industrial Revolution. Thus, we are told sternly, even a cursory acquaintance with the sources must dispel all doubts as to the fact that the 18th century gentry made up a superbly successful and self-confident capitalist class. 9 long and vivid descriptions follow, designed to prove the capital-conscious nature of the gentry in the 18th and early 19th centuries as against, presumably, our illusion that it was in some sense feudal. The trouble with this exercise is that it is directed against a purely imaginary target. We never denied that the landowners constituted a capitalist class. In actual fact, the exact opposite is true. We not only did not deny it, we made it the very pivot of our whole interpretation of the transition from the distinctive 18th century to the distinctive 19th century dominant bloc, and of the emergence of the characteristic power structure of modern Britain. The point is made again and again. The texts speak for themselves. After 1640, the body of landowners was a basically capitalist class. 10. The British aristocracy proceeded to perfect the ruthless and richly rewarding triad system of capitalist landlord, tenant farmer, and landless agricultural labourer, which destroyed the English peasantry and made Britain the most agriculturally efficient country in the world. 11. A landed aristocracy, underpinned by a powerful mercantile affinal group, became the first dominant capitalist class in Britain. This dynamic agrarian capitalism expelled the English peasantry from history. 12. Speaking of the industrial bourgeoisie of the 19th century, I wrote, the condition of its appearance in England was the prior existence of a class which was also capitalist in its mode of exploitation. There was thus from the start no fundamental, antagonistic contradiction between the old aristocracy and the new bourgeoisie. English capitalism embraced and included both. The most important single key to modern English history lies in this fact. 13. So much for the empirical intellectual standards Thompson constantly vaunts. An empiricism which is unable or unwilling to read is worth very little. It amounts to not much more than the reflexes of prejudice. Later, we shall see why it is Thompson has to fabricate such a fictitious image. For the moment, the lack of any substantive disagreement between us is what matters and renders somewhat redundant Thompson's elated disquisition on the civilization of Bath and Harrogate. One decisive qualification must, however, be made. The gist of Thompson's description, p. 318, is quite unexceptionable. But, carried away by polemical zeal, at a certain point he goes wildly overboard in the other direction. This is his extraordinary statement that 18th-century landowners constituted a bourgeoisie which had not yet learned hypocrisy. They valued each other not in the scales of breed and antiquity but in round annual sums. This is vulgar Marxism with a vengeance. One wonders how Lord Chesterfield appeared to Samuel Johnson? What Lords Rockingham and North would have thought of this bald appraisal? Let us be serious. Thompson should be reminded of some elementary facts. In the 18th century nearly half of cultivated England was owned by no more than 5,000 families. Assisted by the new device of the strict settlement, these families formed a more closed and oligarchic group than they had done any time in the 2 previous centuries. Mingay writes, the inflow of new families into the ranks of landowners was much lower between the 1730s and the end of the 18th century than in the previous 200 years. Within landed society, the effect of strict settlements, low interest rates, buoyant estate revenues, and the availability in many cases of income from investments and government office, meant that there was little tendency for land to change hands. 14. Within the ranks of the landowning class, the inner elite of Great Agra, Ryan magnates, a handful of some 400 families who owned 25% or all cultivated land. Indiana, England actually tended to increase in relative power and prosperity. Landed society, in fact, was becoming more stratified in the 18th century. In other words, as Trevor Roper has remarked, with so tight a land market, the landlord class became exclusive. Outsiders could only enter it by politics or marriage, and only through it could any man rise to the peerage. 15. Quite apart from its crudity, however, Thompson's formulation is indefensible for a more fundamental reason. He complains elsewhere that neither Anderson nor Nairn appear able to accept the notion of an agrarian class, whether rentiers or entrepreneurs, as a true bourgeoisie. 16. He is quite right, nor would any serious observer. A bourgeoisie, if the term is to mean anything at all, is a class based on towns. That is what the word means. It is ludicrous to call a landowning class a bourgeoisie. One might as well call artisans a peasantry. How can Thompson have allowed himself such an absurdity? At one level, this excess merely typifies much of his general manner of argument, the victory of verbal outrance over considered judgment wherever the two conflict. But it is not just the inability to resist a percussive phrase which has led him to this position. It is an implicit consequence of his whole way of looking at the emergence of modern British society. In effect, he attempts to dissolve the bourgeois revolution into a sequence of events and episodes which stretches back to the 12th century, no less. Thus he tells us confidently that the Wars of the Roses, the Tudor monarchy, is there a premature Robespierre in Henry VIII, a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, the attainder of royal ministers, the religious conflicts of the I-6th and 17th centuries are all pieces of that great arch which, in fact, in the epical sense, make up the bourgeois revolution. 17. In another passage he evokes without a qualm the role of the middle classes in the 14th century. 18. The reference here is to a book written in 1941. One cannot help wondering if Thompson has kept up with the literature on the subject since that date. Has he, for instance, ever looked at Hexter's devastating essay The Myth of the Middle Class in Elizabethan England? Is he even aware of Hexter's famous critique of precisely the notion of an epical bourgeois revolution? His text is innocent of the smallest echo of all this. He would surely have shown more misgivings in pronouncing the English landowners of the era of Lord North a true bourgeoisie, if he had assimilated the lessons of this body of work. He would also have been less surprised at the stress laid in our essays on the preeminence and perdurance of the English aristocracy, in the sociological, not the titular sense, well into the 19th and 20th centuries. Against this huge historical conflation presented so blithely to us, the provisional account of the English Revolution of 1640 and its aftermath which I attempted in Origins of the Present Crisis remains at least precise and finite. It was not a pure bourgeois revolution in any sense. But it was a supremely successful capitalist revolution. 19. Thompson denies, without supporting his claim with any evidence, that there was a dramatic quickening of the whole economy, from 1650 onwards. 20. This is consistent with his whole tendency to see the great arch of the bourgeois revolution curving over 7 centuries, viewed epically. Any one moment in time naturally loses its importance. It is not consistent, however, with the ordinary judgments of other historians. Lipson writes, the fall of the absolute monarchy was the turning point in the evolution of capitalism. 21. Christopher Hill speaks of the century of agricultural prosperity which followed the Civil War and of the decisive significance of these decades in the economic history of England. 22. The paradox of an unpremeditated capitalist revolution effected predominantly by a landed gentry is explicable once a clear conceptual distinction is made between an economic order and the social classes, which can inaugurate, assist, subvert, or resist it. Capitalism does not automatically or everywhere require a victorious industrial bourgeoisie to launch it any more than socialism necessarily requires a victorious industrial proletariat to impose it, although in time capitalism inevitably creates an industrial bourgeoisie, just as socialism in our century has always created an urban proletariat. Only a parochial historian, or Marxist, will be surprised by this. Japanese capitalism was promulgated as a national destiny by the rural warlords of the Satsuma and Choshu clans. Chinese socialism was launched by the Hunan and Yan'an peasantry in arms. Modern Brazilian capitalism is the accidental product of an import substitution process dictated by the interests of the patrimonial coffee oligarchy of São Paulo. Cuban socialism was won by a handful of revolutionary intellectuals supported by the subsistence farmers of the Sierra Maestra. There is no simple, technical fatality which allocates mandatory roles univocally to social groups. Within strict limits, obviously, no bourgeoisie will ever lay the foundation stones of socialism. Objective roles are separable from their agents. History has a certain discretionary power. The options it proffers can be taken up by a number of different contenders in different contexts. This essential plasticity of the historical process can equally well take the form of a blind evolution unforeseen by its actors, England in the 17th century, Brazil in the 20th century, or of a premeditated project to reorient the course of the world and transform society without benefit of precedent, Meiji Japan, Maoist China. Once this is seen, the problem which distracts Thompson is solved. There is no need to set off on a far-fetched quest to find the beginning of the great arch of the bourgeoisie in England some 7 centuries ago. This particular arch is a rainbow, which has no end. The concrete reality is different. It is the story of the way in which landed aristocracy, after a bitter internecine struggle, became its own capitalist class. 23 and thereafter maintained its social dominance in British society, through many metamorphoses, down to the 20th century. B. In a fine discretion, Thompson outlines a rich and rapid sketch of the power structure of 18th and early 19th century Britain, what Cobbett called, in a phase Thompson lingers on, old corruption. This section is perhaps the best thing in his essay. It shows all his gifts, his dazzling ability to evoke the phenomenology of a period, the flair and brio of his imagination, the acute intelligence which persists through the obsessions and phobias of his pursuit of us. Unfortunately, he cannot resist the temptation to use this as yet one more stick to beat us with. The historical evocation cannot be allowed to stand as it is, it must be accompanied with a homily on the vices of our class reductionism and our tendency to short-circuit the complex problems of analysis. Marxists generally seek to reduce political phenomena to their real class significance, and often fail, in analysis, to allow sufficient distance between the one and the other. But in fact those moments in which governing institutions appear as the direct, emphatic, and unmediated organs of a ruling class are exceedingly rare, as well as transient. More often these institutions operate with a good deal of autonomy, and sometimes with distinct interests of their own, within a general context of class power, which prescribes the limits beyond which this autonomy cannot with safety be stretched, and which, very generally, discloses the questions which arise for executive decision. 24 Thus, old corruption was not a ruling class as such, it was a secondary complex of predatory interests. 25 Grouping only certain great agrarian magnates, privileged merchant capitalists, and their hangers-on, who manipulated the organs of the state in their own private interest. It should be seen less as government by an aristocracy than as a parasitism, a racket which the king himself could not break into except by becoming the croupier. 26 Now this description is certainly convincing. But does it follow that we have ever, or would ever, have denied it? The contrary is the case. Far from evincing the class reductionism of which Thompson accuses us, we once again explicitly and categorically rejected it. Tom Nairn, in one of the essays Thompson attacks, wrote black on white, class-divided societies have almost always been governed politically by a small minority. In general, this chosen few is a small group even in relation to the ruling class itself, in a Marxist sense, the class which possesses or controls the economic wealth of society through the institutions of property, and in whose collective interests society is governed. The characteristics of such governing groups, especially in capitalist societies, and the nature of the relationship between them and the class or classes they represent, the social forces giving their power its fundamental meaning, is one of the most fascinating of historical problems. All too often, talk of the ruling class, however polemically justified it may be in particular cases, in the face of antediluvian notions tends by itself to obscure or at least leave aside such questions. 27 What can one do with a writer who chooses to ignore evidence like this to suit his own partisan passion? Are these really the standards of the professional historian Thompson so frequently invokes? As it happens, we not only stated plainly that the governing minority was distinct from the whole ruling class, but we went further than Thompson himself in differentiating the various types of autonomous power structures possible within a class society. Criticizing the general atrophy in analysis of the mediations of capitalist society which has marked contemporary socialist theory. I wrote, in the long run, to be sure, power coincides with control of means of production. But at any given moment of history, this is not necessarily true. On the contrary, what is needed is not a reassertion of the banality that power ultimately derives from the pattern of ownership in a society. The urgent need is for a concrete typology of the different modalities of power today. A whole spectrum of possibilities exists, realized in more or less pure forms in different societies at different epochs. In the short run, power can be predominantly military, bureaucratic, economic, ideological, even as a limiting case purely political. It can be crystallized directly in the means of violence, Nazi Germany, the means of administration, Confucianist China, the means of production, company states like Honduras or Katanga, the means of communication, increasingly, Western societies, or the means of legislation, which would be socialism. 28 Elsewhere I have spoken of the classic sociological process whereby a political regime works itself to a certain extent free from its social base. 29 Having said this, does it follow that Thompson is right in writing of the power structure in the 18th century? Nevertheless, all this does not quite make up an aristocracy, conceived of as a ruling class. It was nothing but itself. A unique formation. Old corruption? 30 The answer is, of course not. Let us pass over for the minute the characteristic recourse to tautology to try to settle the question. This device has for some time provided the most exquisite frisson of contemporary bourgeois sensibility. 31 Thompson's argument rests on the establishment of an absolute distinction between a ruling class and a secondary complex of predatory interests, which commands state power. But it is enough to try to imagine a ruling class which did not rule through a secondary complex mediating its power, to see how absurd this suggestion is. For a ruling class, Thompson does not dispense with the notion, to rule directly, it would be necessary for every member of it to be physically and permanently present in the state apparatus. It goes without saying that this is always impossible. Thus Thompson's proud discovery that old corruption was a secondary complex, not the ruling class in person, could not be more banal. Every power structure is a secondary complex in this sense. Such a complex represents the mediated power of a ruling class, and it was precisely towards these mediations that we were drawing attention. Moreover, the secondary complex is never a purely random sample of interests within the dominant class. It is a structured constellation which may be regionally, religiously, ethnically, militarily, or generationally based with its own life and its own logic. There are thousands of examples of this. From all over the world, the Takara military clique which provided successive dictators from within the army in Venezuela from 1899 to 1958, the senior retainers who surrounded the Showa emperor in interwar Japan, the Broderbond which pervades the top echelons of the South African regime today. Only an invincible provincialism could lead anyone to believe that it is a discovery to pronounce old corruption a unique formation. This should not detract from Thompson's achievement in evoking it so well. It should merely free discussion from an artificial polemic. C. Thompson, finally, accuses us of overestimating the degree of aristocratic power, political, social, and ideological in the 19th century, and still more in the 20th century. For him, England is much as Marx saw it, the most bourgeois of nations. After 1832, the aristocracy was responsible for a certain influence, some archaic institutions, a style of life, a subordinate contribution to the ethos of the ruling group. But its representatives have cut a paltry figure besides the giants of the new industrial bourgeoisie. It has, in essence, done little more than grace the ceremonies at which the new men of power have celebrated their triumphs, like liveried flunkies at a metropolitan hotel. Today, it is the grey and familiar silhouette of the establishment, anonymously reaching out into the labor movement itself, which dominates the scene. How could we have failed to see it? The 19th century is Thompson's chosen field, and one could have expected him to provide substantial, convincing evidence to support his case. In fact, what is striking is the weakness of his arguments, and the vacillation in his formulations which tilt this way and that, finally coming down in the most unfortunate and untenable position of all. To begin with, we are told that discussion of the aristocratic presence in recent British history must be confined to an analysis of a certain style, and certain archaic institutional continuities. Anything more, Thompson goes on sternly, will not do. 32 Later, however, doubts begin to creep in. Could the aristocracy have remained an ultimate, open, elite within the dominant class? For one moment, Thompson goes so far as to admit that at a national level, the record has been ambiguous. 33 Aristocratic influence, we learn, is after all formidable. 34 The next moment, he has censored his own admission, and tells us flatly that the aristocracy registered those shifts and fluctuations of power which came into existence independently of its influence. 35 Which is to it to be? Rushing for a literary flourish, Thompson ends with a spectacular, disastrous image. The aristocracy, rather, registered those shifts and fluctuations of power which occurred elsewhere, and graced a society which came into existence independently of its influence. They were like the staff at an elaborate and prestigious hotel, who could in no way influence the comings and goings of the clientele. Who or at what time or with whom, but who could arrange the ball and appoint a master of ceremonies. 36. So much for the general line of argument. Let us now look at the specific evidence Thompson advances against us, as distinct from mere assertion. Setting aside a reverent quotation from Beatrice Webb, this comes down to 3 examples. I. The political dominance of the aristocracy in post-1832 England is disproved in the following way: the case of the old political parties is exceedingly complex and very much more complex than the quantitative methods of analysis of post-Nameirite historians might lead us to suppose. In a phrase, the politicians whom the public remember are Peel, Bright, Gladstone, Disraeli, the Chamberlains, Lloyd George, and Baldwin, and not Lord Derby or Lord Salisbury, or even, unjustly, Lord Palmerston. 37. What is one to say to an argument like this? It is precisely a phase, trivial and dishonest. Thompson is perfectly well aware that by aristocracy we mean not the nobility, but the landowning class as a whole in the 18th and early 19th centuries, and its lineal descendant, the aptly named upper class of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. 38. But to suit his momentary purposes, he chooses to pretend that we mean the peerage. What is easier after that than to evoke a few earls who were prime ministers and juxtapose them with a long list of commoners? On any sociological criterion, of course, Peel, Harrow, Gladstone, Eton, Baldwin, Harrow, and Neville Chamberlain, Rugby, were all from the hegemonic class. 39. The procedure is grotesque even at that. How, one wonders, would one go about establishing whether the public remembers Bright more than Lord Palmerston? The childish dishonesty of the remark does not even rest there. Or how would one normally describe a list of the politicians with a certain fame in Britain which omits the most famous modern Englishman of all? The public, apparently, remembers Chamberlain but has forgotten Churchill. What has happened to the great scion of the Marlboroughs? What has happened, for that matter, to Anthony Eden, who for his misfortune is unlikely to be forgotten? What, indeed, has happened to Harold Macmillan, who ruled longer consecutively than any prime minister since Asquith? Thompson is not attempting a serious argument at all, he is cheating at a parlour game fit for Sunday. 2. Thompson asserts that to show the aristocracy as a vanguard one would have to show a series of significant historical moments in aristocratic influence was directly and effectively opposed to important interests of the newer bourgeoisie. 40. This statement only shows how little attention he has paid to our actual theses. These hinged on the argument that the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie fused in the mid-19th century, to the point where it was no longer possible to speak of them as separate formations. A new social configuration of upper class and middle class emerged. The dominant bloc in England, I wrote, can be envisaged as a narrow, highly structured hegemonic class, with, beneath it, a large, diffuse, polymorphous reservoir, the entrepreneurial, professional, and salaried middle classes. The rigorous structure of the one radically destructures the other, as access is always open to the select few from the middle to the upper class. 41. This fusion was carefully explained by the economic compatibility of landowners and industrialists, agrarian capitalism prior to industrial capitalism, the political conjuncture, French Revolution, rise of the industrial working class, and the ideological setting, absence of an autonomous intelligentsia. It is thus in no sense necessary to show a sequence of historical moments when aristocracy and bourgeoisie thereafter clashed irreconcilably. On the contrary, the whole subsequent history has been marked by precisely the effects of their convergence. This is, indeed, much of the burden, although Thompson appears not to have noticed it, of our analysis of the present crisis of British capitalism. It is no longer easy, or even perhaps possible today, as it was in the first decade of this century, to distinguish the opposing interests of a more aristocratic finance capital from a more bourgeois industrial capital, as Semmel could do when he examined the great struggle over tariff reform, a struggle which was won, incidentally, by finance capitalism. What similar debate shook the somnolent ranks of British capital in the 50s? None whatever. Tom Nairn has recently remarked on the effective unity between financial and industrial capital, in a situation in which the giants, Unilever, ICI, BMC, have their own huge networks of foreign investment and association independent of but parallel to those controlled through the city. That they are also parts of a relatively stagnant home economy alters nothing of this fact. This plainly means that these, the spearhead of British industrial capitalism, are also directly interested in maintaining the value of the pound, and much of the sterling area apparatus. 42. The dialectical unity of the two has to a large extent been the undoing of British capitalism, one of the key reasons why the present crisis is so intractable. Such vulgar economic and sociological considerations are not, however, what preoccupy Thompson. He is concerned with other, and more grandiose, matters. Searching the history, he seeks out one climactic moment which might epitomize the conflict between bourgeoisie and aristocracy and the triumph of the middle class, already adumbrated in the impressive cynicism of Bagehot. He soon finds it. History has confirmed Bagehot's views neatly in the cataclysm of the abdication crisis of 1937. Bathos has rarely been more ludicrous or complete. Not content with this, Thompson plunges into a comparison so ineffable that not even the most frivolous undergraduate, one would have thought, could venture it. In 1688 a bourgeois parliament exiled a king because he threatened to encroach too far upon the constitution's efficient parts. In 1937 it needed only a bourgeois prime minister to give another king his cards, because he was unsuited to play a sufficiently august part in the theatrical show. 43. Is there any need to reply? 3. Lastly, Thompson tells us that he detects a mysterious dialogue within the English psyche since the 18th century, a polyphony of aristocratic and bourgeois voices rising and falling in melodious counterpoint. Thus the rhetoric of Burke called forth the caustic response of Byron. The patrician marches of imperialism provoked a sturdy reply from that bourgeois, Churchill. Finally, in our own time, the conservative relapse which produced Lord Home provoked by a long-conditioned reflex the gruff plebeian accents of Harold Wilson. It would be mundane to mention that Wilson became leader of the Labour Party by pure accident. No, Thompson has found the secret long-conditioned reflex in the national soul which invisibly disposed of Gaitskell and opportunely elevated his successor to the leadership, well before Home became Prime Minister. This spiritualism is neither history, nor argument, but merely another kind of parlour game, this time, table turning. It is in keeping with the decline in the standard of argument of this section, that it should end by summing up the role of the aristocracy in British life since the zenith of imperialism in the following image. The aristocracy were like the staff at an elaborate and prestigious hotel, who could in no way influence the comings and goings of the clientele, who or at what time or with whom, but who could arrange the ball and appoint the master of ceremonies. The mind reels before this curt solution of the problem. Staff? In no way influence. Who or at what time or with whom? Hotel? This is not even an ordinary image, to which one may allow some latitude, although not if used again and again as a substitute for argument. It is a conceit. It voids the real world of all those tiresome facts with which Thompson is so cavalier, once the heroic days of the early 19th century are over. If Thompson takes his own conceit seriously, one can only recommend him to look at such a careful compilation as Gutzman's The British Political Elite. 44. To sum up, our thesis was that the landed aristocracy of the 18th century blended with the industrial bourgeoisie of the 19th and thereafter, in the form of the modern British upper class, dominated the institutions and ideology of the single social bloc they formed. As Williams has put it, this could hardly have happened if the rising middle class had remained independent or retained any real confidence in itself. Somewhere in the 19th century the English middle class lost its nerve, socially. 45. It would be surprising if this thesis were not subject to qualification and improvement. 46. But the arguments Thompson has used against it are few and feeble. Above all, of course, Any serious attack on it would have to occupy itself with a consideration of the facts which it is designed to explain, namely the contemporary crisis of English capitalist society. Thompson nowhere ventures even the smallest comment on this. This enormous silence, which looms over his whole essay, is as eloquent as any specific refutation of his arguments. The role of religion and science parallel to his charge that we traduce the historic political triumphs of the bourgeoisie, Thompson accuses us of never having imagined the great arch of bourgeois culture 47 in Britain. Preoccupied with Benthamite utilitarianism and Burkean traditionalism, we have failed to do justice to the liberating force and reality of Protestantism, and to the majestic achievements of English natural science above all in the moving figure of Darwin. These are the decisive moments of English bourgeois culture which we have missed, unaccountably. We have denigrated a fine tradition of democratic empiricism, but it will not surrender before us so submissively. These objections are based on a large misunderstanding. We did not say that the English bourgeoisie has no cultural achievements to its credit. This would obviously be absurd. What we said was that it produced no major political philosophy that became hegemonic in the society. Its one candidate for this role, utilitarianism, was too crude and one-dimensional to triumph over society at large. This is very different from saying that the Victorian middle class produced no culture. Of course, its literary and scientific record is impressive above all, its literary record, of which Thompson could well have made more. The achievement of the English realist novel is a rare pinnacle in any comparative perspective. Indeed, as I remarked in Origins of the Present Crisis, it is precisely in a cognate literary tradition that the Victorian intellectuals came nearest to a philosophical vision and critique of their society, the subject matter of culture and society. The issue, however, is whether these intellectuals produced a total political vision of society of the same quality or coherence. The indisputable fact is that they did not. However, it would be a pity to leave this subject without commenting on the problems Thompson has raised, for they pose interesting questions in themselves. I shall confine myself, however, to discussing their relevance to the central problem, for our purposes, of political thought. Protestantism, in its various English forms, was of course a powerful political and ideological force from the 16th century onwards. It was certainly the conscious motive power behind the English Revolution. Thompson, as is his way, gratuitously invents a straw target to attack here: all those sermons and pamphlets, all that prayer before battle, all that wrangling about oaths and altars and bishops, all that sectarian fragmentation, which Anderson finds so unenlightened, so sadly distanced from real economic motives, was, in fact, part of an epical cultural confrontation. Our authors would prefer if it had been, not about religion but against religion altogether. 48 All this is mere hot air, of course. I never wrote that Puritanism was sadly unenlightened, or that the Revolution should have been against religion altogether or anything remotely like this. Thompson has attributed all this to us to afford himself the pleasure of a pompous self-congratulation. An historian cannot bother with this kind of objection. Precisely, and only a fool could have bothered to invent it. What we did say was entirely different from this puerile caricature. It was that Puritanism of the 1640 vintage was politically absorbed by the Restoration settlement, and largely because it was not secular in character, it founded no evolving revolutionary tradition thereafter. Thompson's only reply to this is that, by destroying the established magic of the Church, triumphant Protestantism made possible the multiplication of rationality, and the dispersal of rational initiatives, throughout the country and in different social milieus. 49 This is at best a very partial truth. Does his own account of Methodism in the making of the English working class really fit this benign description, the multiplication of rationality? On the contrary, it was little short of an inferno of mystification and repression. Yet Methodism was the major single revival of militant Protestantism after the Revolution and the doldrums of the early 18th century. Perhaps Protestantism in a larger sense can be said to have promoted bourgeois democracy? This is certainly true, if unoriginal. What is striking, though, is that the heroic phase of English Protestantism, which was precisely the Puritanism of the Revolution, was not a bourgeois phenomenon in any narrow sense, any more than the gentry or yeomanry of those years were a bourgeoisie. This point has been argued already. Apart from Milton, what is the contribution of Protestantism to the conceptual thought of the English bourgeoisie? It has been pervasive in quantity but very mediocre in quality. Where is the English Calvin? The English Kierkegaard? The English Barth? Newman is our last distinguished religious thinker, a Catholic. Science presents somewhat more complex problems. Thompson launches into an encomium of Darwin of great panache and bravura. Darwin exemplifies the poetry and mystery of empiricism beneath its prose, breathtaking courage and imagination under the humdrum, Pooteresque conformity. Beside him, such mere radical ideologues as Huxley fade away to nothing. He is the real giant of the late Victorian bourgeoisie. Afterwards, when the work was done, the fracas could begin. Huxley could storm heaven. 50. This lyrical image is impressive. It is undoubtedly true that we omitted Darwin from our account of the Victorian bourgeoisie in the 19th century. But can he be pressed so simply into the service of bourgeois culture? Undoubtedly, in his person, he typified many of the traits of his class. Thompson is quite right in this. But some further discriminations are in order here, which have got lost in the torrent of eloquence. What exactly is Thompson claiming for Darwin? Two things, it seems. The origin of species was at once a scientific break-through of heroic proportions, and a profound intellectual revolution in human thought. It both restructured whole sciences and effected a new synthesis, and effected a new view of human nature. Presumably, by banishing belief in God as the creator of man, Huxley could storm heaven, etc. 51. This is what Thompson is claiming. However, it is surely evident that a more nuanced appreciation is necessary than this. Darwinism was, of course, a major moment in evolution of the natural sciences. But precisely as such, it cannot be attributed quite so speedily to a specific social class, or even nation. For the structure of the scientific revolution since the 17th century, not before, has involved a relatively smooth, imminent expansion very unlike the broken, seismic landscape of social and philosophical thought with its unpredictable troughs and discontinuities, its intimate susceptibility to the shifts and eruptions of history. There is nothing surprising about this divergence. It is determined by the basic ontological difference between the natural and the human sciences, which is by now commonly accepted. David Cooper, in his recent article Two Types of Rationality, has aptly formulated the difference. The facts, which are the observational data of anthropological sciences, differ in ontological status from natural scientific facts. Put another way, the observer-observed relation in a science of persons is ontologically continuous, subject-object vis-a-vis subject-object, whereas in natural sciences it is discontinuous, subject vis-a-vis object, permitting a purely exterior description of the field observed. 52. It follows, of course, that the modern natural sciences are relatively, not, of course, absolutely, asocial in character. They partake of a natural objectivity, which is precisely that of the structure of their object. Darwinism was no exception. The truth is that Darwin's scientific discoveries were, in more than one sense, written in the facts. As Thompson admits. Some scholars ask, not how Darwinism happened, but why it took so long to happen. 53. Popular science was propagating evolutionist notions in a number of fields well before Darwin wrote The Origin of Species. The exact sciences themselves were, as he says, pressing matters to a decision. This does not detract from Darwin's personal achievement, it merely indicates the general character of advance in the natural sciences. To attribute this particular advance, in the 19th century, to a social class or its national culture is meaningful only in a rather weak sense. 54. The incongruity of claiming Darwin as a sort of redemptive hero of English bourgeois culture is apparent if we think of our own century. If Darwin is to represent bourgeois biology in this way, why should there not be a proletarian biology after all, a Lysenko unmarred by fraud? Thompson's second claim for Darwin appears to be that his scientific work allowed God to be dismissed from the English scene. His formulations are far from precise. The next moment he qualifies this, and merely says that he banished magical notations of the natural world and of man. 55. The vagueness here is striking. It is a vagueness which obscures virtually everything important about the intellectual impact of Darwinism. Once again, certain crucial discriminations have to be made. To begin with the first, it is manifestly untrue to claim that Darwin had an epochal importance in dethroning God in European thought. This particular battle had been fought and won, in all essentials, 50 or more years before. Disbelief in God was scarcely a novelty in Europe in 1850. Diderot, Paine, Shelley, La Mettrie, Heine, Feuerbach, and hundreds of other writers had already made it a normal part of European sensibility acknowledged by some, inhabiting many. It never occurred to Marx to combat religion in the 1840s, he took it for granted that the only remaining duty was to explain it. It is thus far from surprising that the advent of Darwin did not in this respect hit the European intellectual scene like a thunderclap. Thompson admits with puzzlement, there should have been more crisis than there was, more of a parting of the ideological heavens. The intellectuals should have signaled their commitments, signed manifestos, identified their allegiances in the reviews. 56. Why should they? The issue had been substantially settled long ago, not by Protestantism, which Thompson continually treats as a kind of antechamber to a robust atheism, with sublime lack of historical sense, or by Bacon, but by the Enlightenment. Even in England, Darwin was not necessary to repeat this lesson. This is not to say that Darwin had no ideological impact, beyond his scientific achievement. He certainly had, and it is here that Thompson's elegiac tribute falls unaccountably silent. For, of course, the true importance of Darwinism was not a belated and supernumerary questioning of God, but a new and binding vision of man. Social Darwinism is the true product of that famous moment in English bourgeois culture which Thompson exhorts us to admire. Darwin's discoveries were not, of themselves, ideological, it was their use which was, and about this he says nothing at all. Yet Darwinism is probably the most dramatic case in history of a scientific theory giving immediate birth to a social ideology. No other scientific discovery was ever as rapidly politicized as this. The survival of the fittest and the natural law of selection became a ruthless celebration of Victorian racism and imperialism. These axioms provided a benison for class society, and a mystique for militarism. They did so in the name of a natural destiny inscribed in the course of things. The poor and the colored of the earth were a lower species, exploitation and war were necessary to the evolution of the race. Herbert Spencer, avowed ancestor of Sidney Webb, father of the